where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this. 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Their brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay! Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood!
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one!
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation.
to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome yet again another week of MPL.
It is another week already, ladies and gents. It is week number 2, day number 1. This is Jace and this is Abstract. We will be your caster for today. And wow, it is a crazy start for MPL Singapore for week 1. And now we're entering week number 2.
Of course, when it comes down to MPLSG, there are, of course, exciting games that has been going on for the past week. Yep. Yeah, past 1 week, right? We are on week number 2 now, and definitely when it comes down to week number 2, it's pretty much fair to say that we are starting to get things, kind of picked up a little bit more. We are definitely going to have a little bit of a change here and there between the players and how they play and so on and so forth. So that is generally what we want to see from week 2. Week 1 is just kind of testing
the waters just a little bit, right?
Punching gloves and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, testing the waters just a little bit. You've got Flash losing 1 match already to Team Evil as well. And, on the topic of testing waters as well, we've got new heroes coming in, right? Obsidia's already unlocked, and now you start to see a lot of teams trying it. Other regions are experimenting on Alice. For Singapore context, Alice hasn't really found a lot of footing yet because I feel like the teams haven't really practice this particular hero just yet.
Likewise, I will say the same thing about Harif, right? Surprisingly, Harif is the only region, or Singapore is the only region that didn't play Harif. PHIDMY, they all love the Harif, being the top 10th of pick ban rates. But before we even talk too much about the game, which we have a lot of time to later on, I would like to take this opportunity to thank IT, as of course IT is our presenting partner here for MPLSG. There is of course the QR code right down there, as well as the redeem code IT50LJO. Now, when it comes down to the QR code, make sure you guys scan it. When it comes down to using the IT's app, you will be able to, redeem more stuff, right?
Yep. So let me tell you about one of Jay's biggest blunder last week. Last Sunday, when I'm off stream, I actually went to buy some IT for myself, right?
Okay.
And I'm the one that read the ads, right?
Yep.
And I did not get that discount. I forgot that I had the discount. I've read it on the stream for the past day, and I forgot to use it, but I still bought my IT anyway. It's really actually quite nice.
Do you buy the promo drinks?
Yeah, I did. I bought the 111.
The 111. Yeah, okay, yeah. Nice. Because when it comes down to buying the collab drinks, you only bought 1. You are supposed to get 2, right? Because get 2, you'll be able to share with someone, and with that, if you buy actually no, you don't have to buy 2. You just buy any 1 can already. 1 of any 2, right? You will be able to get. Do you get a scratch card?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, okay, yeah. There. So you just get a scratch card. You will be able to have the opportunity, of course, to make a trip over to Jakarta.
Yeah, but speaking about opportunity, we're also giving you guys the opportunity to really be a pioneer esports player as well. All you have to do is head on over to Magic Chess Go, and then also, from there, join the Rising Star, figure out, the game, and you never know. Opportunity for you to go overseas to compete and be an esports player.
Exactly. You can be the rising star in Magic Chess. So, what are you waiting for? Go over and, of course, go over to your Play Store or your App Store. Get yourself Magic Chess Go because, of course, the game is fun. And if you are, still trying things out, you can take a look at all the interactions as possible. Yep.
So let's talk about tournament format. Just in case if you are the uninitiated, I'm loving this word recently, right? Because I'm really uninitiated sometimes. Anyways, for those who are just joining us, thank you very much for joining us for today. You're actually watching the seeded stage, which is happening. The graphic in the middle, where we have the 6 MPL Singapore invited teams. They'll be competing in the best of 3 round robin all across week 1, week 2, and week 3, day 1. So after that, the top 4 teams will go straight into the playoffs, whereas the 2 teams were relegated down all the way to the challenger brackets. Then from I'm okay, uninitiated. And for the side of, at the same time, we'll also have the challenger qualifiers that's happening concurrently on site as well. So thank you very much for joining us for those who are on site. Shout out to some of the teams that has already made through into the challenger brackets, mind you. Some interesting teams as well. But we're gonna hold that surprise just a little bit more. So after these challenger qualifiers has competed all those kind of stuff, they'll be able to make it into the challenger brackets, and then after that at the bottom versus the 2 teams that drop down from the MPL seeded teams, top 2 teams will be able to make it into the playoffs. So there's a bit of a last chance qualifier as well, but also open up an opportunity for the teams from the community stage to graduate into MPL and become an MPL seeded team.
Exactly. Now, we move on from the format. We'll talk about the team standings as of last week, right? So this is the standings that is accurate as of the games after last week games. Evil currently takes the top with a total of 5 points, followed by Flash with 4. Kingdom as well as Absolute Zero tied for 3, while Ignite actually 3 as well. So there's actually 3 teams that's tied for 3, while RSG Singapore, unfortunately, they did not manage to score any points as of yet. It does seem like their opponents is a little bit tougher for them to, you know, kind of shake them down.
Yeah, this is a very interesting thing, right? You know, usually you expect Flash to really go the mile to stay all the way up top. Team Evil, usually you don't see them, you know, being so super strong in the regular season. Remember this? We talk about the playoff debuff, right? But then, you know, they're really good, doing a very strong showing in week 1, and I'm very surprised, and I'm very happy for them.
I do like to believe that some of these teams will definitely buck up a little bit and, you know, kind of change things up a little bit, right?
Yeah, shake things up a little bit.
Yeah. Even for Flash, right? Day 1 and Day 2, they have a different change of players, such as they put Bear in and then they put Closer in. So generally by now, they should have a general good idea what are the players or who are the players that can, you know, give them results or give them a different way of playing that will change the team dynamics altogether. As we are speaking about Flash, they are actually going up against Ignite for their very first game.
Yeah, remember we talk about the tournament format. Ignite is one of the teams that graduated from the Challenger stage, right?
Yes,
like those
correct.
one of those games that one of those teams that started from community and they're here. Same could be said opposite the Absolute Zero. We'll talk more about this. But here are the map stats for week 1. If you notice, there's a lot of dangerous grass. There's a lot of broken walls. And I love this graphic, you know. It shows that, you know, which teams are really strong in what kind of maps, right? For example, Team Flash, 2 games win on dangerous grass. Actually, no. AZ, Absolute Zero, actually has a 3 games win in total. 3 games in total, win 33% times. Kingdom Esports, however, won all the games on dangerous grass. So I think once the the stats start to come in, mind you, this is just first week stats. You're seeing a small little sample size as well, but as the the week goes on, these stats are going to be vital as we go into the playoff stage.
So 6 dangerous grasses, huh?
Yeah, I know.
6 dangerous grasses. But all in all, right, I really want to know if whether these map changes or rather these map interactions actually changes the way the team plays, because or rather how it changes the way the team draft. Because it feels as though for week 1, it doesn't necessarily change the way they draft. It just kind of seems as though it is a quality of life for them. It enables them to do something more. Like Flying Clouds, okay, enables me to, get to lanes faster. That's quality of life. Dangerous Grass, I have pick-off options, and that gives me more ways to pick off people. That's quality of life. All of which is just comes down to quality of life, but how they want to impact that and change their draft in order to exponentially improve their QOL. Yep, it's probably what I want to see.
I personally feel it doesn't really, from what we saw just now in week 1, I don't feel like it impacts draft. I echo you on that. But I feel like it really changes how they play. There's a lot of things that you have to look out for. Dangerous grass means that the Roman needs to do even more jobs to set up even more space. Make sure that, there are no invisible backstabbers coming and hiding and lurking around in the grass. You got your expanding rivers as well that really literally forces the laners to play even safe. I think this is the patch where the gold laners would definitely feel a lot more scarier, because imagine there's a whole speed going towards your lane. You get scared, you play underneath your turrets.
Now, without further ado, let's take a look at the first team that's coming up today. That is Team Flash Singapore with Bear, Hades, Katizi, Vanix, and Jay that will be fielding in for today's games as they go up against IG.
Yeah, and Bear replacing Closer this time around, and it's actually kind of concerning, right? If Team Flash is actually constantly switching their EXP laners, week 1, day 1, you put in Bear, week 1, day 2, you put Closer. It is a very shaky team dynamics right now. If you constantly plug and play, I think this is a bit of a telltale signs that, hey, Flash may not be the strongest team anymore. Maybe they need to start making way for like the likes of Team Evo that's really rising up the ranks.
I think that this is more about statistics for Flash because they are very likely looking at the regular seasons as more of a these games are like, I would say, audition. Perhaps more like an audition, right? Every Saturday, that's Bears games. Every Sunday, that is going to be Closers games. And take all these games together, we'll look at percentage, who does well, and of course, taking the other players' input and feedback, who they gel together the most with, then maybe we'll have a playoff proper team.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But another team that hasn't really changed their lineup, here you go, Ignite Gaming, yes, their performance is solid in day 1, but they fell short a little bit in day number 2. This time around with this matchup lineup that you're looking at, Utah, Zac, Blade, Seiji, and Rapidude, they're really going up and have to look up the well just a little bit because they're going to go up one of the strongest teams in Single War, Team Flash. And, looking at them right now as you go to their battle stations, seems like they're unfazed, Abstract.
Once again, when it comes down to IG, it's not necessarily veterans that we're looking for. Yeah, LF4, dude. Not exactly veterans, but I will say that when it comes down to the backing of the team, we definitely do have a couple of these. Now, LY4 as well as Rapidude, a little bit of an insider is that they were, I would kind of say that they are kind of last-minute additions into IG. It's funny to say because they are supposed to be in another organization, I'm just going to hint that out a little bit. But now that they are in IG, I really do hope that they will be able to find success in this team and how they will be moving forward from this point onwards. It's a team that lacks veteran players, so I think that experience really comes into play. And how are they going to deal with Flash SG?
Yeah, and don't forget, this is literally community and also some pro players that has experience gracing the MPL stage. For example, Seiji came into MPL Singapore under the banner of Bleed last time, went on hiatus just a little bit. You're going to go into a random map draw right now, Abstract. Which map are you excited for?
Of course, Dangerous Grass, because we played that so many times.
That's going to make it the 7th map. Again, okay, it's Expanding Rivers this time around. Personal preference, I like Expanding Rivers a lot, even though I'm a gold laner.
Okay.
It allows also, yes, you get ganked once easily if, the river's facing towards you. But if the river's actually facing away from you, you actually get to move towards a mid lane, whereas everybody's busying with the turtle. You can either go help the turtle, or you can clear the mid wave, put some pressure in the middle, and after that go back to your bottom lane as well.
Now, when it comes down to Expanding Rivers, this kind of changes timing quite a bit, right? So it changes the way that the players play in terms of micro decisions, how safe they gotta have to play. So this map actually improves everyone else's
I will choose my own path.
in engaging in team fight. The only one that has been, kind of nerfed is actually gold laners. In Expanding Rivers, you are kind of forced to cower under the turret a lot earlier, especially if you don't have a winning lane. As such, having a team that actually allows the gold laner to be self-sustainable is actually super important, such as Harif.
Or even the Bane gold lane, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Bane gold lane recently.
So Yusuke is important,
a lot of damage.
They call me a
Yusuke
hero
is so
because I
important.
saved my nation from falling
Especially in
apart.
Expanding River. So I would actually say that for IG to give away that Yusuke is a very difficult choice for them to make. But alas, they still did. They gave away the Yinsujin, but they backed it up with a Lunox as well as a Kalia, with quite a bit of possibility of trying to switching things around with their Lunox, as Lunox could go gold or she could go mid.
Yeah, and which means that, Team Flash, last week, if I remember correctly, Vanix also did play a Lapu Lapu into the gold lane. So immediately if, Flash decides to bring a fighter to the gold lane, the Lunox will be able to bully that fighter almost immediately, right? Also, another consideration is I like what IG is going for. I like what LI4 is going for, right? The Kalia going in is a very strong
combo.
This land is our
homeland,
homeland, and it will soon be a burial ground.
Quickly, and now you see the Lapu Lapu being leaked out, throwing a bit of a question. Are you going to be bringing the Lapu
I'm
to
strong.
to the EXP
Oh,
or the
Zach.
gold
Is
lane?
banning.
Okay, this is what I kind of want to see from Zach, right? To play the Fanny. But I'm not too sure whether it would work against
I
Team Flash.
am
Technically
vengeance
speaking, in terms of the current
incarnate.
draft, it's okay. Because there is no specific point click ability, targeted ability in this case, to really lock down that Fanny.
Yep.
However, they still, Team Flash, they actually still have opportunity to pick someone else like this, such as Kaja. Kaja is something that I want to see
it's been
coming
pop-
in. I definitely want to see that because of the way that this entire meta goes about. Kaja comes in, gives your team that snag potential, especially since they already have a Farsa.
My kiss.
Pick off is
Your
definitely
Will it
team is
grant
banning.
what I want to see steering in
immortality
the process for Team
or
Flash.
death?
Yeah, I really echo you that on that Kaja, right? Been seeing a few Kajas popping up recently, and the fact that you can combo the Kaja easily with
Welcome
anything,
to
like
World's
the likes
Castle,
of
tiny
Farsa coming in, the
friend.
Lapu Lapu could just smack it down in the Bravest Warrior to stun, and with expanding rivers, it also allows you to basically roam and support teams, your side lanes very easily, right? Another thing to also consider for the side LY4, right? Smart banning is coming out. You ban away the Grok, ban away the Moskov. They're gonna exit out the drafting phase, having perhaps going go for EXP laner. Another thing that I'm also thinking about is IG also need to be wary about the potential Badang coming out from Team Flash.
Yes. So not at this point in time, Team Flash seems like they're pivoting to a direction whereby they want to play Aerial Denial and AoE. They want to play team fight. With the Farsa as well as the Lapu Lapu, both of these two are very strong in their own individual lanes. IG still have
I
a
am
lot
not
of
the
answers that
only
they can
one
go
bound
forward
by
with.
these
This.
chains.
How do they want to dominate in team fights, or do they want to double down onto that pick of potential, which they already have between
The
Korea
end of
as
one
well
thing
as the
is the
Lunox.
beginning
So
of
picking up the
another.
Esmeralda here goes pretty much shows that they want to win in the lanes against the Lapu, since Lapu before level 4 can't really do much against Esmeralda. So right off the bat, it's pretty fair to say that IG have got pretty good lane priority for the XP. Since it's expanding rivers, it will allow Esmeralda to go from fast to faster.
Utah on Esmeralda 1, he also played this Esmeralda before, and under the expanding rivers map, she could really go fast, right? You expect her to start roaming around, even start counter jungling, or even counter ganking, or start cutting away from the side of Team Flash. Right now, if it were Team Flash, immediately all the shields are out of the way, right? You got Lapu Lapu that could perhaps contribute the shields just a little bit. The Harrim's definitely out of the picture. Now I'm looking at that hero.
Oh,
Your team is picking.
okay. I can expect the Ruby. I don't expect the Tigreal, but it still plays within
To
the
me,
idea
fun is all that
of
matters.
locking down in team fights.
The 1-1 is so ripe for the picking for the side of Team Flash. They did not opt for that one. Gonna throw it over to Seiji. Seiji plays a 1-1 when 1-1 is not really constantly banned in the previous seasons ago under Bleed, and now it's gonna go into this. Now, for the side of Team Flash, this is a very good game for the side of 1-1, right? The likes of the Tigreal will definitely try to bomb rush you. Ruby is a gap closer, needs to gap close towards you, and it allows you to just stack up the weakness points very easily. So Team Flash, if they really want to win, they have to win this fight like in a snap. Activate all the CCs, catch as many people as possible, and then bugger off. That's how they'll be able to win the team fight. If the team fight extends even longer, Ignite Gaming potentially have enough DPS to basically shred everybody.
This would also mean that in the early phases, Kurtizi is the win condition.
Definitely.
As long as Kurtizi is left safe and sound and able to influence the other lanes, then Team Flash will be able to
5
play
seconds
within
till the enemy reaches
what
the
they expect.
battlefield.
So
Smash
looking
them.
at the fact that if we're looking at the Tigreal plus
All
the Farsa in
troops
middle lane
deployed.
versus a Kalia plus Lunox in the middle lane, kind of seems as though they have equal
Welcome
lane
to
priority.
Mobile
The only
Legends.
question is if whether Farsa will stay alive long enough because of the presence of a...
Not only just that, you also have the presence of the Kalia, right? That Tsunami Slam to pick the Farsa away immediately is definitely going to be a threat. Another consideration is I want to see Rapid to really start hard counter jungle as well to find Hades to basically deny the farm, because one YSS starts to get the snowball is pretty hard to stop.
There we go.
That's the win con.
That's what we're asking for. That is exactly what we're asking for. Immediately, they dove themselves onto Kurtizi, and this also means that Kurtizi understands that, okay, I'm one of the main win cons. That means that in the early phases, right now, I can't overextend all that much. The main thing is to be able to move over to the mid stages of the game. This is two ways to play, right? Super aggressive so that they will be able to snowball fast, or plays a little bit more on the passive side so that they can guarantee themselves that that high octane pacing by 5 minutes.
Yeah, I feel like right now Ignite Gaming just literally slow down Flash's pacing, right? You can start see Yuta starting to really cut the waves right there. Bear cannot even answer to that one. Cortese went down for the first blood, giving the first blood over the side of Zac, which is gonna snowball potentially out of control. I think Flash is starting this fight a bit on the wrong side of the bed.
Yeah, pretty understandable how Team Flash feels like they have they're having their back against the wall at this moment as we speak, because of the fact that Farsa is just not level 4. It will take some time. The turtle will eventually pop out, no problems, in like plus minus 5 seconds.
Yep, a bit of a spin happening for the side of Zac. Turtle has spawned. A bit of a utility check. Hades does have the ultimate, goes into the mountain struggle. We'll start to review.
And it does seem as though they are almost getting themselves in the way with Bear, as well as the entire Team Flash. They are together, but look at Bear.
Reverse Warrior starting to zone, but Lunox goes into the Brilliance. Hades secured the turtle for himself, but now it's going to be the Yuta getting just smacked down by Cortese, and Implosion coming on Jay. Start to buy some time just a little bit. Bear start to slap. Hades picks up a kill onto Hades. Zac comes in for the spin. Immediately spins, find Hades, and now that turtle, all of a sudden, it's a disaster for the side of Team Flash.
It's a cleanup that we want to see from the side of Ignite Gaming, and understandably, they do not have priority over the turtle. So it's completely fair for Ignite to give the turtle away, but how do they respond afterwards, and how do they trade it out is what we want to know.
I'm offended actually missing right there. Bottom lane, yes, a Ruby can technically 1v2 right there, but it's just crisis averted for the side of Team Flash. Right now, even though they secure the first turtle, Ignite Gaming managed to basically just equalize the whole thing right now. Now they're at the stalemate once again.
Yep, but it does seem like top lane, we do finally see Yuta going down by the hands of Hades. So all in all, Flash is actually taking controls of this entire laning phase, which is technically as expected, what we want to see there. Although having a Lapu Lapu post level 4 is where things start to get a little bit scary from Team Flash. He starts to win lanes. He'll be able to move out of lanes a lot faster. And the very fact that Cortese is still kind of stuck in the middle lane is not what I want to see, but it's unfortunate because of the presence of Fanny.
Yeah, like you're expecting the Farsa to really start roaming around the side lanes, right? But right now, it feels like Team Flash is playing mostly around the middle of the map, trying to get Cortese up to skill as quickly as possible, right? But the side of Ignite Gaming, they are definitely playing everything right, like trying to make sure that they get all the farm in, and also making sure Zac has a very good game. He's secured the first Blade of Hephaestus already. Yeah, he's starting going to have a lot of hurt.
At this point in time, the turtle is going to be popping out again in a couple of seconds time. 3 seconds in, and the entirety of Team Flash SG, they're just hopping around the place now and preparing themselves for a good one. Fanny, unfortunately, nowhere to be seen, and I do believe that Ignite Gaming might want to concede this. Oh, maybe not!
Implosion right there. He's going to be rapid to try to use the Tsunami Slam, but onto the wrong target. Unfortunately, Fenix coming with the Armor Bandit to slow down just a little bit, but Yuta is right there in the midst, has to deal with 4. Will be able to take down Bear, but unfortunately, Seiji will be there to also take down Bear on the other side of the map. Yuta buying some time just a little bit. Cortese and Vanix get stuck out, but Hades went down unfortunately. The turtle still secured by Team Flash though. These turtles are expensive for Team Flash.
And not only that, it's also slightly expensive for Ignite because they actually lost Zac within that process. Good target prioritization though. They are looking for Cortese to kill, especially for Zac. He knows that he wants to go for it. However, it's difficult because of Ruby.
Nice, 2 ultimates onto 1 person, but at the very least, Cortese is starting to pick up the killing spree though. Ignite Gaming, yes, that the momentum is swinging in the favor in the early game, but it's starting to fizz out. That's the power of 2 fighters on the side lanes, right? In the mid game, they're super strong, but towards the later parts of the game, when Seiji starts picking up the item, that's when Ignite Gaming will strike back.
This is where the Ube will now start, right? As long as Team Flash is able to take down any of these turrets, T1 turrets, they will start to move together again. And remember, they have good mobility because of expanding rivers. All of these are are a caveat if you have map control. As you can see, Team Flash right now, they definitely do have the dominant part of the map that's controlled for them, with both of the side turrets taken down already.
It is really scary, right? Team Flash was able to recover from a very bad situation. Don't forget, Ignite Gaming has a very good early game earlier just now, but Team Flash, you know, using the veteran card, they're really able to just solidify the positioning and start to climb back. Even though, yes, the first 2 turtles was super expensive for them, but they're now, leading, 3k ahead in terms of the gold lead.
This is just the start. The earlier laning phase is just for them to slowly climb themselves up, and KTZ, he played safe enough for him to get a good amount of kills right now, 3:1:2. So now he does have a very strong feathered airstrike, as I believe that he already got at least one item that will envelop the entirety of the map. Makes things a lot tougher for Ignite Gaming to even pop off. How does Zack even slip his way past the ranks of Team Flash in order to reach KTZ is always going to be a concern that I'm looking out for.
Yeah. Zack has no choice but to start. Hold on a second. Tsunami Slam. Try to isolate Jay all the way. Catching an implosion onto 4. Amazing one as Seiji goes up into the air. Takes down Jay. But Bear right now will be going into the Bravest Warrior. They touch and they go. Jay will be the sacrifice right here. Ignite Gaming picking up the roamer from the side of Team Flash.
1 for 0. But Team Flash wants to come up with better value, such as taking down the T1 in the middle lane. That's all the T1's taken down. Ignite Gaming, from this point on, they will start to lose ground, and the lands that they have is just dwindling down, and especially for a Fanny in the jungle, not having the purple buff, this is going to handicap them even more.
Yeah, Abstract, feels like Ignite Gaming is winning the battle, but Team Flash is winning the war, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I sacrificed Jay to be able to just lose his life right there, but Team Flash was still able to secure the mid lane turret, first hit turret, and that's big value for Team Flash.
It's definitely going to be tough for Ignite Gaming from this point on. In terms of comeback mechanic, when it comes down to high ground as well as wave clear, I would like to say that it's not horrible. The only one that can reliably wave clear from a distance is understandably going to be the Mage, which is Blade as the Lunok. Seiji, more of a single target. Yuda, gonna have to go out to get poked by. Rapidude mostly wants to hide within of brushes in order to find the opportunity catch.
Phoenix catching onto Rapidude right here. Bravest Warrior will be able to stack onto the feather airstrike, landing down artillery from afar. Ignite Gaming has to back off. Blade pops the brilliance, and once again, because of all that, Flash takes away another turret. This is solid efficiency coming out from Team Flash.
There's a lot of diversity for Team Flash's lineup, right? They can play for teamfight exactly what we would expect, right? With the implosion followed by a follow-up from either Bear or Vanix. Otherwise, they can always be able to play catch with Vanix's ultimate as well. So they only need to find one opportunity, and in this case, it's mostly going to be either Rapidude or Yuda. And because of the abundance of crowd control, remember, as an Esmeralda, your number one nemesis is disruption. If you're unable to spin, if you're unable to absorb shields, you are just a sitting duck.
Yeah, Seiji just picked up the half toss, and speaking about sitting duck, right? 1-1 is not going to do well against a Farsight, right? Once a feather airstrike lands down, you really have to hop away, unless you are able to be very confident in your skills.
Very telegraphic too.
And telegraph your crossbow tank, right? But hold on a second. Here comes Rapidude. Goes in for the throw. Vanix flickers all the way back to safety. Once again, Yuta will be the main punching bag right here. Hades picking up that kill. The Lord immediately forgotten. And all of a sudden, Ignite Gaming lose one of their peels.
Just look for one, and from that point on, they would generally win, right? Because this is a team fight, plus a little bit of that pick-off momentum as well. If you're able to just throw most of the stuff onto the front liners, then what else does Ignite Gaming have for your end? Of course, the most tankiest player from the side of Ignite Gaming can definitely be the Esmeralda. But like I mentioned, Rapidude's main goal is actually initiation when it comes down to the Tsunami Slam, not necessarily go out and get poked by.
Yeah. And now Ignite Gaming, once again, losing one member earlier just now, gave the Lord over. All of a sudden, Zack has to go and starts pushing the side lanes. But, you know, Team Flash, they're the ones that wrote how I push the side lanes and win kind of book, right, in MPL Singapore. So they know how to deal with it. And right now, it's up to Ignite Gaming to really put up a good defense against Flash's Lord right here.
So with the Lord marching down to the bottom lane and with a little bit of a fair trade even for Ignite to take down that T2 turret, it does seem like Zac wants to prolong the upcoming fight a tad little bit, because the very first Lord is all about taking down the T2s. And with the Lord marching this slowly, they are unable to sync up all the waves in order to really threaten that top lane and the middle lane at the same time. Looking at how Zac is just playing around the map, I love that macro, just making sure that he removes that burden out of Ignite Gaming while they defend that one turret.
Yeah. Mid lane. There's a siege right here, but there's a lot marching down the bot. Ignite Gaming, don't forget, they're really bad at wave clearing, like what you mentioned earlier just now. The Lord will crash on the bottom wave, but I don't think Team Flash will be able to pick anybody off. But Ignite Gaming, I think a lot more pressure on Rapid Dude to basically play with the Tsunami Slam. Mountain Shocker will be able to land as Flash cracks open bot lane.
Seems like that first Lord definitely paid a lot of dividends. What I would really expect is them only losing the middle lane T2, not losing that T3. But unfortunately, I think that it comes down to economical game, because now Ignite actually is actually 6,000 gold behind. 1-1 is nowhere to be close to be able to melt down Lord like that, and we're talking about 1-1 after all. More of a team fight hero than to be able to basic attack away to bring down the Lord in this case. So with the fact that the current state, bottom lane T3 down, fortunately for Ignite, the Lord is actually at the bottom. So even if Flash were to dance for prolonged periods of time, there wouldn't be a very scary, naturally pushing lane coming in from the opposite lane. And even if there is still a Fanny that can kind of control that lane. But that also means that they will lose that Fanny in a fight.
Yeah, but if you're Ignite Gaming, right, if you're a Rapid, who do you Tsunami Slam right into your team, right? You Tsunami Slam Vanix, that's free gap closer into a second skill right into an I'm offended.
Yep.
You Tsunami Slam Bear, you're just gonna basically give him a gap closer. Speaking about gap closer, oh, Jay catching on to Zac. Immediately will be credited for that kill. Rapid Dude jumping in, will be able to swing Jay all the way to Flicker, will be committed as well. But if you notice, Ignite know they're actually at the limit. They really cannot push their advantage as much as possible. Seiji getting busted out, unable to jump into crossbow attack, but hold on a second, he'll be able to deliver the shot down. The Heart's Claws just absorbing all the HP back.
All they wanted to do for Ignite is just enable Seiji to be able to fly into the air. But it looks like he already have got pretty good damage while he was hopping around Curtisi. So one thing's for sure, even if they do sacrifice Zac, there is still a way for a comeback as long as Seiji is able to position himself correctly. But unfortunately, they now lost another Lord, and that Lord is definitely gonna be bringing down more than just one turret.
Yeah, but this is different. This is a different 1-1 right now. He already has built the Malefic Gun, which is also one of 1-1's core items, and this is where 1-1 truly shines. Right now, the 1-1 doesn't really require the crossbow tank to do a lot of damage. Now, she can basically jump around, kite you from afar. That bonus distance is going to give you a lot more safety net for the 1-1 to play around. So right now, Team Flash, as we step into the ultra late game, remember what I mentioned, Flash will be strong in the mid parts of the game. Ignite Gaming will be stronger in the later part of the game. It's now for Team Flash to really close this chapter of the book.
Hades is also going to be one of the other prime targets for Ignite Gaming. As long as they are able to bring down either Hades as well as Curtisi, that will bring down the total damage total by a lot. But unfortunately, look at the top lane.
Explosion right across the wall will be able to drag Rapid over to the other side. Tsunami Slam, Vanix all the way in. I'm offended onto Seiji. Seiji goes into the air. Crossbow attack right into the Winter Crown. All the damage pouring into absolutely nothing. Yuta tries to come for the flank. Curtisi wings by wings. Isolated the fight just a little bit. Now Yuta getting pushed back by Jay. Amazing play coming up from the side. Hades picking up. The Curtisi play going in. Looking for an ammo fender right into the brilliance. From the side of Blade. Blade will survive just a little bit longer. But Flash is already knocking onto the doors of Ignite Gaming.
And understandably, with Ignite Gaming only with 3-person left, it's very difficult for them to defend. But at least it's a Fanny, right? You're able to just cable around and just wave clear like no tomorrow. And in fact, he's even going to try to clear out the pushing lanes at the top lane so that they will lose. They will not be able to deal with so many mega creeps.
Yeah, not right here. Ignite Gaming now has to play defense. Zac goes for the spin, does have the immortality, trying to make a play just a little bit more. Rapid to get pushed out by Jay, but Hades is already so massive. Zac unable to just cable all the way back to safety, has to limp all the way back, but Seiji goes in. Oh, will be able to output quite a bit of damage. Jay already went down. Zack tried to go for the spin. Vanix will also spin as well. The Armor Fender catching on the Seiji. Seiji does have the crossbow tank activated, but will not be able to activate because most of its peel is already gone.
It's town of crowd control. You enter the town, you get crowd control and disrupted. You exit the town and you are still gonna be disrupted. Too much for them to handle.
Once again, I'm offended into the feather airstrike. Kurtizi is still literally playing with fire. And Ignite Gaming slowly but surely is getting wiped out. Blade jumps in for a Ruby DD right there. But Blade, brilliant is not enough for you to be safe. As Phoenix just shuts everybody down. The CC chain from the side of Flash will be able to elongate the base defense. Ignite Gaming losing it as Flash takes game number 1.
Now that is play for Flash. And that is Gabe. Congratulations over to Team Flash for their first win against Ignite Gaming. They just need one more to be able to win back the entirety of the series. Now, let's kind of wrap things up a little bit and just understand what went on for both of these two teams, right? I would say that this game kind of went in a direction where it makes the most amount of sense for Team Flash, but not exactly for Ignite, because it feels as though they're even when they reached critical mass, it's not that promising, especially for 1-1. We are looking for the Malefic gun, that enhanced range. We're looking for more damage. Technically, it works against the backliners, which is the Farsa. You can see just how much damage that deals. However, there's only 2 targets at the back, while you have a thick wall of 3 right in front. How exactly are you supposed to reach all the way to the back, even with a crossbow of tank? And we saw that. He tried to, but all of that shots just went straight to Vanix, which has the Winter Crown.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the biggest counters against the 1-1, right? Once you have the Winter Crown, you basically all your damage is useless. That's one thing. The second thing is, if you also realize the Feather Airstrike also forces his hand. Right now, it's like either you go in and risk that Feather Airstrike and hope your Heart's Claws has enough damage for you to really sustain all throughout, or you basically back out. And immediately when they back out, I think the biggest problem is that Ignite Gaming has to try to figure out whether they want to commit or not. I feel like they're playing like 2 different units because Bear and also Vanix is literally splitting the whole team fight apart.
Now let's talk about MVP. Gotta have to be Hades on the Yi Sun Shin. 9:2:4, and that's a total of 87% kill participation. Definitely a pivotal player all the way through from the start to the end. Even though I would say that in the mid game, there is a lot of emphasis onto Kurtizi, but perhaps, just perhaps, that is all just a diversion because Yi Sun Shin doesn't feel like he's being targeted at all throughout the entire game.
Yeah, because the Farsa's ultimate is a lot more bigger as compared to what the YSS have, right? Another thing is, it's not easy to pilot the YSS. Right? There's almost a lot of points for you to fail, and kudos over to the side of Hades, right? Maintaining his cool, even though his team is actually not doing well in the early game. They climb all the way back towards the mid parts of the game, and after that, from there, they just took over the game solidly, right? The Mountain Shotgun, whenever it's available, lands onto the right target, even if it's the frontliner, they peel off the peel from the side of Ignite Gaming, and then after that, deal the finishing blow one after another. I feel like Zack in the early game did quite well in terms of picking off, but I think he doesn't really know how to transition into the mid-game Fanny like how other Fannies that we usually see.
It's kind of understandable to say that there is a lot that Zack can't do because of the fear of crowd control. There's really quite a bit of crowd control for him to really and realistically be able to do anything, especially since you want to go crazy in the early game. You kind of want to ensure that you are able to stay alive, and you kind of want to ensure that you don't feed.
Yeah, and like what I mentioned, Team Flash is literally throwing walls of CC after CCs against Ignite Gaming, right? Zack spins right in, Vanix just immediately spin in the second skill, right? And then after that, you've also got Bear, right? Like CC immunity, the Bravest Warrior goes in, stuns everybody to Flicker. It makes it feel like, you know, Rapid Dude the Kalia makes sense to help Seiji to basically set up the crossbow tank. But most of the time that you see what Rapid Dude set up, right into Seiji's doom, right? You basically throw a Phoenix right into Seiji. You throw a bear right into Seiji. And that's what makes it very hard for Seiji to basically just do what he has to do. And don't forget, this build that he's using right now, the Windtalker, Heart's Claws, and Corrosive Scythe, this is a slightly more expensive build for him to come alive. If you go for the other build, which is your Corrosive Scythe, Demon Hunter Sword, usually you need 2 core items before you start doing damage, but you don't do as much damage as compared to this new build, the new flavor of 1-1 builds right now.
So ultimately, it is gonna be something that Ignite Gaming gonna have to look out for. How exactly do they want to move on to the next part? I think that playing a high mechanic hero such as a Fanny and hoping that you will be able to make past Flash SG's roster is definitely the tough part, right? Ultimately, from the start, I even mentioned that in a game like Expanding Rivers, to give the Yi Sun-shin away is actually gonna be really tough on the gold laners, and indeed it is very tough for Seiji. And that is also the reason why Team Flash have decided to definitely put a fighter into the gold lane so that it enables gold lane so much earlier, and it does. You don't have to be afraid of going out of the turret's reach because you are a Ruby.
Yep, I think right now definitely Ignite Gaming was. This is why the patch right now is very interesting, right? It really benefits gold laners that can play like an EXP laner, right?
Yep.
It really benefits gold laners that can play fighters. Don't forget, Vanix also did play as a jungler back in Season 3, as a Leomord main last time. Don't forget, once in a while he does pull out a Leomord in the gold lane. And it's really goes to show that gold laners must not linger in their, your marksmen anymore. You have to start exploring other things like your Banes, your perhaps even the Alice gold lane if you're crazy enough, or even perhaps like a Labu Labu gold lane.
That is provided if they have the Yi Sun-shin, right?
That's right.
That is generally going to be the way. So I would like to believe that at this point in time, if a team have a Yi Sun-shin, the game direction is going to pivot to a completely different game for the gold laner. It's no longer a fair game for a gold laner. So
yeah,
it's kind of
I feel like
a rough state.
This patch is really punishing a lot. This patch really punishes like your pure gold laners.
There.
That's why I've been playing a lot of EXP.
How dare you?
I play your role.
How dare you?
Yeah, I mean, just nice,
And you tell me you play Cyclops?
Yeah, I did. It was fun. It was fun. Just for fun, alright. But then, this patch really rewards flexibility right here. And that's pretty interesting, right? Not only just the maps, that's also forces your flexibility, it forces you to adapt. The roamer changes also forces you to adapt as a roamer, right?
Yep.
Now all of a sudden you start to see Hellcats running around as a roamer. You also start to see, the Khaleeds actually just spin for the win and will be able to just suddenly get more gold than your EXP laner, and you're confused why. It's because of the roam changes.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, there are changes here because of Project Next, and the players gotta have to adapt as soon as possible in order to give themselves a good run throughout the entire regular season. But it does seem as though this game number 1 looks pretty good for Team Flash. But how are they supposed to, kind of move on forward from this? Do they want to change things out a bit? Once again, same thing. It's all about the map changes, if whether it's going to change the way that they draft. And understandably, if they are blue in the previous game, it kind of makes sense, or rather more often than not, Flash will now be on red and Ignite Gaming will be on blue. And perhaps, actually I don't know, because I would like to believe that they don't want to give that Yi Sun-shin advantage to the opponents. But in the meantime, it sounds very Vanix for him to say, it's okay, I don't care. I don't care if my opponent is a fighter.
Yeah.
I can win the lane anyways.
I mean, this is Lord Vanix that we're talking about, right?
So I don't think anyone might even care about the Yi Sun-shin, to be honest.
You remember what I told you about, like, this patch is really punishing for the gold laners, right?
Yep.
I feel like Vanix is the perfect gold laner in this patch right now because of his experience playing other fighters as well. The Leomords come into play, you've seen him start pulling the Ruby, and this is basically his patch.
You know the funny thing is, whenever I saw the roam patch thing, the first thing I think about is, this is JPL's
You're a roamer
patch. No.
You're the roamer now.
But
By the way, he's an XP laner, that's why.
oh crap, he's right.
Yeah. Now your EXP laner is gonna make lesser gold, so which means that you don't really see a lot of Phobias, or even if you do see Phobias, they take a longer time because Phobias is so item dependent.
Exactly. But it's okay.
It will be fine. You guys will be fine.
But yeah, as I was saying, this is JP Young's patch, right? Whenever I saw the line, every enemy hero that you revealed nets you 20 gold. I think 20 gold, 40 XP, and I was like, holy crap. That's exactly what
So-
JPL always does.
So I also played Roma just a few days ago.
Okay.
What was I playing?
That is after the 2 minutes nerf, right? That's
Yeah.
after the 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think that was what was I playing? I can't remember. I think I was playing something trolly as a roamer. Oh yeah, I was playing an Arlot roam.
Okay, that's not that trolly.
It's not very
completely
trolly,
fine.
but if it's in Jay's hand playing Arlot, that's very troll. All right, you should not watch my Arlot gameplays. So, but oh yeah,
Airball.
sorry about that. That hurts. Yeah. So
Airball.
yeah. So like. You just see a few enemies, and then all of a sudden you've got your skill set, your second skill already available. Back then, the problem about Arlot robes is that you take a long time to hit your power spike, which is your level 2. But in this particular patch, you see 2, 3, 4 enemies, boom, you're level 2, and you can start fighting already.
Yeah, but technically, that means you played before the 2 minutes nerf thing.
I think so.
Yeah, I think you played 2 minutes before the 2 minutes nerf. So in context, for those uninitiated, for what I'm mentioning about the most recent hotfix, I wouldn't say call it hotfix, but the recent patch notes is that because of the growth of the roamer,
It's too fast.
It's too fast.
It's too
whereby
crazy.
if a team have decided to stack 4-person in the purple buff, and the Roman just decided, let's see who's in the purple buff.
Boom, level 2
Boom,
and
level
start
2. It's
fighting.
like, yeah, I was like, what the hell? So that has been changed whereby the first 2 minutes, instead of getting 40 XP,
Yeah.
it has been halved to 20 XP. And only after the 2 minutes mark, then you will get the regular 40 XP.
Imagine you go for a roam Paquito.
Ew! Ew. Literally just go in 1-2 punch and just like, okay, goodbye.
Yeah,
And you have like half HP.
Yeah, and then after that, you just basically you have your level 2 power spike very quickly. You also do a lot of damage. Your numbers are crazy, by the way. They haven't nerfed it yet. But now this time around, we're going to go into game number 2. We're going to go into Broken Walls Abstract.
Okay, so Broken Walls, yet again, I would say that this is one of the maps that the team hated the most because of how draggy it makes the Lord fight to be. Because now the Lord gotta have a very jittery pathing. It goes either left or go to the right. Not exactly left or right, but you get the gist of it. So it's like, okay, reset here, reset there. I could reset here and reset there. So this is
interesting.
Yeah, I don't even know how to say, or I don't even know how that is gonna change the drafting phase. Oh, IG did not go to blue.
Yeah, Flash opted
Please
to stay
ban
at blue side. I feel like right now it's just like they're still banning the same, right, for the side of Ignite Gaming. Angela, Baxia, yeah, definitely deserving
I
that
will
last
choose
ban
my
for-
own
Your
path.
team is banning.
Should be switched, please. Unless the previous game, like the previous game they have
Who
banned
said
the
there are
chip.
no shortcuts in
They are
life?
still gonna
I
do the same
literally
thing. So
invented
that is still a
one.
Yi Sun-shin over to the hands of Team Flash.
I don't like this, man. I'm sorry, I don't really like this. It feels like they're gonna do the same thing again, right? Flash right now is just gonna what? First pick Yi Sun-shin once again.
Now, my question is Roger even viable right now?
They call me a hero
Nah, I don't
because
think
I
so.
saved my
You got
nation
stronger
from falling
assassins
apart.
around, right? Like you got the likes of Yi Sun-shin. The next best thing is a Lancelot as
My
well. So
love
I really
blossoms
don't think
down
it's a
on
good
wither
idea.
kick
And now they're
you.
gonna
But
go
that's
back
not
into the
the
same
secret.
exact thing. What's this? A replay of game number 1?
Yeah, that is exactly the case.
Lapu Lapu Farsa. Let's go for the side of Flash.
I mean, if it ain't broken, don't fix it.
But Ignite Gaming is broken in game 1.
Except for IG. Yeah, they are broken, so please fix it.
Yeah, so they haven't fixed it, right? The first two hero picks they've selected so far is the Kalir and the Lunox. Same as game number 1. So if they really want to switch things out, I think they have to switch around the EXP and perhaps the jungler, right?
I think that for the XP laner, perhaps just leave it for later, especially if it is a hero that naturally isn't very tanky. You gotta have to hold up.
I told you, it feels like a replay of game number 1. I don't really like this abstract. I love it when teams change it up just a little bit, but now it feels like we're rewatching the same gameplay as game number 1, and it's just annoying, right? So
they should pick up their gold. Sorry, not gold. They should pick up their jungler here, which is technically the same thing as the previous game, whereby they picked the Fanny for number 3. Because I like the fact that they don't
My
pick up the
kids.
XP this
there we
early.
go.
Will it grant
a bit of a change right
immortality?
here. Alice going to be
or
selected for the side of
death?
Ignite Gaming. Now, Alice is a monster recently, right? You start to see her being played a lot in MPL PH. the ultimate is such a big AoE after a long channeling time, and after that massive stun and burst, and it's unkillable, right? If you stack 5 heroes around her, she almost cannot be killed.
So it's a really good answer for an all-out team fight kind of battle.
That's
exactly,
right.
Which is
A dark
what
comp.
Team Flash wants to go for. So, but the question is, will they pivot? Because they are not stuck to that team fight kind of game, right? Yes, Farsa, great for team fights, a huge AoE, but this also helps them to, number one, siege, right? So they don't have to go fight a goal lane again. They can still play marksman gold, and that will enable the team to play more on the siege style and pivot away from a general team fight kind of thing, and grab a roamer that excels in pickoff, which is something that Jay can definitely play. For example, Jay's Cho.
Pickoff comp is definitely something that Flash can go for, but I'm also thinking from the side of the gold laners, right? As long as you don't allow the Alice to basically heal off you, you really have to play with your range. Immediately thoughts came to my mind is like the Clint that can literally second skill to root her as you just land fire from afar. Another thing, I would go for a crazy idea. Even Layla actually works really well against an Alice because you're off your range. Or even a 1-1 at a certain stage of time. But I feel like IG may go for the 1-1 for themselves. And almost all of a sudden, this is also going to be a scary draft, right? Alice goes into the ultimate. It makes it easier for the 1-1 to lay down the crossbow tank.
So what else could we possibly look out for? I think that for Team Flash, they don't have a choice, but they have to play a very safe gold laner no matter what. As a matter of fact, IG, I don't think that they want to pick the jungle in the R4 position. Likely it would be an R5. So that will put Team Flash in a really tough spot as to what kind of goal laner they really want to play. Okay, never mind. They are actually going to R4 the jungler. So Guinevere into jungle, they have 3 magical damage dealers already.
Yeah, that's a lot of magic damage, right? For the side of IG, I think it's a lot easier to itemize against her. But also another thing is, when you fight against an Alice, all Alice has to do is start building tank, and you're just basically you're doing a lot of damage, right? And also another thing is they're also trying to look to stun somebody to basically lock them down right inside that circle when Alice is just absorbing and also using the ultimate. For the side of Team Flash though, they're going to lock into the Tigreal. The implosions are definitely going to be helpful in pushing the Alice away. And Jay has been using this Tigreal very creative in game number 1.
I would like to see whether he's going to change anything regarding the way he plays. But because of this final pick, it will definitely change a little bit. It's going to be an Esmeralda. So Lapu in the gold lane, very likely. And the Esmeralda over to the XP. Now it puts IG in a position whereby they're going to have to
The past is but ashes in the wind.
Carry.
Now there is only war.
I was also thinking about carry for the side of Vanix, right? You have a Guinevere to deal with, usually played as an off tank. Alex also could be easily shredded, and then after that you also get a Kalia that also builds a lot of tank. And the same thing, that same weapon can be used against Team Flash, right? Now all of a sudden your shields from the side of Esmeralda will get shredded. Vanix now will go for the Lapu Lapu against Seiji. Don't forget, the Lapu Lapu as a gold laner also has a bit of a range, right? As long as he holds down the fort just a little bit, allow Hades to scale. But I feel like what I want to see is a bit of adaptations coming off from Ignite Gaming. Start hard invading Yushin. You cannot allow Yushin to secure 3 turtles in a row. Allow him to grow exponentially, right? And because once the Yushin start to snowball, it'll spell a lot of trouble against Ignite Gaming.
This is a very comical lineup for Ignite. I don't particularly like this because of how short range this entire team comp is. Lunox have a very short range, even when it comes down to her abilities and spells. Carry, naturally short range. However, Carry is always going to be a really good pickup because of the fact that in a normal marksman versus marksman kind of situation, you are always going to be outranged by the opponent's marksman. But in this case, you don't have a marksman on the opposite side, so it's actually a very decent answer to the fact that the opponent is trying to go for a a fighter gold lane. But whether the carry can even reach critical mass, that's the question.
Yeah, definitely, right? A lot more pressure onto Seiji, right? But of course, he's the farmer, right? He has solid KD. He is also able to have a very good GPM as well. And yeah, he has to hit that solid mass as quickly as possible. And also it relies on how Ignite Gaming slows down tempo so that the carry goes all the way back. But Jay, burst a flicker right off the bat. I feel like there's also a Purify for the side Kurtizi already turned off.
Yep, so there is quite a lot of battle spells that's already been popped. It's not a big deal though, but at least, you know, that is some value that Ignite Gaming can get for themselves. But from that value, can it be translated over to the turtle fight? That's the question. Because looking at their lineup, I feel that it might be lacking damage in order to really contest for the turtle.
I feel like right now Ignite Gaming, they really need to use Blade to basically goes into the darkening form, and then after that just single target one person down. You shred down Lapu Lapu, you shred down the Esmeralda, and then you start peeling or continue on the damage. Utah on the Alice does have consistent DPS because of its blood thing, the passive thing. But Flash SG definitely on Hades. Oh, speaking of Hades, lurking down at the bottom. I think gets spotted out by Rapidude though.
Shouldn't be a problem right now. There is quite a bit of a party down in the bottom lane, and I would like to believe that Ignite Gaming is very much ready to be able to swarm in to deal with the turtle. As you can see, Rapidude as well as Blade, they will shove the wave to the middle lane, leaving Kurtizi back in the lane at level 3. Only after she clears the wave, then she's level 4. So if they are able to, they want to spring into action.
Utah getting tagged by quite a bit of damage. Hades actually saving onto the Mountain Shocker, so that's actually good news for the side of Flash. We'll be able to use it right now. Zack looking for an opportunity to jump in. We'll be able to find somebody from the side of Flash, but here comes the Mountain Shocker as well. First blood given over the side of Flash SG already. Kurtizi picking it up. Utah and also Rapidude throwing Vanix all the way deeper behind enemy lines while Hades works on the turtle right here. Bear baiting the rest of the members from the side of Ignite Gaming away as Hades secures the first turtle and goes in for the strike. Utah all of a sudden doesn't have a lot of damage anymore and also HP. Try to absorb as much as possible, but you never want to chase an Alice with the passive on.
Well, he can't really do much because of the lack of numbers around the vicinity, right? So Yuta gonna have to go back home, but all in all, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Sounds great, right? But Kurtizi is the one that got the kill. The Lapu Lapu is the one that died. On the side of Ignite Gaming, the one that got the kill is Seiji. So that's actually pretty darn good for Ignite to further accelerate the growth of Seiji. Not quite enough yet though, because Flash still gotten the turtle for themselves in the end.
Yeah, so it's kind of like an equal stalemate. It's the exact same thing that we saw in game number 1. Flash had a bit of a back foot in the early game, but hold on a second, Mountain Sugar once again, that's going to be a Tsunami Slam, catching on to Jay. Jay unable to go into Implosion, will have to die for that one, but Hades returns the favor onto Zack. Once again, the jungle going down is expensive for the side of Ignite Gaming.
Value for Team Flash. It seems like as though Team Flash, they're very willing to give Jay away because, hey, you take my robot, I take your jungle. Yeah. I win in the end of the day. And they just kind of have to grind that over and over again.
Yeah, in chess terms, basically trading, what, a knight for a queen? I think that's definitely worth it for the side of Flash.
Is it really a knight? I would kind of take this as a rook.
Knight actually has more value.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Sure. I'll take that. I'll take that. It's been a long time since I played chess though, but it seems like Team
Flash...
You
will want to another board game.
No. I have sunken deep enough. Maybe not yet. I could think more. Hobbies.
Yes, speaking about getting as much economy as possible, right? Ignite Gaming, Seiji actually picking up the assist is definitely helpful, right? If Seiji picks up another 2 more kills, I think that critical mass will be achieved. But hold on a second, there's come the implosion. But Rapidude getting pushed out. CZ stun lock, no way for him to run, gets bursted down. But Bear, one-man army right here. The Bear Trap activated onto Zack, Utah, and also Blade. Still able to limp away. But it's also once again Flash finding value up top side.
And eventually with the turtle gonna be available down in the bottom lane. We do have Team Flash that have got about 2,000 gold advantage on top of Ignite Gaming. Top lane T1 destroyed. So the way that Team Flash is playing at this point in time is completely ube. They don't need to they don't really care so much about a gold laner needing time to farm the lanes whatsoever. They can just bump from objective to objective. They still have a Yushin, so they can definitely play sieging.
You don't want to give the second turtle over the side of Yushin once again. There's not a lot of contest coming off of Ignite Gaming. They're literally giving these for free and allowing Yushin to scale.
The lack of high ground, buddy. This is hands down because of the lack of high ground. this entire lineup for Ignite Gaming is very difficult to kind of punch glove, right? If they want to jump in, they need to be committal. And they know that, okay, we gotta have to do this, we gotta have to do that. But we actually saw Rapidude do that, right? Rapidude went straight in Tsunami Slam, hoping that that person will be bursted down, and it did happen with the power of Zac as well as Blade, Violet Requiem, plus Darkening, but that also puts Zac in a very tough spot. Why? Because they are a committal team!
Yeah, and not only just the committal part, right? They're also being split apart by tons of CC. Jay and also Vanix always breaks all these combos, making it super hard for the side of Ignite Gaming to basically coincide all the skills all together.
Because Team Flash, it doesn't really matter who's the first one. They still have a way.
Okay, here comes the feather airstrike, a bit of a scare tactic landing down the artillery strike from afar. Seiji's still farming up though. I think that's the only thing. Once Seiji hits critical mass, maybe there's a bit of chance for the side of Ignite Gaming.
But that would take long. It's only like 6 minutes and 50 seconds.
Another 5-7 minutes?
I think that 5-7 minutes might still be a far cry. It's not the 1 is to 0 is to 1. I think it's fair to say by okay, if we add on another 5 minutes, his goal should be somewhere around 8k.
The Mountain Shocker once again reviews, gives so much information, and you know what Team Flash does with the information? They crack 2 turrets concurrently.
I'm not too sure whether they will even be able to do anything to kind of come back, because this is actually a very punishing match in terms of comeback mechanic. There is not a lot of ways that you'll be able to come back in terms of the general battlefield feature, plus the fact that they don't have a lineup that really allows them to have a massive power spike at any time within that 5 minutes mark. And Team Flash just so happen to have that power spike within that 5 minute mark, because we gotta have to look at Curtisi, right?
There. Taking on to Zac. Zac received some form of damage on the side of the airstrike. The Mountain Shocker will review. Turtle immediately forgotten because right now Flash, SG, kind of far apart, right? Right now, Ignite Gaming, they're just not too sure what they're gonna do, right?
Okay. I do like what Team Flash is doing. Completely conceded the turtle, not wanting to touch the turtle, just so that they can get the earliest possible Lord that they could get. So the next upcoming Lord is going to be 8 minutes and 41 seconds.
Rapidude, there's a flicker, picks up, but Jay comes into implosion. Hades down low just a little bit more. Zac onto the chase, will be able to take it down. Defended airstrike lands. Jay kills the Lord from Flash SG. No retribution required as Ignite Gaming will be there to clean it all the way up. Curtisi, the only casual, the only surviving member for the side of Flash. Who needs a retribution anyways?
Okay, so the Ignite, they managed to get a wipeout. That is absolutely great. That's what I talk about, committal. But the very fact that they are able to win in that team fight is amazing to me. I would love to be able to see, you know, how that eventually played out from the start to the end. Ultimately, I would say that it is all about that catch potential, which Rapidude managed to pull off. But
that was a beautiful catch.
Who did he catch again?
Hades.
Oh, that makes more sense.
They call it to Hades, burst him down low just a little more. Zac dealt the finishing blow, but Zac unable to land a retribution because he's the one that took the Lord instead.
The funny thing is Zac didn't manage to have the opportunity to pop the retribution as well. He had his retribution off cooldown throughout the entirety of the night.
And for the airstrike once again, here comes the defense on the side. Ignite Gaming, the Lord is pillaging all the way up top, but Seiji is starting to shred. Look at that! Light will go! Seiji picks up a killing spree, and now Utah slapping onto Hades, and now it's just gonna be 3 members down for the side of Team Flash. Ignite Gaming still going strong though, but Hades takes down Utah.
That's a 3-4-2 trade, but ultimately it is still a relatively good trade for Ignite because they managed to take down the Lord, they don't lose any inhibitor turrets, and they pick up the 3 as well.
Yeah, they kill more of the high value members for the side of Team Flash. All of a sudden that gold lead is starting to equalize just a little bit. 1.7k in this part. Remember, talk about Seiji. He has escalated, right? Look at his items earlier just now. It was like the 3 attack trinity items is already secured. You can start to see he's really starting to shred.
Does he have the opportunity to hop around as what a carry should be able to do, right? That is mostly the question that I would have, if whether they can actually enable that that carry. But ultimately, I'll say that in the previous fight, being able to catch the Yuzushin definitely huge for Team IG, because so far in the entirety of the game, their idea is just catch one person. Just catch one person and we'll try to deal with it. It seems as though that trying to catch the Tigreal is not the answer.
Definitely not, right? It's a free gap closer for Jay, right?
Even if they killed the Tigreal, even if they managed to kill the Tigreal, even if the implosion didn't manage to land, there is still there are definitely still ways that Team Flash can come back into it, because Bravest Warrior, Falling Star Moon, they have so many ways to counter engage.
There's a lot of ways, there's a lot of CCs for the side of Team Flash, right? But not only just that, I feel like Ignite Gaming did really well in game number 2, a lot better as compared to game number 1, because they managed to delay the game just a little bit longer, make sure that Seiji has hit critical mass, and that's basically Seiji's MO, right? Literally getting into the necessary gold required. He knows how much gold, how much item he needs, and that's where he will shine. He reminds me a little bit of Sage, just a little bit, and now Hades knows what's up, goes into Purify right now. Sage knows just a little bit, shut down by the side of Kurtini, right in the knee, prepare the airstrike. Yuga goes into the ultimate, but Jay and the members on the side of Team Flash are losing steam because Ignite Gaming, Yuta is absorbing all the HP all the way back. Phoenix and Jay has to make for the run for the hills. Yuta on the chase, unfortunately will not be able to land the first skill as Flash loses 3 members for 2.
Oh, Alice is huge though.
Definitely.
I think that is definitely going to be the game changer of Team Ignite Gaming. Seiji didn't have any impact in that fight because number one, he was slightly caught out. He had to use the Purify. Decided to turn back because Zack went in for the battle ramp down onto Hades. In fact, he should have the idea and he should be able to see that there is a big mass of people from Team Flash that's coming in from the southern part going up north to deal with him. So it would have been so much better for him to wrap around and get behind his entire team to deal more passive damage instead of taking a shortcut to deal with Hades instead. In my honest opinion, leave Zack alone. He's there to save your life, and he does have the Magical Thumb to actually run away, or the second phase of Magical Thumb to just kind of port herself away.
Yeah. I feel like Ignite Gaming has to repeat the same thing they did in the first Lord fight, right? Single out Hades, Rapid to just burn the flicker just to try to pick and make sure that it lands the ultimate onto Hades. So, but it's like a heart surgery that Ignite Gaming is doing. One wrong move, you'll nick a main artery and the patient just dies.
Honestly, in the meantime, for Ignite Gaming, it kind of seems like they are, in your context, they're doing surgery. But for Team Flash, they are not exactly that meticulous. They're just going straight in for your juggler.
Yeah, speaking about straight in, Vanix, immediately get melted by Sage's ultimate light wheels right now. Going for Implosion, will be able to catch onto 3, but the follow-up coming up from Flash is not really there. Yuta manages zone out, Curtis. Bear's the only one that will be able to limp away as Ignite Gaming deals with the Lord. It's a free Lord. Yuta screening Bear. There's no way that Bear will be able to go ahead to the Lord pin, and now Yuta and Bear, and wet pool noodle fight, but it doesn't really matter because Ignite Gaming secures the Lord and secures top bottom turret.
And this pretty much means that Ignite Gaming have got such a advantage to move straight in.
Yeah, and definitely Bear, unfortunately get picked out and singled out though. Banix right here, unfortunately, will be responded, but look at his HP bars, immediately get melted by Seiji. Jay has to dash away though, and Ignite Gaming, this is the critical mass. Now Seiji that we're talking about.
It's not over just yet. We do have the Lord that will still be crashing in and will take the T3 turret in the middle lane. Team Flash now have got the middle lane and the bottom lane completely destroyed. Ignite have got a massive advantage because of the Lord, and now with about 4,000 gold lead, they're just going to play a little bit safe and play possum for now. The economical gap, I mostly just want to look at between the gold laners, right? Actually, no, you can't exactly see it that way.
Yeah, you can't because Carrie's items are slightly cheaper. Number one, number two, he already secures a malefic gun, means that he has gonna get more range, and that's super delicious for a carry, right? Remember, Carrie's main weakness is the short range, and now extended range definitely gonna be very helpful.
Because of the fact that there's 3 late gamers from Ignite Gaming, 14 minutes in, this amount of gold is pretty much on track, I would say. This is the normal curve of what I want to see.
Royal with Violent Requiem onto Bear right there. Here comes a Feather Airstrike to no avail. Katisi has to fly away. Utah gets pushed back. The Flickers all the way forward. Bear try to split up fight just a little bit. All of a sudden, hey, Flash is a little bit disjointed and Ignite Gaming will take advantage for it.
The ability to shred the front lines is starting to come into effect. And Team Flash, they are definitely going to be scared now. Vanix, Bear, as well as Jay, they can't just go in and just face tank everything now because you are facing off against Seiji. And Ignite Gaming can play according to their win con and be comical because they have reached critical mass.
Yeah.
They can just jump in. Not a single car in the world. Yuta can survive for days. So he's likely going to be the one with the max amount of confidence. And guys, I'm going to open up the map for you. I'm going to jump right into the heart of Team Flash. You guys decide what to do next.
Yeah, and now Rapid Dude can basically pick up Jay, right? All of a sudden, remember, we talk about how it could be an easy gap closer, but hold on a second, Tsunami Slam into a Purified, mind you. The Feather Airstrike will be able to land onto Rapid Dude. He walks away scot-free. And Ignite Gaming right here, they can rinse and repeat this over and over again, picking up members one after another, allowing Seiji to shred.
It's all about the bravest warriors. Being able to be CC immunity, or rather immune to Rapidude, especially he knows and he can see that, okay, he's definitely coming in for me.
Yeah.
It just makes him waste an ultimate. Or I would say ulti for ulti. So that actually helps Team Flash to kind of buy a little bit more time by eliminating that pick-off ability from Ignite Gaming.
Yeah, this Lord's definitely going to be very pivotal for the side of Flash, but we're going to start with this one. Rapidude will be able to toss right there. Hades goes in, try to do some damage, but he cannot step all the way in.
Seiji!
But easy, landing down the damage from afar, but Seiji starting to shred. Down low just a little bit more. Hades makes, oh, he falls! Seiji picks up a triple kill already. Ignite Gaming unable to basically push forward onto the Lord. They don't really need it anymore because they have the win con and they just have to go all the way in with critical mass. And Seiji just shreds one after another and wipe out for the side of Flash as Ignite steals one game back from Team Flash.
Now, my oh my, Ignite! Literally ignited the fire within when they found their win condition and they managed to hit their peak performance. Yuta is not afraid of anything. Seiji deals more than enough damage to be able to run away from most of these damage dealers from Team Flash, because remember, the main damage dealer at that point in time will only be a Farsa as well as a Yi Sun Shin.
Yep.
And we know that when the artillery strike were to happen, it did land on the Seiji a couple of times, but it is still a carry after all, with great kiting capabilities.
That's right.
As long as he's able to kite, as long as he's not bursted down in an instant, that is great, and there is comeback possibility.
Yeah, unfortunately, if you can't Bagon, that cockroach is going to come back, right? That's basically, unfortunately, that's what CG was, right? The Feather Airstrike landing down, you also start to see Yushin unable to enter these team fights nearing the end as well because of the fear. Because, unfortunately, Yushin is such a glass cannon. There's also the Alice that's also constantly dealing a lot of damage. And if you not noticed, Flash SG literally got split apart, right? Yes, they got so many front lines to kind of protect and cover for the Yi Shin and the Farsa, but Yuta as the Alice could just jump all the way to the back and just do a lot of damage and wreak havoc at the back line.
And now, MVP. I think that, in my opinion, it's gonna be Yuta. Honestly, I really find
there's
the
a lot
MVP
of differing
of
opinion.
Yuta. Yeah, very differing opinion, especially as an EXP laner is kind of like a, yeah, he has massive amount of impact.
Yeah, so we believe the prod is definitely a jungler, right? Because my money is on Seiji, right? Because Seiji was just knowing his limits of the hero, and then after that, once he hit critical mass, he just started to shred. But of course, enabled by, like what you mentioned, the EXP laner, but also enabled by the jungler as well.
Everyone plays a very vital role to be able to reach the end game like that.
Yep.
I would say that that game is not exactly about the fact that, oh, Ignite Gaming played fabulously through all the way from the start to the end. It's more of the fact that Team Flash did not manage to make full use of the advantage that they had in the early stages. The power about having a fighter go lanes is that you leave the lane so much earlier and you have so much impact in team fights all the way from the start of the game. The fact that they managed to do that and push Ignite Gaming to wit's end, I think that it's great. But the single mistake at the first Lord is the one that cost them the game. Because they can end the game within that sub 10 minutes. They can definitely end the game within sub 10 minutes as long as they actually credited that Lord for themselves.
Yeah, I think it's just boils down to if you can, this kind of double fighter matchup is really risky, right? If you don't really end the game on time, this is exactly what happens, especially when you have a late game carry on the other side of Ignite Gaming in the form of the carry, right? You can see that his goal, his KDA is just absolutely insane. And even from the game stat, it really tells the story that yes, Flash SG has a stronger early to mid, but they're unable to close it out because, you know, even though Hades is able to snowball just a little bit more, but once Seiji activates the target prioritization, start locking onto Hades when he jumps all the way in, Seiji does get busted down, it is immediately doom for the side of Flash SG.
Oh, man. Now, of course, itemizations and all that jazz, it really comes down to the point whereby they have a lot of magical damage, right?
Yeah.
Yuda, Blade, Zac, they all deal magical damage, and in terms of being able to defend against magical damage, let's take a look at how Team Flash fared against that. They have Radiant Armor onto Bear, no Athena Shield, so dealing with burst capabilities from Blade is definitely out of question for Bear. In the meantime, for Vanix, does not have Athena Shield, so definitely will be shredded by Bear from Blade, and Jay as well. So I think the lack of Athena Shield is something that really allows Blade to bruise the entirety of Flash SG. So whoever is just going to be caught in almost immediately, then they're most likely gonna die. But in terms of being able to prolong the fight and being able to stay alive, that Radiant Armor helps a lot to deal with Zac as well as Yuda.
Yeah. And if you notice Yuta's the items, right, it's just pure tank. And it actually does a quite decent amount of damage, right? Just like take a look, 40k, I think it's like what, third highest damage in the side of the team. And it all comes from the ability to basically stay in the fight as long as possible, deal a lot of damage across, and all of a sudden, you know, the likes of your glass shields like Hades and also Curtizi glass cannons, right? They're immediately getting broken very easily.
So, I'll say that it's really unfortunate for Team Flash. It just keeps replaying in my head how that first Lord fight went out. They have advantage, they're going for the Lord, it makes good sense for them to cancel out the third turtle, to transfer that into Lord, end the game within 10 minutes, because that is their that's their game. They want to play early to mid, they do not want the late game for the opponents, but because of one small tiny little mistake, it allowed that comeback mechanic for Ignite Gaming, drag the game far longer than what they would wanted, and the win con naturally shifted over to IG because of game time.
Yeah, and I really agree to you, right? Ignite Gaming game number 1, they look a little bit disjointed. Even you could also agree game number 2, early game, they're disjointed as well. But after they secured that first almost close to wipeout at the first Lord Pit against Team Flash in game number 2, they started gaining their confidence and then start to just snowball Team Flash over and over again.
Yep, stabilize their footing.
That's right.
Is definitely one thing that we'll say for Ignite. Now, if whether the next game is gonna go towards the side of Team Flash or Ignite Gaming, if whether Team Flash will make the same mistake again or don't know. They really need to summarize things and of course look at things in a macro view. We're gonna take some time and go off for a quick little break, and of course once we are back we'll give you guys the third game between Team Flash Singapore versus Ignite Gaming. Don't go anywhere too far, we'll be right back.
is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs, where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. We are in the midst of concluding the game between Team Flash as well as Ignite Gaming.
Yeah.
The way that both games played out, the early game definitely always fared over to Team Flash because of the early game potential of fighter gold lanes. Releases them out of the lanes and into the wild so much earlier. Mid-game is where things could potentially change. And in game number 2, that is exactly what Ignite managed to do for themselves. They managed to find the flip around, turn the game, extended the game for an extended period of time, and won the game from there.
Yeah, I think what Ignite Gaming caught Team Flash off guard just a little bit is Team Flash expected to go in with the almost exact same roster because since, you know, the bands are similar, the picks are similar as well. But then Ignite Gaming took a massive U-turn, caught Team Flash off guard just a little bit. Yes, they try to force the fighter side gold lane once again, but fighter gold lanes cannot last all the way to the end game. You need to end the game as quickly as possible. Team Flash almost did that, but you know what you mentioned before we go into the break, they made a small little blunder at the Lord Pit, and then after that it they lost control of the game.
Yeah, they lost their footing, they lost the advantage, and they are back to playing, you know, in a very, I would say, a tiny little catch-up because they are completely neck and neck already, and they just need to play for team fights. And ultimately, their team fights just did not go that well. I think solely because of the fact that Yuda is just tanking so much damage, and a lot of these damage then eventually goes into the Oblivion because those damage that could have really ended someone went to no one.
Yeah, and this is a pattern that I'm seeing from the side of Flash, right? Like, apart from game day 2, they always lose game number 1. They always win game number 1 in a very convincing fashion.
Kind of fizzles out.
And then after that, game 2, they just started fizzles out.
Yeah. God damn. Okay. So this is a team that I think I would say they always start strong. And then they fizzle.
Yeah, and then now game number 3, it forces them in a very awkward position, and now it's now Flash's turn to really start to adapt as quickly as possible. Right now, Ignite Gaming, if they bring in the Alice, I believe it was also Alice being banned in game number 1 by the side of Team Flash as well. That kind of costed them a win, right? They let go of the Alice in... Oh, sorry, they did not let go of the Alice. It was Ignite Gaming that snap picked Alice in R3 position.
Yes, that's right.
That's what earned Ignite Gaming and allow Alice to basically zone out, you know, the likes of Bear, and all of a sudden your Kurt TZ and also Kurt TZ and also Ishushin doesn't really have the necessary peel. And if you compare an Esmeralda versus a Ruby, right? This Flash SG roster in game number 2, they lose out a lot of CCs.
A lot of CCs. But they kind of trade that off by having a tougher body at the front. And reach. I think that the main thing about Esmeralda is reach. Being able to initiate or counter-initiate with that Falling Star Moon is always going to be a very valuable spell to have. But ultimately, that also means that they need to throw someone into the mix to be able to, you know, eat abilities like that. And in this case, it's mostly going to be Jay playing as a Tigro. As long as it gets caught by Kalia, even if it dies, there is going to be more valuable trades that they can come out from that. But the one that we always spoke about is that number 1 Lord. The moment that Yisunshin got caught because of positioning, and I think that at that point in time, it's kind of like a no choice kind of situation. You don't have enough macro view. That could also likely because of the fact that Esmeralda as well as Tigro, they did not expand themselves far enough to really know what is going on, right? It's also broken walls, so there is so much more avenues for Ignite Gaming to just jump over to Team Flash.
Yeah, there's also another argument on that one, because if you notice, if you recall that particular fight, Rapido actually burned a flicker and dash just to be able to be in range of
in the pit,
Yushin
yeah.
just to be able to use the Tsunami Slam back.
Yep.
That delay, and don't forget, Tsunami Slam does considerable amount of damage, and especially when you're Yushin, you're basically a glass cannon.
Yep.
You're just gonna get destroyed.
Yeah, so it's an unfortunate situation, but how they come back from that is, I think that's just micro magic, team fight magic, right? Lunox deals a lot of damage in AoE context, right? Starlight Pulse plus Darkening. Darkening is great for to just
Single target shred.
Single target shred, correct. But if you have Brilliance, then that is also something that you can use to pop in order to avoid from the artillery strikes coming in from Farsa, while still dealing massive amount of damage to a lot of people. Okay, maybe not massive, but a good amount of damage to a lot of people, which translates into a lot of damage in a one big health bar kind of situation.
Your zoning capabilities, right? The ability to outplay that iframe is definitely going to be allowing you to basically reposition yourself into a better place. But right now, it feels like, you know, Team Flash just another day in the office, right? They still seems unfazed even though after that loss in game number 2, right? Don't forget, day 1, their loss against Team Evil is a little bit of a shame, I would say, because you're expecting big things from Team Flash, right? This is the super team of Singapore that we talk about.
We're lacking of Flying Clouds, huh? I think we only played one Flying Clouds throughout week 1. And it would be great.
You asked for it.
You asked for it.
You asked for it and ye shall deliver. But personally, as a gold laner, I like Flying Clouds. It allows me to play a little bit more aggressive, and then after that, I could be back in lane very quickly.
Yeah, and it helps you to get in the middle of the team fight. Right?
And now all of a sudden, your Atlas, your Tigreal now looks very scary, especially when you're playing from a deficit.
Yeah, as long as you just kind of ploop yourself in the middle of team fight and just implosion.
I like the sound effect.
For a real fight. Your team is
just
picking.
ploop right in, but we're going to ploop right into the draft right here. First pick, Bear. Okay, definitely not going to be Bear, but Kalia will be snap pick away from Team Flash. Finally, some form of change that we see, but the only change that is, well, the only constant that we're seeing right here is Team Flash once again ends up in blue side.
So, Ignite never wants to change things, and it kind of seems like Flash just love being in number 1. They have decided to not pick up the Yushin this time. Wow,
Yeah,
okay.
definitely. Another variation is that Team Flash reacted to banning away the Alice, right? Like what I mentioned before we start the stream, right? Literally, well, the games, right? Literally, Alice is such a strong hero in this particular patch.
I kind of like the fact that Team Flash has decided, you know what, they don't ban
the
this
beginning
shit.
of another.
Kind of seems as though, actually I don't really know why they do not ban the Yin and not pick it at the same time.
Okay.
Team Flash took the opportunity to steal the Kalia away, and IG did not respond by taking the Yin. So Team Flash still have the opportunity to do that. They can still play that.
Mandala blossoms
by
from
the
a
way,
withered Kikyo.
okay, is IG
I will
really
choose
not
my own path.
Your team is picking.
But okay, the reason why I think Yushin is not really prioritized right here, because I think in the first 2 games that we saw, Yushin relies on a lot of conditions for him to basically be overpowered, right? Yes, your level 4 needs your level 4 is your power spike. You need to start securing a kill. If you don't secure a kill, you're gonna play from behind. And if you're gonna be playing from behind, there are other better heroes that are better in playing from behind, and after that climb all the way back. But it seems like, you know, IG, Zach, going back into the fanny once again.
But this time, it's different.
They call me a
because
hero because I
your
saved
team
my
Flash,
nation
they
from
do
falling
have a
apart.
targeted stun. And it's not just a stun, but it's quite a big of a pick-off, right? Bear, if he's playing as a Kalia, or Jay, if he's playing as a Kalia, you should be able to reach that fanny pretty darn easily. This doesn't necessarily show how IG wants to play, but with the fact that there's Falling Star Moon plus
Welcome to
plus
Brock's
Kimi,
Castle,
I think it's fair to say
tiny
that they
friend.
want to play for team fights. They should want to play for team fights.
Your team is
incarnate.
Banning away the Moskov, IG once again, a nod over the side, what Vanix likes to play, and now all of a sudden the gold laners a little bit limited. Don't forget, IG can also easily swing that Kimi all the way to the gold lane if Seiji wants to do that, but usually you see them mostly in the
honor!
played the Kimi quite
Your
well in
team
day
is
number
picking.
1, earned himself 2 MVPs in a row, and you start to see the Tigreal getting banned away by the side of Team Flash.
Okay, so no more Tigreal, even for Team Flash. The way that they play, or rather the way that they drafted, is definitely a lot more different from game number 1 and game number 2. It's just gonna change things out completely.
Fun is all that
The
matters.
1-1 being picked out. Physical, quite a bit of physical, actually magical as well. So pretty well balanced team comp. The only problem is gonna be their frontliners. If they're just going to leave the Esmeralda as the main frontliner, is definitely gonna be tough. What kind of roamer that they want? It has to be.
It is my mission
no
to
Gromp,
banish all
no Tigreal.
darkness.
Lancelot, selected by the side of Team Flash, you know, the second top tier jungler right now that you see from most of the MPLs. Right now, last pick. If you notice, Vanix always like to get picked in the second phase pick ban, right? Unless the Moskov is wide open and they really want to play around the Moskov. Right now, Team Flash definitely can go anywhere, right? They can go
the euphony of
back
suffering.
to something that I'm more comfortable with. I'm thinking if they can go, they can either go for the Grandeur or even go for the Bruno, right? You need something that's more hard-hitting, especially to the mid to the late game. But technically speaking, in this particular patch, the Grandeur is still not too shabby either. Once you pick up the Sky Piercer, you're just going to do a lot of damage. But my question to the Vanix right here is the Grandeur against a Fanny that's spinning all across the board, and there's so much mobility in the side of the 1-1. Is it a good choice though?
Now, do we have pickoff from IG? Not necessarily. They can play pickoff. They can also play team fight. Team fight, at least Fanny can just kind of spin for days, and that is not going to be that big of a deal. They can initiate with the Kimi as well.
Alright.
So they do pick up the Cho, so that will in the end allows them to have a pretty good way of opening up the maps, and of course supplement the tankiness for Esmeralda and pickoff.
Yeah, and I was thinking if IG doesn't go for Cho, there's other better choices, for example, like the Khalid, right? Because right now, IG really lacks a lot of CCs, right? Yes, you got the Falling Star Moon, a bit of a Roots going on, the Traction Pulse, provided you land that one as well. You need something that's more confirmed. Cho, technically speaking, does have the Way of the Dragon just a little bit. Yeah, single out somebody, perhaps you could try to go ahead and kick the Grandeur if you can catch him, but if you kick the Kalia, I think it's a little bit awkward in my opinion. Or you can potentially kick the Lancelot away. I think that's also one of the person they could target. But at the very least, this is a very different lineup on the side of Flash. Takes a nod over the side of Blade, what he likes to do in terms of the Lunox. There's also Arlot being selected by the side of Bear, which Flash has consistently banned in 2 games. We want to see the value that this Arlot brings into game number 3.
So there we go, ladies and gentlemen, the entire lineup between these two teams as they enter the Land of Dawn to play for match point. Who's going to be the one that will get themselves a series win? We gotta have to watch as we start things off with Flash that will open up at the orange buff, and of course the Fanny will open up at the purple buff. That will leave them all to congregate and go over to the gold lane by the end of all that jungle rotation.
Yeah, a bit of a strong showing from the side of Ignite Gaming, and that's the power of the Kimi, right? In the early game, as long as you aim your gun properly, you could just basically wave clear very quickly. And all of a sudden, the Lunox, right, has to play a bit of a catch-up. And this also allows the Kimi to start roaming towards the side lanes to cover for the EXP laner and the gold laner, right? So that's exactly what Ignite Gaming is really working on towards it. But let's take a look at the whole lineup for the side of Flash and also Ignite Gaming, right? Like what they are able to do, right? I think a lot more focus will be on Arlot to be able to set up the stage.
Is there anything else that we could see? Yeah, more or less. I think Arlot, main initiator, followed by Kalia. They have multiple ways that they can do things.
Yep.
They have the Kalia plus Lunox combo that they can play around with. In the meantime, Arlot can also open things up just so that Lancelot have got free punches all across the map. I think that this is a very diverse way that Team Flash can play. It is more or less a more... this is definitely a lot more difficult for them to pull off. This is a more difficult draft to play, aside from that initial combo where pick off and then we have numbers advantage there.
Yep, gone back into game once again. We're gonna pick up exactly where we left off. In fact, Kimi doesn't really hasn't started rotating it. Kurt TZ has to farm underneath the turret. a bit more pressure, but if you notice, Ignite Gaming starts hard invading Flash SG's jungle. We'll not be able to see Hades as of yet, but because Hades is already on the other side.
So looking at things, lane priority and all that jazz, Granger definitely have prior. That's one for Team Flash.
Yep, in the early game.
Yeah, in the early game. In the middle lane, Team Flash should be the one that has got lane prior in the middle lane because Kalia plus the Lunox is pretty darn strong as well. That's 2 points for Team Flash, and in the XP, Esmeralda is the one that will be able to win in lanes until it reaches
Level 4?
No, not really. Level 4 in terms of ulti, they are kind of the same. So
Flicker already committed by the side of Vanix. That's good information for the side of Ignite Gaming. And you know, you have a Fanny on the other side. Now Zac definitely has his eye trained on Vanix if Zac wants to pick up an easy first blood.
So I don't think that the XP lane is gonna go anywhere. We do have endless regeneration coming in from the Esmeralda. While in the meantime, the Arlord can do quite a lot of damage in lane. While in the meantime, Esmeralda, I'm not sure whether he can realistically do anything.
Ooh, immediately getting deleted right there. First blood given the side of Seiji. Once 1-1 starts picking up steam, exact same thing. It's a snowbally kind of hero and allows her to go all the way to the later part of the stage. Now Flash SG needs to find a way to track this back. Maybe a turtle kill and maybe a first blood.
It could go to anyone at this point, but Hades will take the turtle.
Taking turtle as well, unable to find anything more. Jay, I think Burst of Flicker as well, try to reach out. Taking away the purple buff is definitely going to be valuable for the side of Flash. However, it's going to be Zac securing it for himself.
Yep, no problems whatsoever for them to get that. So a good amount of, I will say, good footing for Ignite. They're not too far behind just yet, especially since looking at Team Flash's lineup, they can go pretty darn ham in the start of the game, as long as they kind of feed a little bit more over to the side of Vanix if he does pick up a Sky Piercer.
Yeah, and right now, technically speaking, if you notice, it's a lot easier to play the Esmeralda because all the Esmeralda has to do is really to spin, gain shields, whereas Bear has to, you know, calculate the trigonometry, making sure that the passive lands,
the
hypotenuse, solve for R and pi at the same time in order to be able to do damage and stay in the fight.
Damn, man.
All Yuta has to do is spam skills.
Yeah, that's why Team Flash's lineup is definitely and inherently more difficult to play out. While Ignite, they just kind of need to throw their bodies to a certain extent. But both teams, the most basic way of playing for both teams is just pick up. Rapid Dude wants to find someone, in the same way Jay wants to find someone. From that point onwards, it really just completely relies on the players, on how they want to move on from there. The only thing difficult about Ignite Gaming is Zac playing as a Fanny, right? Yep. How do you even move from one place to another? How do you navigate yourself within other team fights? And he is undoubtedly one of the main damage dealers of the team. If you don't get good cables, then the team loses a lot of damage.
I love the timing coming off both these two teams, right? Especially from the side of Team Flash. But hold on a second. Hades, may have got caught just a little bit more. Rapid Dude just knocking out Tsunami Slam, but Curtisi picking up Zac is definitely one way to equalize this, and Hades still staying alive, juking out Ignite Gaming.
With all of the members from the side of Team Flash rushing their way over to the turtle. All 5 members just congregating here. While Ignite, it kind of seems as though they are not too interested in this turtle at all. They want to focus on their lanes a bit. So with Esmeralda all the way down the bottom lane proxying, they want to look for post-turtle fights. And if they don't get anything, then this entire proxy just does nothing.
And the worst part is, right, hold a second, Vanix sidestepping Rapid Dude just a little bit more. Jay onto Rapid Dude, Seiji down low just a little bit, will be able to get on the way, but the burn coming off of Curtisi to find a slash going in, will be able to miss. Curtisi picking up the kill onto Rapid Dude as well. Tsunami Slam for the side of Jay onto Blade as Brilliant will be propped by the side of Curtisi as well. Yuta joining in the fight, Blade trying to output the damage from afar, down chipping Jay down low. And now Ignite Gaming losing 2 members earlier that way is not how Ignite Gaming wants to go into game number 3.
Not at all. Proxying and the bottom lane proxy does absolutely nothing now. They lost top lane. They lost the turret as well. There is so many things that they lost that they were unable to recover since a minute ago. If this continues, Team Flash is mostly just gonna win by tempo.
Yeah, literally, right? And hold on, you can start to see the damage coming off the Lancelot already. And if you notice how Flash is literally playing this map, they're playing the purple buff as if it's a turtle fight as well.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, makes absolute sense. Well, Zack does not have the retribution to kind of take the purple buff as well, and it's nowhere around to be seen too. So that is goodbye to purple buff for Ignite. Slows their growth down and their possibility to kill. So now Rapidude, he's got nothing that he can do. Absolutely nothing at all.
There you go.
They don't have a combo too. Now that I realize.
Yeah. But at the very least, Seiji will be able to pick up topside turret, right? And also with that first blood, hopefully that helps him just a little bit more. But I'm a little bit concerned. Earlier just now, Hades was already level 10 and Zack only just hit level 9. Ignite Gaming, oh, hold on a second, there's a bit of a trade back. Immediately get blown up to pieces. But it's not Ignite Gaming, but that's a good pickoff though.
Is it good enough though? That is one kill onto Bear for a turret in the bottom lane and very potentially a turret in the middle lane. So that is an overall loss in value again. Unless Ignite Gaming finds a way to swoop in for the kill over to Flash again. And let's not forget, there's Turtle again. So this is all about tempo. And Team Flash, they are playing the tempo well.
Yeah, it feels like they're literally hitting every single note on the rhythm game. And Flash feels like they pass every single haggle check, right? Because they're getting out with better deals as compared to Ignite Gaming.
This is rough for Ignite. If this goes on, they're lacking in money, they don't have the itemizations, and they have to just kind of play past them all the way until 15 plus minutes because Seiji needs items.
And Jay just gonna dive onto Yuta as well. Here comes the damage from the side of Ignite for Flash, and Ignite Gaming couldn't really hold as anything at all, as Rapidude will be the sacrificial lamb for the side of Ignite Gaming.
The good thing is now Zack has the purple buff. So there are definitely more things that he can do right now, and how he wants to use that resource is, you know, something that we're gonna have to see. He put himself now in the top lane to get some external pressure to take the burdens off as the rest of the team. But do remember, as long as Fanny is just running the map like that, it's also gonna siphon the gold away from Seiji, as both the jungler and the gold laner, they are sharing. They're sharing resources all around the map.
And a Fanny going down in terms of priority, in terms of gold distribution, it's not exactly ideal for Zack, right?
I would definitely say so, right? So in the end, they're both gonna have to play for what they can. Seiji can't pop off that early, so might as well toss one on Fanny.
Prepping for the total fight, but it seems like Seiji getting isolated right there by the final slash. Bear landing down that one perfectly, and Yuta has to run for the heals. Zack nowhere to be seen, trying to live for the win, but he will be able to up the damage. But he will be able to pick up both Phoenix and Jay, limping away, picking up a double kill for himself, equalizing that one. That's a bit of a shutdown goal as well, and Rapidude picking up a shutdown to Curtisi. Bear would trade for that though, but it's actually more worth for Ignite Gaming.
That is super worth for Ignite Gaming. The fact that the jungler got 2 kills out of that is more than enough to say that, okay, the jungler now, +1, needs the gold, got the gold. And now moving on forward, I think that as long as Zack continues this tempo, they will be able to fight for the upcoming Lord. But if it syncs up with the purple buff, or rather desyncs with the purple buff, it is definitely going to cost them a fight, because Cho can't really dance around the Lord that well. It leaves to the Esmeralda to do that, and that means that Esmeralda gonna have to enter a team fight with very little. Oh wow.
Oh, that was a very obvious product placement. I wasn't expecting this. That caught me off guard.
That caught me off guard as well.
I was like, is that a team fight? Oh dear Lord. Let's speak about Lord.
Placement. Oh, I love that.
Well done, observers. You caught us casters off guard. But speaking about getting off guard, Zack gets caught off guard. That's a shutdown goal. Swinging over the side of Vanix once again. Ignite Gaming taking 1 step forward, but they have to take 2 steps back.
Okay, so all that possible momentum, all the gold that Zack managed to get for himself to put himself on top of Team Flash, gone. I would like to believe that Hades and Zack should be of the same gold. No, actually no, definitely higher, because we're looking at a 3,700 gold advantage in favor for Team Flash. They managed to take down 3 turtles. They managed to take down 1 Lord as well. With the Lord that's marching in, they will get the Lord advantage as well. Clearing out almost every single one of these outer turrets is definitely guaranteed.
You can see how fluid the movements from the side of Hades on this Lancelot, right? If you've noticed, quite a few times he's used the minion waves to basically clear it very quickly. He's very confident in assassins, and that's the Hades I love to watch. What's that?
reminds me of multiple seasons ago.
Yeah.
It's all about the sneaky Lancelot. I will always remember him for his Lancelot. And Hellturns, yeah. Oh my god, Hellturns.
Yeah, definitely. Right, but now, okay, at the very least, the holy defense is already popped in the mid lane. Looks like Ignite Gaming, they need to pick up some form of defense, because remember we talk about, you know, the tempo they built for themselves is already now gone. Flash SG back into the pilot seat, and this is exactly what we're looking for. But hold on a second, Rapid conceal play, goes in, try to pick up, but gets picked up by Jay instead. The damage coming up, Ignite Gaming is not there, as Hades, he goes around the wall, right underneath! He's just starting onto Ignite Gaming!
Super anticlimactic, but that is more than enough for him to be able to create space. That is more of a zoning puncture to scare Ignite. Because remember, every single puncture that he makes, or rather every single dash he makes, it will increase in damage. So Ignite themselves knows what kind of threat it could very possibly be.
I've heard of zoning ultimates before, but I've never heard of zoning punctures. But speaking of zoning, Vanix will be able to pick up Rapidude right here. Zack goes for the spin, and Jay picking up Blade, immediately deleting, giving Vanix another Sky Piercer stacks. And now Flash SG on the snowball, cracks open 2 lanes.
First Lord that enabled them to get 2 inhibitor turrets. That is more than just value.
Oh man.
That is...
I'm still distracted by the zoning puncture. I've never heard of that word before.
Zoning puncture. But hey, it does make sense if you think
I've
about
heard of
it,
zoning,
right?
I've heard of Fanny zoning with using a spin around the base, but I've never heard of zoning punctures on a Lancelot before.
But it works so well
does.
against a team like Ignite, because all of the heroes from Ignite, they are not necessarily heroes that have very strong base defense, right? Rapidude may be decent base defense, but in terms of his items, he needs to have a good amount of defense plus the anti-cuirass to realistically be able to survive a big blow out of Hades. Because after all of their punctures and a single Thorn Rose, I think it's fair enough to say that Rapidude would lose close to 1/3 of his HP.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult for him to be able to re-engage to find that pickoff. So they gotta have to zone themselves away to not allow Hades to do all that jazz, right?
Yep.
Well, Yuda needs to stay alive, and he can't. He don't have very good base defense to just sit there, absorb all their attacks.
Conceal play coming in, allowing a bit of movement speed boost all the way to the Lord pick. Ignite Gaming is playing this map as if it's dangerous grass. But this is a Flying Cloud map that we're talking about, hiding around, making sure. But I feel like Ignite Gaming is not, the timing is actually kind of bad, but hold on a second, they really have to try to force it. Scouting Curtisi all the way, but Seiji's down low, just a little bit more, gets burned away by the Brilliance instead. The Lord secured by Hades, picking up Zack as the collateral damage, and now Flash SG looking to puncture Ignite Gaming, putting out the flames of Ignite. Yuta trying to pull the members on the side of Flash SG away from the main prize, but Hades is wrecking havoc. The one-man army in the base of Ignite Gaming.
Just pull Yuta for days while the rest of Team Flash marches themselves right into Ignite and completely ensure that Ignite have got no way to fight around this.
Wait, hold on a second. You can use the Flying Cloud of your enemy as you fly around, just literally smothering Ignite Gaming in game number 3 as they win this match.
Okay, that's
Today I
funny.
learned something.
Today we learned something. You can use the opponent's
I never knew.
clouds.
I never knew.
Oh my god, flying clouds. Oh goodness gracious.
Wait, does that mean that if you're escaping from an enemy's base, you could just tap onto the enemy's Flying Cloud and fly
Apparently!
out? I never learned. I never knew that.
So that actually promotes you to be able to dive into the opponent's base.
Oh. Today we learned something.
Oh.
I never knew. I never used the enemy's clouds because usually we're just trying to end the game.
Yeah, you'll just be thinking, yeah, that is yours to use. I wouldn't think, let me deny that.
Yeah, I mean, like, technically speaking, you can use your enemy's glyphs that, you know, allows you to dash forward just a little bit. Why not the clouds,
I mean,
right?
I mean, Cyclone's Eye is... It doesn't feel intrusive.
It feels like a public thing.
Yeah, it's public grounds, right? Yeah,
yep.
That's public space, but the base is clearly not public space.
Yeah, last we checked.
Last we checked.
Yeah, last we checked. But hey, this is definitely where Flash SG... I just feels like Flash SG is just giving us a bit of a roller coaster in terms of emotions, right? Game number 1, they look really strong. Game number 2, they look like eh. They woke up the wrong side of the bed. Game number 3, they come back as a beast, as Hades does a perfect masterclass when it comes to a Lancelot gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, since we have got MVPs in the junglers all the way, so I think it's pretty fair to say that
Production
Hades
is a
gonna
jungler
be...
main.
Oh!
I hate it when the production plays this kind of tricks on mind games on us. But of course, you know, the hidden damage, Curtese on the Lunox only died only once. And it's just also spreading a lot of damage all across the board, right? If you notice how the Lunox just being very invisible, just outputting damage, Seiji and also Rapidude tried to do a bit of a flanking maneuver onto Lunox, onto Curtese, but somehow, you know, it's just Seiji just enters a fight with like half HP, goes into Brilliance, cannot get tagged, and all of a sudden Seiji is in a bit of an awkward position.
Yeah, so what can I say? Lunox. 6:1:6 damage, big damage, shred, kill, death.
Enough said, you got your
enough
Holy
said.
Crystal, you got your Glowing Wand, that's more than enough.
Yeah, and some more, you have a career that enables you as well, right? Something that we could have expected a lot, or rather we can always expect from Blade in the previous games. It's kind of like that has always been the case.
Yeah, and if you notice the Lunox's emblem, Curtese's emblem, right? Like going for the put yourself together so that he could use the flicker as quickly as possible, because that's also very critical for her wombo combo, right? Also, another pointer to take note is I've seen a lot of Arlot builds, right? Arlots usually they're also the tank Arlots that build the tank emblem, but this time Bear opted for the fighter emblem. I'm also interested in what kind of item builds to go for. And if you notice for the side of Zac as well, I think. Yeah, Zac is able to output the damage earlier just now, but when it comes to later parts of the game, he's unable to close the game as well. Same could be said over his game number 1 performance.
So, looking at the items, just as you wanted to, we do have got the Dreadnought armor, Oracle, as well as the Dominance Ice. It's understandable to always first build into the Fury Hammer, just so that you'll be able to win in the lanes and really deal with the Esmeralda in the early stages, just so that, you know, get yourself out of the lanes well enough, so on and so forth. Well, in the meantime, all the other heroes, I'll say that there's nothing too out of the ordinary. One thing's for sure is that Vanix building up onto that Sky Piercer is definitely great, but it did not pay all that great of a dividends, because he only had a total of 3 kills to his name.
Yeah, but that's good enough, right? Because I've seen Grangers before back against the wall, but once the Sky Piercer starts racking up stacks, oh boy, he's doing a lot of damage. But the Wind of Nature is definitely very ideal at this particular game, because you're going up against Seiji as well on the 1-1. Once you go into crossbow and tank, you just need some form of invulnerability, and that could hopefully tide across the damage. But also another thing is, for the side of Jay, going for the fleeting time as well, allowing the spam the Tsunami Slam over and over again, catching key targets, definitely going to be helpful in terms of picking up these kills.
Yep, and all in all, of course, kill participation is just all over the board. As much as I thought that Jay might have the highest kill participation because of the fact that he is literally one of the main and only catch, okay, not only, one of the main catch of the team that enables Curtese, he's only got 50% KP, so it's more of the fact that there are a lot of other kills that is credited somewhere else. Could be because of the fact that Ignite Gaming, they are a team that have a lot of range, right? We've got the what's that? Kimi, we've got 1-1. They are all generally very far apart, and let's not forget Fanny.
Yeah, but it's also easy for Curtese to pick up these kill participation. The fact that you're also your first skill in your light form actually just deals a lot of AoE damage. Go to Brilliance, it also takes damage as well. But you cannot also deny the fact that he's also doing a lot of damage, even in the Brilliance form, right? And of course, if you look back game number 1, this is where Flash SG is such an absolute beast. And then after that, Ignite Gaming, you know, Zac also picked up Fanny this time around, hopefully, and was hoping, you know, game number 3 was a different case. But I feel like Flash SG is more than ready to deal with, you know, Zac on the Fanny, especially when Zac comes from a community space where they don't really know how to deal with a Fanny that's, you know, just doing a lot of damage all across the board. But this is Flash that we're talking about.
This is an extremely drawn out fight. This is the fight. This is the game that we are looking for. Damn. So one of the only... Okay, Bear was the last man standing. And it's kind of understandable. 1v5 is not much that you can do. But we don't really have the excerpt all the way from the start of that fight all the way to the end. But one thing's for sure that we know, that was Hades that just got caught.
Yeah.
Game went a little bit too way longer than they would expect.
That's why I'm really not a massive fan of Vision Shin, right? Even though yes, it's like S+++ tier in MPL, but I'm not a big fan. It's either you go big or you go home. It's either you go super big or you just go home. There's no gray area, right? Whereas as a Lancelot, there's still a lot of recovery for you. This because of your iframes and everything. Yes, your Mountain Shocker, you can argue that it also provides a lot of vision and also stun, but provided you land them.
Honestly, I just want to see that triple marksman thing again.
What?
To be honest, it doesn't make sense.
Okay.
But they have so much damage in the early game, mid game, late game. Like, what the hell? And it's okay. Marksmen, they're not skill reliant, right?
Yes, they're not.
They're not super skill reliant.
Ouch.
They're no, not that. They are not skill 1, skill 2, skill 3 reliant.
Okay.
Right? So it's a lot of basic damage, a lot of passive damage.
Granger.
But its cooldown is not that crazy, right?
Okay,
There's still a lot of passive damage that can be done.
Alright, definitely.
So even if they were to catch someone, they poured everything onto this guy, they can still deal with everyone else because they deal passive damage through their basic attacks. So it's kind of crazy to me that you can catch people, pour so much damage onto them, and you still have so much more abundance of damage that you can pour to everyone else.
Yeah, but it's also depends on how, the team sets up for you, right? Because definitely your EXP laners and also your jungler and even your roamer needs to set out for your gold laners to do the damage from afar.
Now, with that all said and done, that's the end of game number 3 and series number 1. And of course, the entire MPL SG, of course, is backed and of course helped by our presenting partner, IT, with a redeem code down at the bottom. You can use the QR code in order to get yourself that. And of course, I will always repeat that over and over again. As long as you buy one of the 2 promo or collab drinks, we've got a Kadita one as well as the 111.
I got the 111.
You got the 111?
Yes.
Oh, 111.
111. I just realized how weird that sounds.
Yeah. But hey, it's fair enough. So every time you buy any one of these 2 collab drinks, you actually get yourself... Shut up. You get one of these scratch cards, right? You scratch the scratch card and you might be able to get yourself the big chance of flying over to Jakarta, where you will be able to participate or you will be able to watch the international games where the Singapore MPL SG champions will go for. So you will be able to support your fellow Singaporeans in that.
And thank you very much, IT, for actually helping us. But of course, don't be like me. Please take a photo or basically scroll back, get that redemption code, and save some money as well.
So, we're gonna have to clean up the battlefield first though.
Yep.
Because we do have 2 more series that is coming up for you guys. So, once we clear up the battlefield a little bit, make sure that there's no more blood splatters in the Land of Dawn. Scrub it all out.
Yeah, there should be like a game called... Wait, there is a game that. Like
clean up
Battlefield clean on MOBAs, right?
Yeah, actually,
that should be cool. That should be fun.
That's smart. So with that all said and done, we're gonna go off for a short little break, and once we are back, we'll give you guys the 2nd series of MPL SG Season 10, Week 2, Day 1.
Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: Seeded Stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket Stage, all leading up to the playoffs, where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded Stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger Qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay! Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood!
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me.
Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs. Where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket stage. In this stage,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, from farther, closer, closer. Welcome back to MPL SG Season 10. My name's Abstract. With me here is Jace. The two of us are going to be your caster for today's games, and we are going to be looking at two teams that will be facing off against each other. That is going to be Kingdom Esports going up against RSG Singapore.
Yeah, definitely, right? Kingdom Esports won one match, lost one match. Yeah, the performance a little bit not too shabby either, because don't forget you've got veteran cards all across the board. You've got Lozy right there, you've got FMM right there. However, they're going up against RSG. RSG has yet to win a single match because, albeit, they've met with quite a few strong competitors, right? Like the likes of Flash SG and Ignite Gaming as well.
Right, okay, that's fair.
Yep.
So now that this is a very front-heavy games for RSG, to be honest.
Definitely.
So it is going to break their mentality right from the start of the tournament, and then it starts to get a little bit easier for them to a certain extent, because they still have to deal with evil, which will come about time soon-ish, right? So honestly, I am just looking forward to see how that is going to work out for them. But I do kind of want to talk a little bit more about Kingdom, though.
Yep, definitely. But we do have this graphic. We know when the production team approaches us to talk about this graphic, I love this graphic so much, because after starting to pay attention to this kid, since Season 4, Season 3 kind of slipped under my radar just a little bit when he's still with Almighty. Season 4 Slate Esports, he joined in, he fit in like a glove with the old Evil stack, and then after that has been ongoing with the same stack all the way to Season 6. And if you notice that, all across the board, he's been, jumping from gold laner to mid laner to roam to gold to roam to mid. He's got one full circle back into the mid for now, but it allows him to glimpse through all the various different sides of the Land of Dawn, and gives you a lot of perspective. Like, now he sees the game as a very totally different side of the book, even better than some of the roamers I say in the league.
This is kind of like a pattern kind of thing whereby it tests your IQ. Is it IQ? Yeah, tests your IQ.
Gain knowledge.
What is Season 11 gonna be? Well, who is he gonna be in Season 11?
True. I'm always very bad at those.
He's going to be a
jungler.
That would be funny. That would be funny, to be fairly honest. We'll see how that's gonna go, right?
To be honest, my brain's very smooth. I really always botch this kind of IQ test. But here it is. In his all Insanity in the EXP lane, Yawn, FMM, Grant, and also Lozy. Lozy used to be from Team Flash, now he's finding himself Kingdom Esports, alongside with Sammy, by the way. I know they are very thick together as friends, always go out and hangs out and chill. And now, if we go to the battle stations, hopefully we'll be able to see Sammy also there as well. There you go.
There we go.
Yeah, boy.
Sammy boy.
Yeah, and also, he's definitely very knowledgeable in the game, right? Now you got
Sammy, you blocked another person already.
Now you got three of the very... I lost it. I literally lost it. But now, you got three very veteran players here, right? And also, people who are in the MLBB scene for a long time, right? FMM, Lozy, and Semi as well. So we're definitely expecting a lot from Kingdom Esports. However, they did drop a match last week against Absolute Zero.
So understandably, I would love to see how they're gonna be giving RSG a run for their money. I don't know how this is gonna be like, but RSG though, I think that they are one of the main topics we're gonna talk about, right? Since RSG, they're a staple team name. We have always heard RSG being in MPL SG, but the players is what I will want to talk about, because they are mostly new players. Mostly, right? We have Taurus in the XP, PTBL in the jungle, Murphy in the middle, Ash over the gold, and Hoki that is on over to Rome. So understandably, we don't really see like long-time veterans in this lineup. We definitely do have Ash that has been here before. Hoki has been here before, if I recall correctly. So all the other players, they are relatively new. So I do want to find out how are they dealing with the stress, how are they dealing with, the pressure coming in, dawning onto the RSG jersey, saying that, okay, we are here to really do some big work.
Yeah, definitely, right. Don't forget, this is RSG, 4.0, 5.0? as of now, because don't forget you've got your Sync, Sana, LY4, Forza stack.
Oh my god.
That's Season 1, and definitely, I'm not even counting the MYSG days. You've also got your Bray stack with Baby Cakes, File 5.
Oh my god.
You got Lucian QD and Oki stack. And then you've got your Closer and CS stack. Now Closer is in Team Flash, and this is definitely going to be a brand new one. They've got big shoes to fill in, and there's a lot of high hopes and expectation on this brand new fresh faces. But don't forget, RG is always known for picking up new talents, and then after that, grooming and shaping them. Don't forget, remember Season 1, Diablo was a joke. He was a
Paquito!
right? And then after that, he became the face of MPL Singapore itself.
Yeah.
And that's where, you know, sometimes people come from humble beginnings.
Yep. So this could very likely be the same case for many of these players from RSG here. One of them is gonna spiral out of control in a couple of seasons in. Yeah, you will never know.
You laugh at them now.
I laughed at Diablo. I mean, remember, I even told him right out, like,
but
you know
what?
what?
He's the most handsome guy there.
Back then, you remember his pro. I even told him before, right? I even told him before. You remember the very first season you were in MPL. Man, I think that you are a snotty guy. Yeah, your profile picture makes me really think that you are a very annoying gangster. Or was it like?
But he's not. He's
YP?
A gentle soul.
That's not what the story of the photo sounds like.
But of course, never judge the cover. Never judge the book by its cover, and never judge the story from the first chapter. Right? Never judge RSG right now. You never know what kind of shenanigans they may pull, because you know, a fresh bunch of faces right here with nothing left to do, going up against Kingdom Esports in the helm of Lozy right there. You got FMM, you got Yon as well, and also Sammy earlier just now you saw in the battle stations instead of Icy Frost. Yeah, like literally, right? They've got nothing left to lose, a lot to prove.
So, of course, brand new draft, brand new teams from, of course, a little bit of freshness from the previous game or previous series. It is, of course, Coach Melon going up against Coach Icy Frost.
Icy Frost's not there.
Oh, right, yeah. Coach Sammy. I mean, he literally his jersey was just right there. So, I just want to know how Yisun Shin is going to come into play, right? Because so far, I would like to believe that Yisun Shin has got, what, 100% pick ban? Yeah, 100% pick ban.
100% pick ban, and don't forget, this is Expanding Rivers. This is the map for Yisun Shin if both these teams want to prove it. So I believe if I were, especially RSG, right, I take it away. Just go Scorched Earth style. Don't allow the Yisun Shin, because right now, it's S++ tier. Especially on this map, it's like elevated. Is there another level above
river.
S++?
S++, I mean, SR.
I don't know what kind of...
SSR.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah. If you want to go that.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to that direction. But Farsa, okay, Farsa is going to thrown into the banning pool as well, and it's all up to Kingdom if whether they want to care about that Yisun Shin or not. Having a Yisun Shin in the team, once again, always allows your team to play very flexible and a lot into the early stages of the game, because it enables your gold laners by coming out of the lanes early as a fighter.
Yeah, you can definitely. There's a lot more flexibility if you go for a Yisun Shin in the jungle, right? You allow your marksman or your gold lane to be a lot more flexible. You can go for your range gold laners as well, like your Harif. We haven't seen much gold lane Harifs right now in this particular patch from the side of MPL Singapore, but you know, everything is exciting to see right now, right? RSG. Don't forget, there's also the new Obsidia that some of the teams has tried before, but to no avail. It's not really good. I think it was Kingdom Esports Grand was the one that picked up the first Obsidia of MPL Singapore, right?
I can't exactly remember, but we can check out the stats in a bit later. But you know, now the baton is gonna be passed over to RSG. Oh, it is Grant?
It's just Grant. I just searched Obsidia now. Check our sheets.
Only Grant. Yep. So Grant is the only one to play Obsidia. And it's a 0% win rate.
0% win rate.
Damn.
Yeah, so yeah, definitely, right? Because Obsidia is such a very interesting hero right now. But okay, RSG, PTBL not going to go for the Yisun Shin, going to focus on the Murphy's Kimi right off the bat. This allows Kingdom Esports. Oh, Jin Insanity going for the Uranus. That's exactly what he likes to play. Giving Yon the Yisun Shin, especially for someone like Yon that could like identify opportunity and snowball out of control. We kind of shape him up like the successor of Bray, but I still expecting more coming out from Yon.
Yeah, he's notably a player that plays a lot of jungle assassins. He's one of his first debut plays whereby he only showed assassin heroes. And remember back in the playoffs, suddenly just poof, and it's like, hey, wait, this guy can play tank junglers too.
Akai, I remember that.
There was
one.
an Akai?
Akai. It was an Akai jungle tank. Because there's a period, that was a period of time where Martis Tank was playing as well, jungle at the same time, but you know, it just shows that he's really confident in his rotations. He's also very aggressive, especially when we start watching him play in community tournaments, right? He's so aggressive, he identifies weak points, he's gonna start hard invading, and if you notice, RSG goes for the Fragment. This is a hero that's not very vulnerable to hard counter jungles.
So now we are going to be left with R3 to be picked out. They can, of course, go for... Okay, Farsa has been removed. Technically speaking...
The Eve, perhaps?
Eve?
Remember, Eve and the Uranus is a perfect wombo combo together, and you're also immediately immune to the Franco Bloody Hunt, and also if I want to go into the real-world manipulation. But Kingdom Esports goes for Lozi's Grok. Now, Lozi's Grok is a different breed.
Yeah, very aggressive Groks, right? Most of the time, Groks would want to play passive because they just want passive vision, give the team information. And technically speaking, now that they have the Yi Sun-shin, they have a lot of information that they could get for themselves and move on forward from that point onwards. So, from first pick to third pick, RSG right now, they do have got ways whereby they have good pick-off coming in from the Franco. It is a skill shot pick-off though, so you're gonna have to remember that. In the meantime, we also have the Traction Pulse, which is also a skill shot AoE crowd control. So right now, RSG's lineup is very crowd control.
This land is our homeland,
skill
and it will soon be your burial ground.
So mobility, I think that is going to be a very important thing for KE if they want to kind of sidestep some of these skill shots, if they even want to care about that at all. We don't have burst damage just yet from RSG, so they're lacking of XP. They're also lacking of gold laners. And right now, it is a very open draft. This first 3 pick from RSG, I feel kind of questioned. I don't know how are they going to make full use of the Bloody Hunt. What kind of combo can they do?
I will choose my own path.
Bloody Hunt and Uranus, I will ask you why. I think so. It's really up to the Bloody Hunt onto the last 2.
It has to be a carry
hero from the side of Kingdom Esports. But don't forget, Hoki is a very strong Franco, right? There's a reason why sometimes in the community I nickname him as Hookie, because he's really able to land on. Remember? Yeah, we called him that, right? He was able to land on all these iron hooks properly, but now he's going up against Lozi, who has mastered the Franco like season 3, right? He was literally called the Fisherman last time. I call him that because he likes to go fishing. But now this time around, he's Bob the Builder. He's building walls, he's blocking exit points. And right now, if you take a look at RSG's lineup, yes, you got
among the planes exists the equilibrium,
but
which I was made for.
It's really scary. Lozi's Grok is absolutely scary.
So with the Lunox as well as the Eve out of the question, the baton is now going to be passed over to KE, where they are lacking of same thing, a gold laner and a mid laner. So they have good crowd control. They do have someone that can really survive. Oh, they decided to go for a proper gold laner. So this actually threatens RSG to not be able to pick up a carry of their own, because this way Granger is going to have a great field day in the gold lane. So I do like that flexibility from KE. Now it's just left over to RSG. What kind of hero will allow them to make full use of the Bloody Hunt and still be able to deal with such tanky front lines? Is 1-1 really and truly the way to go? Or do they want to get someone that can really deal with the tanky front lines by using Demon Hunter Sword?
Well, I was thinking 1-1 is a interesting choice if they want to go for it, because the Uranus is more than happy to absorb all of that 1-1 shots, right? Moskov makes sense. You're able to juke around. You may able to also land down the Spear of Misery onto the Uranus to kind of push him away. Another contender to be able to use the Bloody Hunt and also that burst him down very quickly, because don't forget, Kimi and Moskov is kind of DPS. And also CC as well, right? Shred. Another potential gold laner that I think RSG could have gone for, technically speaking, is a Bane. Bloody Hunt, Spit, Ultimate, done.
I would say that it's not too bad considering the fact that they do have the Kimi, but the lack
will
of
find
reach
a way,
might be a bit of
even when
a
all is
problem.
forlorn.
But regardless, that is gonna be a Vexana pick coming in from the side of KE. So Vexana and Granger being R4 and R5.
I like this one because the problem about Grox is that usually, just in case the wall actually builds in a very awkward position, you need range, right? So from the Granger and also the Vexana point of view, they have that range to kind of compensate for the wall. Basically, they can play around the wall or behind the wall and allow, you know, the frontliners like the Uranus and also the Grok to absorb all that damage. So it's really pivotal on how Lozi lands down the Grok wall. But hey, you know, this is Lozi we're talking about. I've seen him literally build the walls in very interesting ways. And don't forget, right now, this expanding rivers, the Grok is able to roam very quickly. Same could be said over the Franco because of his passive.
So ultimately, Kingdom Esports generally play for a front to back kind of thing. They deal with the front lines and then slowly advances to the back side of RSG. And technically speaking, RSG would do the same thing because at this point in time, yes, they do have a CC that they can kind of combo with the Franco, but it's not exactly a true combo because you can't immediately kill someone even after that hook and the bloody hunt happens unless the entire team of RSG just literally dove onto that one person, which we know is not gonna go well because of the fact that, you know, everyone just can't get it together.
Yeah, you got a tech charge that Lozi can easily disengage everything, and all of a sudden, yes, you're able to dive onto somebody with the Bloody Hunt. All Lozi has to do is just charge one person down. Then after that, you got the FMM's ultimate at the same time. So all of a sudden, everything that you kind of built up for may go to waste. So RSG, I feel like if they really want to win this one, Hoki needs to land down the perfect hook into the perfect Bloody Hunt or flicker up Bloody Hunt. Everybody bust this person away and get out of there.
And of course, let's talk about lane priority, right? I would say that Granger definitely have got more lane prior than Ash due to the inherent way to just poke the opponents out. In the middle lane though, it is Kimi and Franco. Kimi and Franco is not exactly much better than a Grok plus Vexana, so priority goes over to Kingdom Esports. While down to the bottom lane, I don't really want to talk about this because it's just Uranus, right?
It's definitely going to be a winning lane for CC, right? CC can easily strat against a Uranus. Uranus needs some time perhaps to heal up all the way because of the passive stacks, but it's gonna take a little bit longer because Taurus is more than happy to shred, especially when Green Insanity step forward just a little bit. So he step forward a little bit over there, gets taunted by PTBL. Still on the face though, but he heals all the way back up.
Yeah, he don't mind that. In fact, it's much more encouraged for him to get hurt because he do want to keep up with those radiant stacks.
Oh, lots of damage landing onto Lozi. Lozi tanking up as much as possible. The damage coming up from FMM is there, lands onto Murphy, but Lozi has to limp away, doesn't have level 4 as of yet.
Insanity is looking for an opportunity, and so will Lozi. Lozi is not level 4 just yet, but they're going in.
Here comes the traction pole as well. Yon steals away the turtle right away from RSG noses, and also Ash throwing the Moscow Spear of Destruction all the way into the turtle pit right there. But PTBL and Yon takes the bite down to the dust, and it's still Kingdom Esports picking away the first turtle.
A turtle for the side of Kingdom Esports, while in the meantime picking up 2 as well. One onto PTBL and the other one onto Hoki. While RSG, they got 1 kill, credited over to Murphy, and the one that's died, unfortunately, is also gonna be Yon. So both of the junglers went down throughout the entire fight, so it's a complete reset in some sense for the junglers. But all in all, Kingdom Esports definitely appreciated that a little bit more, especially since one of the kills went over to FMM. Exactly what they need for the early game.
Yeah, it's a 1k gold lead, right? Had one of the other junglers actually didn't fall, it's gonna be beneficial for the other side, right? But the fact is, it's just a scorched earth kind of tactic for both of these two teams. I lose my jungler, you lose yours. It's still a-okay, but Kingdom Esports definitely got the better part of that trade.
So ultimately, it comes down to how much influence we are able to see from Kingdom Esports because of the advancing wave clears from them. So once they have managed to clear that out, where do they go? How do they make use of their time? So at this moment in time, they moved all the way to the northern side, completely zones out the Moskov, not allowing the Moskov to get into lane, and gives free farm over to Grant. And this way, there is a lot more of those turret shields that he can take off, enhancing more farm for him, just so that Grant can get the kill, get the Sky Piercer, number 1 earlier, number 2 be able to pop off way earlier so that they win the game under 15 minutes.
Yeah, Grant picking up the Sky Piercer is what you mentioned already, and of course a level advantage for the side of Grant as well. And now as we go into the mid part of the game, but hold on a second, there's a lot of damage onto Lozy by the side of Murphy though, but the wall is a little bit awkward, and now Ash landing down onto the Spear of Destruction as well in the middle right there, but not going to take it once again. Turtle has spawned, but this means that Ash is completely locked out from the Turtle fight.
It's not too big of a deal, unfortunately. Kingdom Esports, they do have got the Turtle enmity onto Drinsanity, but the rest of the members from RNG, like literally 4 members here, they're just holding themselves. The Turtle is biding their time.
Turtle is actually healing Drinsanity up, and now he's ready for the charge right here.
Oh!
PTPL sneaks away the Turtle right underneath Kingdom Esports. Revenge is so sweet. The Bloody Hand lands on the Drinsanity. Drinsanity pops into Consecration. He walks out of there, buying off all the damage and also the utility from the side of RSG.
So there was no death at all from both sides, but the Turtle went over to RSG.
And Drinsanity is back in the fight again.
Yeah, I mean,
HP.
Consecration plus a lot of Radiant stacks. That is just the power of a EXP Renus. As long as you just keep getting hit, there is absolutely no way that you won't be able to heal within 10 seconds.
Right now, it's just, you know, Kingdom Esports losing that one Turtle right here. It's still a bit of a gold advantage for the side of Kingdom Esports, but, you know, it's still not too shabby either. RSG can definitely climb all the way back up. But closer to the latest part of the game, Moskov and also Murphy, and Ash and also Murphy should be able to rack up enough items to basically shred across Yawn to perhaps Grand, and it's all up to Drinsanity to just bait up as much basic shots as possible.
Slowly charge things up. That is going to be a quick fight over to the side of Murphy. Good hook!
Oh, that's exactly what we're talking about. The hooky will be able to land on the Grand. Unfortunate casualty from the side of Kingdom Esports. That luck from Hooky basically earns that pick off right there.
That is big, that's huge.
Massive.
Getting a kill on the ground now allows the Moskov to completely shove out the wave. Kingdom Esports zoned out and unable to stop this Moskov from clearing out that turret.
Yep, Drinsanity gets a curtain call right there from inside Taurus. Still able to just force a Consecration, heals all the way back up though. But it feels like, you know, Kingdom Esports losing side lanes right now.
I don't think it's too big of a deal just yet. Moskov, yes, you got the lane. You unlocked yourself, but you will want to rotate down to the bottom lane. This allows the CC to go a little bit more into the fight and be more proactive, but I don't see how it's going to be a big deal as of now.
A wall will be built, Tectonic Charge, but we'll be able to tag onto Murphy. Murphy will be able to just run away like it's nothing. Kingdom Esports poured quite a lot of utility onto Murphy right there, but it all goes to waste.
We're 7 minutes into the game. The next turtle now has appeared. With RSG having the turtle enmity. Oh, they're just going to be trying to get themselves a little bit more ideas of how they want to do things. PBL did get a turtle though.
Just Uranus things, right? I feel like Ash is basically hurting himself. Drinsanity picks up Ash right there, but this gives a bit more breathing space on the side of Grand. Traction Pulse will be able to land. Hooky and lands on the hook onto FMM though. These hooks are insane coming out from Hooky as Lozy will not be able to save it. Drinsanity absorbing some damage from the side of Murphy, but once again, this is exactly very helpful for Drinsanity instead.
You know, one thing I just realized is that it's no longer a WoW charge because you said Tectonic charge, and I was like,
yep.
Since when did I change their name? it's not that WoW anymore.
It's not in the patch notes.
Yeah, it's like Tectonic charge.
Yeah, it's Tech charge as well.
Does that mean that they removed the tectonic plates? Is it called tectonic plates?
Yeah, I think it's inspired by the word tectonic.
Yeah, it just kind of like creates like earthquakes and all.
Yeah, it does, because it did create some form of earthquake, and Murphy just flew over the wall very easily, right? I think Murphy didn't even need the Purify wasn't even on as well. He could just jump over. So now Kingdom Esports, those CCs are not sticking onto RSG, and now Kingdom Esports forced to do this right here. Nice flicker from the side. Hoki will be able to dodge away, but that means that no flicker bite coming up from the side of RSG for the next 100 seconds.
Yep, it forces that flicker. I thought that Hoki might as well just throw a hook before actually flickering out, because I mean that's a wall already, so it might be nice to be able to get some bonus out of that. But perhaps not exactly too keen to start off a fight when they don't have a lot of damage at this point.
Yeah.
I can't help but feel that RSGSG is lacking of a lot of damage sources.
Yeah, the wall is basically being built, but now, Lozy, flicker, ultimate right into the wall, but nothing actually sticks from the side of RSG, and now Kingdom Esports may be punished right here. Murphy outputting the damage right here. PTBL stepping forward just a little bit. Lozy down low. PTBL snags out the kill. Insanity looks like he's going up next. The Spear of Destruction will just whiz past dangerously, cutting the battlefield in half between RSG and Kingdom Esports.
1-0, while Ash pushes all the way down to the bottom lane. Lord appears, and RSG now have got advantage as they, as Kingdom Esports lack the opportunity and the utility to be able to start the fight with no crowd control on their side. That's all Insanity can do. Go in, take some radiant charges, and of course poke them a little bit.
The Lord has been reset right here. You can see FMN desperately try to open up, and it's going to be Yawn taking the Lord away by the side of RSG. RSG just gives them a arm's rev. They don't want anything to do with Kingdom Esports, even though RSG is winning.
That is a gift from RSG to Kingdom. That is hands down a gift.
What, mercy?
I don't know. They went for the Lord, and then they slowly inched down. It's like, oh crap, Kingdom is here. Let's slowly back off.
Lozy biting onto, getting bit by the side of Hoki. Hoki goes into the Winter Crown as well. Here comes the Eternal Guard for the side of FMM, trying to output the damage a little bit, but it's gonna be Grant slamming the Rhapsody bullet after bullet, but Taro's unfazed takes down FMM.
There's still Grant as well as Yon though, and of course a very solid front line, but it is 3v5, so this is not something that Kingdom Esports will be able to get for free. Despite having a Lord down to the bottom lane, top lane should be able to be dealt with pretty simply, but looks like RSG is moving together to deal with the Lord and just giving the top turret away for free.
Yeah, this is basically the gift that RSG gave over the side of Kingdom Esports. Kingdom Esports poised to get even more, perhaps even top side, right? But at the same time, I think Kingdom Esports just needs to play a lot of catch up as compared to RSG. RSG, on the other hand, this is basically uncharted territory for them. For once, they're basically leading the charge just a little bit better as compared to the past few games in previous matches. Kingdom Esports, on the other hand, they have to respect Hoki's Franco.
It does seem like, okay, this is gonna be a big fight.
Lots of damage onto FMM though. FMM will be able to walk away. SOD will go wide just a little bit more. But then again, RSG unable to catch anything buddy from the side of Kingdom Esports at all.
And at this point in time, it's just going to be getting a little bit more messy. As the rest of Kingdom Esports, they want something out of the T1 turret in middle, but RSG managed to save that turret pretty nicely, ensuring that Kingdom will not get a free turret takedown.
I see what Insanity wants to do. Goes in, basic attack that turret and tank the turret shots, and then back her off. I see that.
We have two very different ways of looking at what he did.
Why?
He just wants to uphold his Radiant stacks.
Oh, that's an EXP lane to talk about. Speaking of which, that's going to be Yawn destroying the turret right in the middle, open up the map just a little bit more. That's going to be the Mountain Shocker landing down, and Eternal got so many ultimates from the side Kingdom Esports just for one mid lane turret.
It's currently completely neck and neck, actually, and it's 12 minutes into this game. It could go to anyone at all, but looking down and looking at this this lineup, it's also a double marksman game for both team, right? But in terms of proper scaling, it definitely feels as though that RSG have got a way stronger late game potential because of that Moskov, and a pretty good way to initiate fights, hold people down. The only problem that I saw in RSG is that they don't have a proper combo to work with Hoki in the early game because they don't have that burst damage. But in the late stages, any crowd control is necessary, and every crowd control is good to really supplement the damage for these marksmen such as Murphy and Ash.
Yeah, but now they do, right? Now if the Iron Hoe actually lands onto either FMM, Yawn, or even Grant, follow up with Bloody Hunt. You've got Murphy and you've also got Ash to basically follow up. It's gonna be impending doom now. The Lord will be reset right here. Traction Pulse will be landed. Jinsan step forward just a little bit. FMN just lingering around, waiting for cooldown just a little bit. Yon's a little bit slow to the fight right there. And now Jinsanity maybe no longer alive right here. BTBL will be able to pick up the kill. Grant will be stepping forward just a little bit more. But Yon picks up Murphy at the same time. And he has to run from Taurus. Lozy landing the fight right here to balance out the aggression coming up from the side of RSG. And Kingdom Esports, yes, they won a battle, but Ash is cracking up top.
Oh man, play the macro game. That is exactly what Ash is doing, and this might be an almost free inhibitor turret, but unfortunately I don't think that. Oh wait, he might. He's trying to really crack it.
Ash is actually trying to crack it right here. Down low just a little bit more. Lozy as well, but FMM is there to save the day. And not only just that, Kingdom Esports sneaks away the Lord right here. Ash may stay a little bit too much longer out in the top side.
A little bit of unfortunate prioritization from Ash, because there was actually a lot of opportunity and a lot of time that he could have knocked away that T3 turret. So he lost his life at the final second while the Lord is marching in. So now RSG may have a little bit of a problem trying to deal with all of these waves marching in, while Kingdom Esports is at a full it's a 5-man roll call. They can push down this inhibitor turret in the top lane, rendering Ash's efforts completely useless.
Right now the Lord maybe charging just a little bit more. The Guardian's Barrier will be built right there, blocking up any form of entrance right here. Don't forget, this is still a pick-off composition by the side of RSG. If RSG lands a perfect hook onto Yon, Grant and also FMM are forced to follow up.
This is gonna be a game that might last to like 20 plus minutes, very likely. Unless Kingdom Esports somehow managed to find a way to close it out. Oh, Traction Pulse lands.
Traction Pulse lands onto that Taurus jump all the way in the fray right here. He's actually quite tanky, but he gets busted down by Grant. Rhapsody right in the middle of the forehead. Murphy spreading the damage right there. Yon will be able to limp away just a little bit. Murphy up close right there, but the damage coming out from Kingdom Esports is not there. Murphy will be able to chase them away.
The game will definitely drag on for a bit. Kingdom and RSG, they are looking for more items in order to really just pop off for one another. It is kind of a skill-based fight coming moving forward. All about the micro, I would say. Ranger currently completely decked out, while Yi Sun-shin is the same. While we look at Kimi, not decked out just yet. We got 2 items short. While for Moskov, 1 item short. So there is clearly a benefit going over to Kingdom Esports because of their 4,500 gold lead. I think that they got an exponential increase in gold lead because of the failed top push from Ash.
Yep. If you notice, Kimi's these days actually pick up the Demon Hunter sword as well.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, it's because of the bonus percentage HP. Every time the bullet actually lands, it procs that as well, so that's why you start to see a lot more Kimi's picking that item up. Especially when you got Insanity to strat through, you got Lozy to strat through. Yeah, so that's a really good item pickup coming up beside the RSG.
So we'll see how much damage that could very potentially go. So we do have 2 marksmen that can really shred.
Just look at the numbers.
Okay, damn, look at that.
This feels good, right?
Feels good, it does feel good. Do I see any white numbers?
I'm a massive fan of high attack speed kind of heroes. Even if I do peanut damage, I feel good.
1 damage.
Then I'll play the Diggy.
hey, don't look down on him. He deals true damage, okay?
Yeah, true 1 damage. Anyway, speaking of true damage, here we go. It's gonna be Hoki gets knocked up sky high just a little bit more. The SOD will be landing in a bit of an awkward position. Ash doesn't really dare to take it as Kingdom Esports pushes SG back as a setup for the Lord for themselves.
Not a problem at all, but the fact that Hoki doesn't have a lot of HP is definitely gonna be a problem. He doesn't have flicker as well, so he can't go for any form of flicker hooks. He can just go in and just try for a hook, but that means that he will lose his life.
And not only just that, FMM will be able to pick it up, and all of a sudden the catch potential for the side of RSG is completely gone, and Yon will step forward, doesn't really have care in the world onto Taurus, and now it's just gonna be leaving Grant all the way back. Yon side stands Appraisal's Wrath for the side of PTBL as Ash destroyed once again, trying to sneak as much much structure from the side of Kingdom Esports as possible, but Kingdom Esports snacks away the Lord.
Oh no, that might not look good, look that good for Taurus. But regardless, I'm kind of surprised that Insanity is actually still alive throughout this entire fight, considering the fact that there are 3 shredders from RSG.
Yeah, I mean, that's a Uranus, right? Just pops Consecration, and then after that, just proceeds to live in green health. He's able to just outlast all this damage. Don't forget, this is technically RSG's territory. They have the damage to deal against Kingdom Esports, but they lose 2, well, make that 3 Lords over the side of Kingdom Esports.
I think that the main thing that they're lacking in really closing out these fights is a lack of burst. The one thing that Uranus is scared of is burst damage. If you just keep on dealing pellet damage over to Insanity, that is exactly what a CC, that is exactly what a Kimi and a Moskov does. So no one that can really and truly burst him down for good. He will just get out and come back in again and just relentlessly come in with that endless painful cycle.
Yeah, it's just constant resets, right? He's able to bait out as much damage and also a nice bait coming outside RSG, putting the Lord over to the other side. Traction Pulse to set up a bit of a zoning area for the side of RSG, allowing them some for the Lozy tech charge air just to try to cut away and try to push as many minutes away from the side of RSGSG as RSGSG holds down the fort in their base.
Still 0 value out of that push. But my main question and main thing that I'm looking out for really boils down to damage numbers. Yes, I talked about no burst damage from RSG, but they are still kind of scary. Moskov is still really scary.
Yeah.
But Kingdom, we cannot underestimate the power of Vexana in the late game too. That burst damage. Grant can also burst pretty darn well. Very good kiting capabilities, goes toe-to-toe with the Kimi. Not like I believe that the both of them will be on the wild goose chase.
Yeah. I mean, the only reason why Kingdom Esports is having trouble to end the game is because of
wave
Ash,
clear.
right? The wave clear from the side lanes has been really making it really hard for Kingdom Esports to really put the final nail into the coffin. Because Kingdom Esports, this is a roster that really wants a team fight, right? That's really want to go in, do a team fight. But RSGSG, this is a split push comp, and at the same time could easily become a pit comp, which is something that Kingdom Esports will fail against if they don't play the cuts right.
It could generally be a front to back too, because they can shred front lines pretty darn easily, right? So as long as they're able to kind of drop Lolzy down to an all-time low, they effectively eliminate one of the frontliners and force Kingdom Esports to reset. So it boils down to pokes. Can RSGSG actually poke to win? I highly doubt so, because they don't really have that big of a range as well.
Yeah, I think the only way is not to poke. I think it's just to pick off, right? Pick out somebody from the side of Kingdom Esports and walk away. But Kingdom Esports, on the other hand, for the side of FMM, can constantly throw skills right there and also drop down Eternal Guard, bring that in that additional body. We can start to see Insanity just zoning the Traction Pulse will go. Here comes a Mountain Shocker onto PTBL. Big ultimates committed by the side of Kingdom Esports. But Kingdom Esports, if you notice, they're hesitating just a little bit because Ash is spotted all the way up top.
I think I finally understood what RSG is lacking, and that is the fact that their team lineup lacks mastery of one win con. Because they can do everything. They can do a lot, but only to mediocre values.
Mountain Shocker already landed. It seems like PTBL will be there to secure the Lord instead. RSGSG doesn't really care. They're going to send Ash all the way up top to try to hard push, but Kingdom Esports desperately trying to hold on to the team fight as much as possible, but they're losing HP bars. Murphy shredding. They don't really need Ash, but Ash, this time around, Ash joins in the fight alongside with the rest of his teammates. But Grant picking up the mega kill right there. But Kingdom Esports lost the Lord right there, but RSG loses mid lane.
Completely equal fight, except for the fact that Kingdom Esports had got a pushing lane in the middle lane. So goodbye to the inhibitor turret in the middle lane and top. But hey, RSG did manage to pick up an evolved Lord.
Yeah, that's so much value for the side of RSG, right? Like, PTBL stealing that Lord away from Kingdom Esports, while Kingdom Esports is very distracted, and now they're gonna lose mid with the Lord that's rampaging down bot, and RSGSG Traction Pulse right there to try to peel. Even though FMM is trying to land down the skills, it doesn't really make sense because RSG They've got a lot of shred and a lot of pushing power.
They can do so much. They can shred, they can siege, they can ground control, they can split push. There's so many things that RGSG can do, but somehow they always find it short for all these things that they can do, right? They can exactly. That is one sentence that pretty much comprises the entire lineup of RSG. I can shred you guys down to an all-time low, but I do not have the burst to actually kill you. I have got ways to split push, but I don't have the way to really get myself into battles all that well. Looking at Ash, if you read Mr. SOD, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yep.
I have ways to lock you down, but I don't have ways to
end the fight.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that is the main problem. That's why when they are lacking in certain elements in their fight, Kingdom Esports have got what's missing. So they will always end up in a situation whereby I lose one, you lose one. I lose two, you lose two.
Yeah, so it's just basically a constant
never-ending
stalemate.
trade.
It's a constant stalemate between these two teams.
Yep.
But now the Evolve Lore is already dealt with. Kingdom Esports was able to hold on the fort just a little bit more. Top side looks a little bit weaker. So RGSG, what is their game plan right now? Do they repeat the same thing as, sending Ash all the way up top and then start split pushing? But knowing Lozy, he's definitely gonna communicate over and over again. And now, look at the Lord timings, right? It's spawning faster and faster.
Oh, so
with
tight.
expanding rivers, it's gonna make traveling there so much quicker.
Exactly. I think that this overarching game narrative really just boils down to playing to the opponent's mistakes. The moment you find a mistake from the opponent, you need to capitalize it. And you need to play flawlessly. The more mistakes you make, the more it would impact your gameplay and impact your end game.
I like how Kingdom Esports trying to adapt. They're trying something different. Usually what you expect is Kingdom Esports and RSGSG, they kind of congregate around the Lord pit right there, trying to prep for the Lord fight. But you saw Kingdom Esports trying to make a pick-off on the side of Ash right there, down in the bottom lane, albeit to no avail. And now they have to try to bite the bullet right here. They have to try to take this Lord.
As RSG already realizes that Green is no longer the bottom.
Then here comes a Mountain Shocker just a little bit. The wall is already built up. Lozy, the tech charge does miss right here. Hoki, takes the traction guard, and now it's just going to be Murphy spreading out damage. Torres will be able to slay Young. Normal jungler for the side of Kingdom Esports. That's a massive one. And the SOD lands. Grants managed to dash away just a little bit more, but now Jin Sanity gets suppressed by the Bloody Hunt from Hoki. He gets busted down. The Princess Wrath to end everything. And now Torres leading the charge. Grant has to try to hold and defend.
Unfortunately, the battle for mistakes definitely and truly did happen right there. As Kingdom Esports missed a tech charge, we should be able to bring them into a good fight. As such, it's a complete wipeout over to Kingdom Esports, and making full use of the opponent's mistakes is utterly big.
And this is a massive confidence booster for the side of RSG, right? We talk about how Hoki, I nickname him Hoki, the Franco lands so many critical iron hooks and also Bloody Hunt at the same time. And not only just that, if you notice how Ash is constantly pulling the attention of Kingdom Esports away and dividing the fight over and over again, and that's literally, I think Kingdom Esports suddenly got lost. They're not too sure what to do. They cannot match the momentum.
I think it just throughout the entire game, they played their own tempo, and it comes down to the point where it didn't even matter anymore. What happened in the early game, mid game, yeah, throw that all out of the trash, because it helps them to get where they are in that 23rd minute mark, somewhere around there, and all it comes down to is each fight, whoever makes mistakes equals to lose.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that spotlight will be painted onto Lolsey for that fight. Unable to reach a tech charge properly and being able to land over the wall to give the control that they want. And because of a missed tech charge, it actually puts him right in the face of Kimi, where he's got nothing at his disposal, no one to help him. And that is one of the frontliners completely out of the main battle.
Yeah, and if you notice how I really want to shout out Murphy, right? How he's able to land the traction pulse over and over again, and even though it doesn't hit anybody, is able to zone out the main damage dealer, right? Cutting off Grant, cutting out FMM is actually wonderful, right? Now the Kimi just has to deal with the likes of the Grok and also Drinsanity. If Drinsanity is unable to reach the Kimi, constantly getting shred, and because of the weakness finder emblem, he's able to kite. And it's just as easy as backing off just a little bit. And if Grant and also FMMs are unable to do damage towards the frontliners of the side of RSGSG, it's just gone, right?
Oh man, that was a very long and drawn out game, but that's kind of how a double marksman composition would have been for these two teams. They have an idea, you know, let's go late game. Doesn't matter, right? So either ways, congratulations over to Murphy, the MVP of the game, with 5:1:5 for the KDA, and of course GPM of 663 with total kill participation of 71%. Fully decked out items that have the Holy Crystal. We've got Blood Wings, Divine Glaive, Glowing Wand, and like you mentioned, the Demon Hunter Sword that help with the shred.
Yeah, and apart from the Demon Hunter Sword shred, the one I was talking about is definitely the weakness finder, right? That's really clutch, especially when you're dealing with Jinsanity and also to a certain extent Lozy, right? And all of a sudden, yes, we talk about range, FMM and Grunts. It's always PTBL stepping forward in the middle, Taurus also wrecking havoc in the backline. If you notice, right, RSGSG has been fighting Kingdom Esports with a 4v5 constantly. Ash rarely appears in the team fight unless absolutely necessary, but Ash also did buy himself a lot of time to go all the way to the late game. Mind you, this is a 25-minute game. It's one of the longest ones we've seen thus far for the side of MPL Singapore.
It is very drawn out, but regardless, let's take a look at the equipment builds for all of them. They definitely, all of them have got max items, let's just be honest here, right?
Yep.
Highest gold goes to Grant, I would like to believe. Oh, it's actually Ash, right? 19,316. So they've got full items. They don't care about boots anymore. Grant, on the other hand, have decided to double down onto some defenses, gets himself immortality. Yon still have his boots on this case. Some heroes require boots in order to really excel. It's definitely way better than just doubling down items.
Well, technically, Yon needs the boots, right? Because
Yes.
that's where the Jungle Blessing is.
Yep.
Also, another thing to take note, if you notice both these two games, this game is actually went very long, right? These two teams actually cleared off the same amount of turrets, and it took, even though Kingdom Esports took 3 Lords, RSGSG still managed to win because RSGSG wins out in these kind of team fights, and that's just basically how the cookie crumbles, right? And like what you mentioned, Lozy, yes, able to face tank a lot. If you notice, he's also 211k damage taken, but take a look at what Jinsanity absorbed himself. 325 damage. He's going in and out healing. He's able to peel, but what you notice is the Ishinshin, the Yon, FMM, and Grind is able to stay forward because of the potential collateral damage coming out from Murphy, coming out from Ash, and also to a certain extent Taurus, right? Mind you, Kimi and also the Moskov work very well together because they penetrate through, and basically a basic attack turns into an AoE.
Oh yeah, that's true. So even if the opponents were to, you know, kind of group up together, not only are you just dealing damage to one person like what a Granger does, you spill over to people behind. So that's kind of annoying to really deal with, especially since the main frontliners such as Jinsanity and Lozy, when they tank, I think it's fair to say that they would overlap each other sometimes.
They would definitely. And apart from that, another thing to also think about is that Kingdom Esports, this kind of matchup relies on Uranus and Grok frontlining, and then you have your backline. It's a very clear backline. You poke using FMMs, Vexana, and then after that stepping forward. But then again, if the damage could splash from Uranus or be it the Grok onto the potential backlines like the Yushinshin or Granger, I don't think the main damage dealers dare to step up if you're from the side of Kingdom Esports.
I think that this comes down to these invisible impact that these heroes could be is able to put out there. Their passives is not something that really shouts at you, but only the players would really be able to feel it. They know the pressure, they know what kind of zoning potential some of these heroes is able to apply without realistically needing to cast anything. The moment that they are there is a layer of zoning potential that they could just generally use or generally be able to.
Yep. And I was expecting a lot more from the side of Critical Grok, right? Lozy, I think there's a few tectonic charges that kind of miss a little bit, kind of awkward just a little bit. It feels like he's not able to find a very good one, and even if he finds a good one, the fight was always constantly being split up because the Taurus was just able to just jump over him, and then after that start curtain call onto the back lines, and after that just start shredding everybody from the back. And all of a sudden, you know, FMN and Grand forced the back forward, leaving the front line to the Doom. And that's basically the recurring team that we saw over and over again for the side of Kingdom Esports. I just want to see, like, you know, even more coming out of Kingdom Esports, because don't forget, this is a team that we kind of saw and were like, hey, this looks really good on paper.
Yeah.
And day one, yes, they're able to show that, hey, they're really, really strong. They won convincingly. But now this is RSG, a team that hasn't won a single game until today. And week 2, between week 1 and week 2, feels like this day, RSG was able to perform better as compared to the last week.
I do hope that it is not a fluke though, because as much as I really want to see good games, I really want to also be able to see RSG turn from a 0-pointer and just flew up because of Kingdom, right? And Kingdom is one of the teams that is actually at the top part of the... Is it top or middle? Is basically not in the top.
Yeah, middle or back.
Middle, okay.
Yep.
So it's still they are in the middle, so they are definitely still a team that we gotta have to look out for, with a good amount of veterans as compared to RSG that is full of young bloods.
Yep.
And the fact that the young bloods have managed to take one game out of these veterans speaks volume.
Yeah, especially Yawn, right? Like Yawn, I would say, has been a jungler that I've been hyping up all the time since like the first time I saw him. I feel like he has a lot of potential, but I feel like sometimes he also needs to start, you know, getting into the zone, because I feel like once he gets to the zone, he looks really scary. He's very aggressive, and of course, you know, enabled by his team. I feel like FMM wasn't very comfortable on this Vexana. There are a few times that, you know, Hoki and also the fact that BTBL was able to catch him off guard just a little bit. And the walls, I think, kind of, initially I thought the walls make sense because you can build a wall to block off and protect Vexana and also the Grandeur. But it just doesn't feel like it wasn't able to do set things at all.
So I think ultimately it just boils down to the fact that it could be a point. It could be a case where Kingdom Esports underestimated their opponents in this one, or it's just the fact that the players are forced into a meta that they are not too comfortable with, or something along that sort. Right? Personally, I do really like to see Yawn playing assassins.
I do,
and you don't really have to always pick out Yusufshin as you mentioned before. In fact, I think you mentioned that you like Lancelot.
I like Lancelot better.
You like Lancelot better. You're not the only one that thinks that, to be fairly honest. Even Wolf from Philippines, he adored Lancelot. In fact, sometimes if Lancelot trumps over the priority of Yi Sun-shin even. So I do understand where you're coming from, and in this instance, I think that we can apply that and just ignore the Yi Sun-shin. Go for the Lancelot, because that seems to be one of Yawn's comfortable heroes.
Yeah, I remember, I want to call back Yawn's, not only just the Lancelots, right? To a certain extent, the Hayabusa. The heroes that have considerable amount of iframes is where he's really comfortable with, and he's also able to kind of juke and zone other people. He's able to also identify opportunities. But if you notice earlier just now, the Yi Sun-shin is unable to identify opportunities because the ultimates and the CCs aren't able to land. If he knows he goes in, he's just gonna get melted, and that's why I don't really like Yi Sun-shin in this particular patch.
It's a tough game for the frontliners, both Yi Sun-shin as well as the Uranus. I'll say that Uranus have it a little bit easy because he can always restore. He can always get his health back, right? So it's all about juggling the damage. So when he's out of commission, Lawsy needs to come in to, you know, zone the opponents out. He don't have to take all these damage because he got no way of regeneration. So just kind of pull in and out, in and out. He can't overextend as well. And in the meantime, he's also expected to initiate. So this is the point where Lawsy needs to fulfill a lot of things. I need to be able to soak. I need to be able to zone. I need to be able to initiate. Which one comes as a priority? Which one's priority 1? Which is 2? Which is 3? Do I really want to just jump in, throw my ultimate, set up for the team, and just immediately die afterwards? Is that really the right play? And that's how I empathize with Lolzy.
Yeah. A lot of work cut up for him, right? And it's definitely going to be something... I feel like the Grok can do all of that, But now as we go into game number 2, right, of course, it's match point for the side of RSG. If RSG wins this is going to be their first match win in MPL Singapore. He's one of the only teams that doesn't have a match win as of yet. It really makes you feel, right, you know, the middle of the pack of MPL Singapore, it's just so randomized right now, right? Because we thought, you know, Kingdom Esports should be able to lead the charge, especially in the middle of the pack, but Absolute Zero was able to beat Kingdom Esports down. So, in terms of power rankings, it is a mess, in my opinion.
Sorry, what? Well, either way, I do want to talk about game number 2 and moving on forward in terms of the narrative. What do we want to see out of Team Flash? Right? They lost the game against Team Flash, Kingdom Esports. At the moment I think of LOLZ as Team Flash. But the moment I look at Kingdom Esports, how they lost in the previous game and how they want to move on forward, is that really all about the drafting stage, or is it really just more about the pacing? Because having Yi Sun-shin and a Granger, they can actually come online a lot earlier, right?
Yeah, I feel like it's not only just the pacing. I feel like Kingdom Esports wasn't able to hit that the main win con. Is basically get Granger up as quickly as possible, and then after that is just, you know, the likes of getting the Granger to pick up the Sky Piercer earlier as well. They do have the tools for that. FMM also on the Bexana earlier just now was able to just should have a stronger mid game power spike. So yeah, I think it's not about the draft. I really think it's about the execution for the side of Kingdom Esports. Not too sure what happened in week 1 though, because like you watched that game. How do you feel about that one when they lost against AZ?
Honestly, when I feel that something is honestly missing, right? The team doesn't feel to gel very well, and I think that it's kind of hard for me to be able to say much about Kingdom, because in terms of name, or rather in terms of the labels, they seem so strong.
Yeah, I remember I did ask the question when we started off the whole MPL Singapore Season 10, right? It's like, are they paper tigers or are they tigers, right? It looks strong on paper, but are they able to gel? Because don't forget, every time when you change a team, especially when you change your roam, change your XP laner, there's a new identity. Same thing could be said about Team Flash, right? That's why I feel like personally they're struggling just a little bit in the first 2 weeks.
Is it about the confidence? That's the question.
Overconfidence? I don't think so. That is right.
Yeah, I think that it is about either number 1 is about the confidence, or number 2, they need some more time to really understand or really like identify what is gonna be their main win con, right? Because as much as we see from some of the gold laners, right, the moment that we reach almost critical mass, right, when they're almost there, they know that they can go a little bit crazy already. They can start to play around. They can start to play for the team fights and just show that, okay, I have the items, I can dominate you guys, and they have that surprise factor.
Yep. And I think if you want to compare gold laners earlier just now in that previous team, if you compare Kingdom Esports versus RSG, you compare Grant. I think Grant is a very interesting player, right? He's one of the first few players in the side of MPL Singapore that actually tried the Bane Gold. Actually, it's fun. You guys should try it out. It's very funny, especially when you just spit on somebody and they all kind of die very quickly.
You do have some form of sustenance as well.
Yeah, and the lower your HP bars, you just heal immediately. And right now, especially when most of the junglers are assassin heroes, basically that will throw them off their calculations, right? It's like as if your prop Aegis.
True. Yes, that's true.
The last minute Aegis as a Hanabi as well. Yeah, I know I'm playing against a few Hanabis right now. I'm trying to up my rank, so please carry me.
It's, in some sense, the skill is kind of like a form of vampirism.
Yep.
Where you heal that much and you deal that much.
Yep. And
so you can see like your health bar, you heal that much, you can kind of expect that this is the amount that they will lose.
Yep.
In some sense.
Yeah, and the Bane build, the Bane magic build that I find a lot of success on is just ridiculously stupid. You just buy 2 items.
Holy Crystal and Holy Crystal?
And Holy Crystal. And maybe Blood Wings if you feel like it.
Yeah, I mean Blood Wings is a natural, right?
Yeah.
It gives you passive movement speed. and it also gives you that shield.
The shields is actually very beneficial.
I mean, of course, there's caveat. With the shields, then only you get that.
And it's also the second highest magic damage item.
120?
Yeah, around there. The highest is definitely the Holy Crystal, right?
Holy Crystal 200.
And your second skill actually reduces its cooldown as the more magic damage that you have. So that's why it's very beneficial to just spam this one item over and over and over again. I haven't even fixed my preparation.
Good times.
Because of that, but it seems like we're going to go back into game right now once again. Kingdom Esports playing a bit slightly behind right now. The Uranus and the Farsight immediately getting banned off right off the bat. Uranus is something that Drin Sanity did play, and he kind of respects the power of that Uranus.
Completely off topic, but since we are on the topic about Holy Crystal, remember you mentioned right the special property, the unique skill is the more magic power you have, the more you get, right?
Yep.
So remember there was this point in time where when you play what was that?
Make some noise for yours truly!
Yeah, I knew you were going to go there.
Yep. Edith. Strong guy. Just built a huge chunk of physical defense, and it just so happens that Blade Armor have the most amount of physical defense, and then you convert all of that because of your ultimate, and then because you have a lot of magic power, you increase it even more with your Holy Crystal, and then with back then it's called Calamity Reaper, but it's now
Starlium Scythe.
Starlium Scythe, yeah. So all of that magical damage converted into true damage. So you actually one-shot people with a single basic attack. I love that.
Yeah, I just wish I was better with numbers.
It was fun.
It was fun times.
It catches people off guard in rank so much.
They call me a hero
weren't expecting their hit.
because I saved my nation from falling
Get
apart.
to see the Yushin get banned out for the side
Finally.
of Kingdom Esports. I really don't want to see the Yushin anymore because it's
but Lancelot is taken out too.
Yep, I think it's just literally what I called the Scorched Earth tactic. So expect other junglers popping up. I want to see more Hayabusa. Yon also well known for playing the Fanny as well, so I'm not too sure whether I want to respect that. But especially in this particular meta, there's so many CCs, right? Once you have your Bravest Warrior coming out, the Lapu coming out, you also got your Bidang to also look out for. Ash has shown that he plays the Moskov. I think Fanny first phase pick is not
reporting for duty.
I do like myself a Arlot, to be fairly honest, and RSG can actually set themselves up for that Arlot pick. Quite a bit of crowd control that they can actually add into the mix if they want. If the Farsight is taken away, so in terms of XP and of course roam is rather flexible. You can play for the Arlot. Since CC is taken away, there are quite a bit of options that you can actually play into the EXP lane. So having an Esmeralda, that's fine too, since Eurydice is taken out.
I personally feel that in this particular patch, the Esmeralda,
Who said there
unless
are no
you're winning
shortcuts
lane,
in life?
you're not able to
I
provide
literally
much,
invented
right?
one.
Even as a Lapu, even if you're losing lane, your Bravest Warrior was still able to stun. As a clue, you're still able to possess somebody and then drag somebody and pick somebody out of position.
And
Think about
soon be your
Lapu.
burial
Here you go.
ground.
From the side of RSG, it's going to be Taurus piloting this particular Lapu. Hoki will go back to a chip for getting the opting for the Franco this time.
Yep, so there won't be any form of flexibility between Lapu since Yushin is already out of the picture. So we know for sure that it is going to be a roam chip as well as an XP Lapu. So not much diversity or not much vagueness in the draft as for now. For Kingdom, they have quite a bit of options now that they already know who they are facing off in the XP. They can pick up an Esmeralda pretty effectively. But they have decided to go for Alice and a Gato.
Oh, that's a lot of massive AoEs, right? Especially when you could, as Lozi on the Gato Kacha, you're able to support. Wait, hold on. I don't think so. I don't think you'll bring a Alice to the jungle because your passive doesn't really work well with jungle creeps. But Alice has proven a lot of worth in other regions, right? And that's also Alice is also the one hero that literally brought Ignite Gaming that win, right? When Utah was playing it against Team Flash.
So moving on forward, R3 pick coming in from RSG. They might want to focus a bit of the mage at this point. They can go for more utility, such as a Juicin in this case, or if they want to have a little bit more fireball, perhaps they have to wait for later on.
Your team is banning.
TBL Hayabusa.
Yeah, Hayabusa counter picked away, in my opinion, from the side of Yon. And if you talk about mid laners that I feel if Kingdom Esports want to look out for, definitely is the Lunox, right? Lunox could shred the Gato very easily, could shred over the Alice, dodge the Alice's ultimate as well as the Brilliance. RSG takes away the Fredrin instead.
Okay, so the fact that they took away Fredrin kind of seems as though they just want to whittle down the amount of heroes that Yon can potentially play.
Oh yeah, okay.
Actually, can Alice go to jungle?
Yeah, that was the idea that I was kind of floating because Alice in the mid lane can look very scary as well, right? You got more minions to absorb the HP away from, wave clear very quickly, and then move on. You got mobility to gank the side lanes as well. Controversial opinion in my opinion. Yeah, but instead it was Kingdom Esports that takes away the Lunox. I agree with that one. That's one of the heroes they're really weak against. But there's also another thing that you also have to consider, Abstract. Chip goes in with the ultimate. Alice just easily follows up with the ultimate, right? So easily.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's a very easy counter for the side of Kingdom Esports.
That also means that if they really want to find a way to, you know, get kind of like a get out of jail free card, at least they can play with a Law E. Law E plus chip combination can still be a very scary one for RSG, and they still have got ways to, you know, right after the shortcut, they can always just pop off somewhere else. You know, good engage, disengage, great way to stop KE from trying to huddle up together, given that they have a lot of area denial skills coming in from them because of the Gato and the Alice.
I'm thinking if you don't go for the Law E, there's also a potential Yeve pick, right? But I feel like we're looking at how RSG...
because there's already Gato I don't like that.
True. So which means that you don't open until you see the Gato. But looking at how RSG has been drafting recently, this is where they like to make matches. There you go. That's going to be a Nathan going into the gold lane.
Okay. Wasn't really expecting the Natan coming in, but...
Shredder.
Yeah.
Okay. Burst Shred. Collateral damage, like what Akimi likes to do. You've already got a Hayabusa that's contributing into physical damage, so I'm not too surprised as well. And if you're Kingdom Esports right here, I think if you want to go something even crazy, an Akai or even a Claude is actually quite fun.
That will be a very expensive lineup.
It is.
Very, very expensive. Especially since RSG, they can actually pop off a lot earlier in the game. And the scarier thing is that RSG haven't even showed their mid lane.
The dead exist in the box.
Oh my god.
Must tend to the future.
Pause one Ling.
Alright, okay. Same idea. The Ling does have iframes, exactly what
no one can take it from
like
me.
to do. The Ruby to make sure you hook somebody right back into the Alice's ultimate, albeit the Gato ultimate. Traction Pulse, make sure everything sends there. Kingdom Esports feels like they're really overloading their toolbox with this one.
It is still a relatively expensive lineup.
Definitely.
But still, they should be able to do decently in the early phases of the game still. Can they siege well? That is the question. They do have ways to kind of hop around, and at least whenever you look at a Hayabusa, I think it makes very good sense that you're going up against a Hayabusa, it makes total sense to pick up a Ling yourself so that they are in a 1v1 context, you can't just go down to that Ogi Shadow kill.
Yep, there's going to be an Odette coming in for the side of RSG. Once again, zone denial is the way to go, right? Like, yes, Alex can go in with the AoE ultimates. You also got the Ruby as well to basically lock everybody in, the Gato. But once your Swan Song comes out from the side of Odette and also the passive just keeps bouncing around, that's a lot of damage that Odette can just output in this small little span of time.
I do kind of like the early game wave clear that RSG have got for themselves. That will allow the gold laners, that will allow the mid laner to influence the XP and gold quite a bit. Especially since they would probably want to give some assistance over to the gold lane. It is a Ruby going up against a Natan.
Okay. Okay, a Ruby actually scales faster in terms of as compared to a Nathan. But the ceiling of scalability for a Nathan is so much higher as compared to a Ruby, right? Because the Ruby is constantly going to get juked down and even busted down by the Nathan if the Ruby sidesteps incorrectly. But that only happens in this ultra late game. Nathan takes a long time to build. Therefore, RSGSG needs to hold. They have a very strong mid game. They have a decent, not as very strong mid game. as compared to Kingdom Esports, they have a weaker mid game, but still considerably strong. But when it comes to ultra late game, Ash and Murphy will just melt anybody in the vicinity.
I'm mostly concerned about how they're going to be funneling the kills over to Ash in order to accelerate his growth a lot further, because they don't really have a very good way of crowd control, right? The most amount of crowd control that we see is Bravest Warriors from Lapu Lapu and the chip itself.
Up, PTB up. Ooh, the Shadow brings him all the way back, but that's gonna be a bit of an awkward position for the side of RSG right there.
It's still pretty much okay, despite the fact that they managed to send Hayabusa all the way back home. That is a small amount of inconvenience that will be applied over to the junglers of RSG. In terms of the other jungler for Kingdom, they have decided to run all the way into the opponent's jungle, steal one of those beetles, and head themselves right back into their own jungle. So that's definitely a little bit more farm that will be credited over to Yon. By the time it comes out of the jungle at the same time as the Hayabusa, they are both going to be at level 4 at the same time with a tad bit more XP to Yon.
Yeah, but as compared to a Ling, Hayabusa takes Hayabusa scales faster, right? Yon, the benefit of being a Ling is that you can traverse from one place to another very quickly. Well, technically this time around is dangerous grass. Imagine if this is like what, expanding rivers or something. Ling would just jump from one place to another. It doesn't really require the jump. You could just run there, saves all energy, jump to a wall, and then after that, he could just like dash for days.
Turtle and Mitty going up against the Kimi. The entirety of RSG, they still don't have a shortcut that they can play around with as of yet, but Hoki, he's still one entire level away, so not much of a special game that we can see just yet, and I will say the same thing for the God of Kacha.
Drisani does have the ultimate ready go. He will be trying to use it right now. Murphy goes all the way into the ultimate, and look at Drinsanity melts right down. The shadow kill right there, doesn't able to finish the job right there. The turtle will be forgotten, but Yon picks up Hoki instead. Yon looking for more, looking at Murphy right here, goes into Temples of Blades, jumps around, picks up 2-4 blades, and jumps back to the turtle easily.
Yep, Kingdom Esports didn't even lose anyone at all, picks up 2, and also manages to pick up the turtle. No problems at all, great value that will be able to send them all the way to about 1,000 gold lead on top of RSG. A great way to further accelerate the growth of how expensive this draft is.
Yeah, great start, right? Especially if you're a Link. If you're a Link player, this is exactly how you want to start every game with. Picking up 1 kill, picking up 1 assist, goes ahead with the turtle. Yeah, PTPL right now has to play a little bit behind. And Hayabusa, like what I mentioned, should have a better scaling as compared to Yon in the early game.
But in terms of mid-game prowess, FMM onto the Kimi should have a better time than Murphy, because I would say that Odette is also another hero that is quite item dependent. You can, of course, pop off the Swan Song and hope that it will do enough damage, but it's more so of a zoning tool in the early stages as you slowly pop their HP down, but it's nothing too life-threatening until you're able to get items such as Light Trunnion as well as Holy Crystals.
We talk about the gold lane right now, right? Ash, if you notice, is playing underneath the turret, but he's able to absorb quite a bit of a gold plating away from Grant. Not too sure how that happened, but in terms of EXP-wise, Grant is still ahead.
2-0. The game is slightly slower. They're not exactly wanting to jump themselves straight into battles time and time again. Ash did manage to pick up the Feather of Heaven for himself, so that is one step closer to be able to really deal with Grant. I don't think that is quite enough to really just push Grant away, but hey, at least he does have range control against the Ruby, but Ruby can, of course, regenerate back, and of course, poke you as well. That's what makes Ruby such a great contender in the gold lane too.
Yeah, there's a few fighters or EXP laners that are suitable for the gold lane, right? Lapu Lapu is one of them. Ruby, I think it will be a close second, because Ruby does have the regen to basically fight against your gold laners, right? Another fighter as well in my books, definitely Paquito. It's very annoying to deal with Paquito, especially when you're late game, right? Paquito just slapped you twice and then all of a sudden you just couldn't do anything.
Especially since we are talking about dangerous grasses. Yeah, right? Dangerous grasses actually really enable the Paquito, but it's been too long since we last seen that, and it seems like it was forgotten.
Oh! Hokey Flicker tries to aim onto FMM, literally for the side of RSG, pouring everything they've got onto FMM, deletes him right off their bat. There's one main damage dealer for the side. Kingdom Esports already gone. Insanity goes all the way in. Murphy gets caught in an awkward position, but don't forget, Yon can do a lot of damage as a Link as well.
That is Kingdom Esports now. They will be able to once again get a good priority over the turtle. I don't think that Taurus as well as PTBL will be able to do anything from this point onwards unless PTBL tries to look for an avenue for a quick little steal. However, PTBL is currently at level 7 as compared to Yon at level 9. So in terms of the retribution battle, is nowhere close to be able to close that out.
Yeah, if you notice, Yon identifies that one, right? Decides to actually snag most of the farm away from the side of his gold laner, because technically speaking, Grant doesn't really need as much items. Ling is the one that needs more.
Ling wants farm, man.
Yeah.
As much farm as possible. In fact, give the middle lane farm to him, give the XP, give
I
the gold, everything for him.
I think FMM definitely needs one. But if you notice, FMM has been constantly checking that bush by using his second skill. PTBL tried to skew the turtle instead, but the shadow will not be able to land. Will be giving the turtle over the side of Kingdom Esports. Insanity picks up PTBL instead, and now RSG Singapore has to run away. Their jungle forfeited over the side of Kingdom Esports.
They are losing ground, and unfortunately, they are also going to be losing the middle lane T1. I would probably say the same thing for the top lane, but at least the Lapu Lapu is there. A little bit of a trade-off though, as we do also have Ash that actually made his way down to the bottom lane to take down the T1 turret. But in terms of importance, middle lane T1 is so much more beneficial.
Oh, just look at Grant, look at what he's doing, landing down the shotgun as well, calling the mess of time. Bemba for the side of RSG Singapore, Hokey down low just a little bit, Swanson just running out of damage, killing off most of the members of the side. Kingdom Esports, Insanity the only one alive.
That's big! A very reckless drive-in from Hokey drops down that shortcut, and RSGSG immediately went to town with it. And Kingdom Esports pretty much know that they are all screwed, but they are not going to just give up that easily because they still have some fighting chance in them.
Look at the moves coming out from Yon right there. Dodging the Bravest Warrior from the side of Taurus. Murphy forced to burn the flicker away. That's important information given over the side of Kingdom Esports. And now, yes, it is Kingdom Esports that have a solid early game, and remember now, you give kills like that over the side of RSG Singapore, the Nathan's starting to do a lot of damage, and also the rest of the team.
I would still say that despite the fact that we are looking at both teams being expensive, do note that even as a marksman, as a Nathan, you are still gonna come off online earlier than a Link, and the reason why that is because magic items are generally cheaper. Remember that, and you pop off a lot faster as well as with each items that you bring in. Especially you gotta have to deal with some of these frontliners. RSG definitely front to back. They have a good mix of magic damage as well as physical damage that Kingdom Esports really have to take themselves into.
Yep, got the spot right here. This is going to be the first one. RSG Singapore, on the other hand, they tasted victory already. A few steps closer towards winning the first match in MPL Singapore, and they look really hungry for it right there, right? Look at how Hokey just basically jumped onto FMM. We'll be able to kill him once earlier just now. Can easily bring in the nuke with the help of Murphy as well.
But can they close out the game? That's the question. I think that ultimately items and economy will speak for itself. Kingdom Esports still have got the gold advantage though. So I'll still like to believe that Kingdom Esports, they will be able to do a pretty good job, but it also depends on who's the one that has the money.
Oh, Murphy immediately gets deleted, and all of a sudden Hokey doesn't look really scary anymore, and that's what Kingdom Esports wants, right? Small little pick on whereas RSG thought they're itching up for a Lord fight. Kingdom Esports takes their objectives elsewhere. Ash once again takes down side turret as if he's playing Moscow.
Completely neglected. While Kingdom Esports focuses onto the Lord, it seems like RSGSG, they are preparing themselves for a showdown. It is going to be a 5v4 because Murphy is going to be a little bit late for the party.
Insanity popping down, the ultimate allowing Hokey at the same time. Hokey's shortcut will be gone very much soon, but FMM will be able to take down Ash. FMM down low just a little bit more, and it's just going to be the Alice holding on as much. Murphy using the Swanson just to try to escape, but Insanity is following onto Hokey, and Yon tags onto Hokey as well, picking up a double kill as well. And the Lord ultimately goes over the side of RG Singapore though.
It is unfortunate, but hey, wait, hold on a second. PTBL is not over. As himself as well as Taurus wants to go for a little bit more. They picked up one over to Losey, while Drinsanity is still in the mix.
Yeah, definitely right. He's more than happy to basically pick up the fight like this one. There's a lot of the jungle creep that he can actually rely on his passive to constantly proc.
That did absolutely nothing to Drinsanity.
Of course.
Damn.
Yep. That's why Alice is so prized, right? But unfortunately for the side of Kingdom Esports, right? RSG Singapore still secures the Lord for now. But RSG Singapore, they're looking for any form of pickup right here. Look at how Hoki is just jumping onto Insanity right here. Brings in Murphy with a swan song at the same time. Torres fights underneath the turret. It doesn't really matter as Yon jumps all the way into Temple to Blade. But there's nowhere to run because Ash has already farmed up. He's able to melt him all the way down. Now Insanity leading the charge just a little bit. Shuts down Torres, picking up a double kill at the same time. And now RNG Singapore leading the charge with the Lord. They crack open mid.
As much as I would like to say that Drinsanity is one heck of a raid boss that is difficult to kill, ultimately RSG still have the real raid boss up in the top lane that is managing to clear out the wave and putting the pressure down onto Kingdom Esports. And of course, despite how tanky Drinsanity can be, there is someone that can truly shred on the opposite side, and that is going to be Ash. This guy will stay alive for a long period of time unless Yon manages to find his way to scoot himself right in to be really comfy onto Ash.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden, you know, Kingdom Esports, remember what I talked about, the power spikes, it's around the early and mid game, and now it's starting to swing all the way back to RSG. Just take a look, you've got your Genius One already, the glowing staff, and if you take a look at what Ash has already built himself, haha, speak of the devil. Holy Crystal already on top of the Wind Talker. He has a lot of movement speed and also attack speed. That is exactly what a healthy Nathan needs.
Honestly, aside from Nathan, I want to look at Odette. Odette has such massive ground that they could cover. And the moment that you are able to just pop off the Swan Song with no one being able to stop you, because you will only be disrupted by high-level control effects. And I think that in this case, it will only be Losey's taunt. Yep. And I don't think that knockups is counted as a high-level crowd control. So it should only be Losey's taunt.
There's also an I'm Offended for the side of Grants, right? It takes
That's just a stun, so it doesn't help.
I'm Offended is a displacement.
Displacement... I don't think displacement helps.
Yeah, well, anyways, you saw Grant and Yon basically need to tag team just to take down Murphy. You know, we talk about how Alex can set out this no-go zone with the ultimate. Same could be said over side of Murphy, right? But this no-go zone actually does a lot of damage. And I think what RG Singapore identifies that with Murphy on this Odette. And now it's all about Hoki, you know, sending Murphy using that Swan Song onto the right target as well. If that Swan Song lands onto a weak person, like, oh, hold on. Yon deletes off Ash.
Oh no.
That's a massive pickup.
Yep, that is huge. And now without Ash, there is gonna be no way that they will be able to defend against Kingdom Esports and especially even take a proper fight against the Lord. They have about 30 seconds to really make this work out though, because RSG, even if they were to hover around, they still have a chip that can create a shortcut and bring Ash right into the battle if they so truly want to.
Yeah, this is such a very scrappy matchup, right? Like, Kingdom Esports is actually making quite an interesting few blunders. Same could be said over the side of RSGSG. And now Yon taking down the Lord this time for once. Hopefully this time it's a very different result as compared to game number 1.
They can still shred the Lord very easily though.
Ash.
Yeah.
Ash can shred it very
quickly. Can shred it very easily.
Yeah, the first tier turret for the side of RSG Singapore down bot is still up.
It's untouched. It's completely untouched, but finally they're gonna touch it. But it's not them, it's the ballistas. Winions. Yep. Damn, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, especially late game, and that's like super minions marching down. I think the super minion is gonna make quick work on the bottom. Take a look. I don't think members of the side Kingdom Esports not interested onto that one. It's actually a naturally pushing lane. In fact, there's a lot of standing goal that Kingdom Esports will abuse attraction pulse to basically zone away the rest of the members for the side RSGSG. Bravest Warrior coming up from Taurus though, trying to make a play right here, trying to defend and protect and try to wave clear as much as possible. Jinsanity goes into the passive already, and Taurus has to get out there. The Lord is chunking down low just a little bit more by the side of Nathan. Losey down low as well as RSG Singapore just basically defense against the attack from Kingdom Esports.
I like the fact that RSG is not very trigger, is not very trigger finger onto that fight, right? Because they had a lot of opportunities to just jump in and go for the fight, but the main thing that they wanted out of that is to just bring down the Lord and have a proper reset, because they want a proper fight somewhere else, not right there with a big Lord and bunch of creeps just marching onto them, because they don't necessarily have very strong wave clear the moment some of these key players goes down. So all they want to do, wave clear, deal with the naturals, then they will deal with the heroes. And Kingdom Esports, they understand, right? Once they lost all the naturals, then they might as well just go back home.
Yeah, I mean, it was a speed run for the side of Kingdom Esports, right? Just rushing down the side lanes. And RSG Singapore left only just one base turret all the way back in the bottom lane. And now they need to try to abuse this dangerous grass, right? Because this is where, you know, Hoki could just appear anywhere, start ganking onto FMM, and start ganking onto perhaps Yawn as well. Send Murphy over there to basically start to do some weird assassinations.
With the top lane and the bottom lane completely destroyed, there's only a single turret down in the bottom lane for them to really work with. Luckily for RSG though, the Lord is all the way at the top side. So there wouldn't be a natural pushing lane down in the bottom lane. They don't have to be too concerned about a prolonged Lord's dance that will generally go against their favor.
Wow. I mean, Yawn can always jump all the way bot, fix that wave, and then after that start jumping back to the Lord pit all the way up.
I mean, they do have Hayabusa too that they can kind of work with.
So if you notice, most of these two teams, I'm sure, is just focusing around the bottom part. I feel like both of them is reading each other like a book. So it's about who picks off who first. But the positioning of Hoki, that chip, is definitely going to be the main highlights, right? He can be anywhere, especially on the dangerous grass.
Speaking of anywhere, that's exactly what Hoki's doing.
He jumps onto using the ultimate, trying to bring the rest of the members from the side of RIG Singapore. Here comes Swan Song into the Winter's Crown, zoning into nothing. AOG from the side of Lozy will be jumping all the way back in and trying to output the damage using the ultimate entropy. The shadow kill with good measure as well. The blue HP bomb on the side. Kingdom Esports slowly whittling down bit by bit. But Yawn will be able to turn around. Just sanity, giving everything up. And ladies and gentlemen, RSG a wipeout on the side of RSG Singapore, and Kingdom Esports pushes for the end.
That's the cleanup that I was talking about and I'm hoping for. Kingdom Esports now has gained themselves yet another lifeline as they manages to wipe out the entirety of RSG, getting themselves right out of the match point by prolonging themselves again into a 1-1 game.
You thought the members of the side Kingdom Esports has absorbed so much damage that they couldn't even do. Murphy was using the ultimate into nothing, and then all of a sudden it's just Lozy jumping with the AOG, and Jinsani just absorbed every single HP boss away from the side of RSG. This is what happens in MLBB, right? One fight, even if you play wonderfully or badly, one fight is what determines and how it determines whether you win this game or not.
One fight is all that's required.
Yeah.
And I truly wasn't expecting that crazy burst of damage, and ultimately, in the end of the day, the damage from Murphy just didn't do anything at all.
Because it did not land to anyone. Members from the son of Kingdom Esports just literally sees Hoki coming, immediately just burns a flicker away, just dashes away as quickly as possible, and Murphy goes all the way in. Winter Crown activated and you saw the ultimate just goes into nothing, right? And it's just wonderfully played by the Sun Kingdom Esports, recognizing the timing, recognizing the potential threat of Hoki, but you gotta admit, that engagement coming of Hoki is beautiful.
Honestly, when the shortcut came about, I thought that it was odd for that kind of scattering for KE, right? They scattered all across the place, and they're not really they're not really like closing up onto the shortcut. They just like, oh, surprise, just kind of drop on them. I think they identify that, okay, it is going to be pretty annoying of the Odette to just catch all 5 of us in this one song. So maybe that's the main reason why they have managed to get away and win the fight altogether.
Yep, MVP of the game, Jinsanity on this Alice.
No deaths.
No deaths at all. He's always playing. You thought he's gonna die very quickly, right? Especially that last team fight sequence, right? But then, you know, when he when everybody goes through the portal, everybody is stacked into one person. Jinsanity just identifies that, just jumps in, pops the passive. He's just like healing everything back up.
It's kind of annoying how Alice worked in this game. There's no point in trying to attack onto Alice. We'll see just how much damage he actually absorbed the entire time.
Yeah, but if you notice, it's also his emblem is also truly insane, right? Goes for the tank emblem, goes for Brave's Might, and also Festival of Blood. And if you notice, on top of what Jinsanity built on him, usually you expect Alice to build mostly tankiness, but he has what? Concentrated energy and Oracle as well. He's gonna be healing for days.
Ultimately, it's just gonna be an untouchable, unkillable XP laner. While in the meantime, RSG, as much as I really want to see that Ashe is able to shred people down, it kind of seems a little bit difficult because they lack the crowd control to really enable Ashe, which was my general concern when the game first started. They don't have someone that can combo together with Ashe, and it's mostly all about kiting. It's all about, you know, ensuring that Ashe have got good positioning. Because I think in the most of the time, Ashe is just sitting, just standing somewhere else and away from the battle, being really afraid for the eventual appearance of Yon right in his face.
Yeah.
That's why he has to play his ultimate very, very defensively.
Yeah, and I think it's over-reliant on a Hoki to basically set up the stakes, right? Using the ultimate to jump onto hopefully FMM, or I think the only person that Hoki could basically jump onto is FMM, right? Because if Hoki jumps onto Yon, Yon could just easily jump into the Temples of Blades and all of a sudden just jukes away. And for Hoki to get to FMM, being secured by Grand, secured by Lozy, and to a certain extent, Jinsanity could just go in and kill. Just take a look at the damage dealt. You were mentioning that you want to see the damage dealt by the side of Jinsanity. Just take a look, right? 54, one of the highest damage dealers from the side of for Kingdom Esports. And RSGSG, by the way, it is the Lapu Lapu and also Murphy that deals most of the damage as well.
73,000 damage from Taurus. God damn. Ashe with 55,000 damage. And damage taken for Jinsanity, 140,000. Surprisingly, it's almost similar to Lapu Lapu. So,
yep.
Yeah.
EXP laners are the main damage dealers now. Time to learn EXP lane. Time to learn
main
fighter.
Damage dealers, main tank. Yeah.
You guys are doing everything.
Just leave it to us. God, just leave it to us.
You guys are literally doing everything. But to be honest, that was a very interesting sequence of the game. RSGSG has pushed Kingdom Esports all the way to game number 3. And, you know, and it was knife's edge, right? RSGSG definitely has a chance in game number 2. But Kingdom Esports said no, slam on the brakes, and literally ejected RSGSG out the window.
It is 1:1 now. We are coming in very close to something, because we have no idea if RSG will be able to dig themselves out of this ditch after a relatively nice showing in game 1. It is not a game whereby they just floored it, right? Game number 2, they will close as well.
Yep.
So I think that there is a recurring pattern between these two teams, and I think that game number 3 will be just as tight.
Yeah, game number 3.
Game number 3.
Yeah, I can't believe this. Like, this is just week 2, day 1. We're already going to the second match of the day, and we're already hitting game 3, 2 game number 3s.
2 in the game number 3s.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, these MPL teams are literally trying to make us work overtime.
Yeah. Well, regardless, we're gonna go off for a short little break, and once we're back, we'll give you guys the third game of the second series of the day. Don't go anywhere too far. We'll be right back with you.
Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: Seeded Stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket Stage, all leading up to the playoffs. Where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded Stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to MPLSG Season 10. We are down to the 6th game of the day.
Yep.
We have a total of 3 series to cover and we're only on the 2nd series. So, drawn out games all the way through. Especially for this 2nd series, every game went to 20 plus minutes. In fact, okay, no, 2nd game did not. 2nd game was 17 minutes.
Yep.
1st game was 25 minutes. So, on average, 20 minutes.
Yeah, you're partially right, but I think it's just boils down to like what you mentioned, right? In game number 1, it feels like both teams are just waiting for each other to make mistakes, and then after that they capitalize on it. But I've always liked to say that, you know, I want teams to be there to force the enemy's mistakes.
The proactive, right?
The proactiveness in forcing mistakes, right? If you notice for the side of RSG Singapore, I think Hoki is a very interesting roamer, right? I feel like RSG SG is actually strong because of him, in my opinion, because I've seen him in community tournaments already, and if you notice his playstyle, kind of reminds you a little bit of Lozy, right? The lack of disrespect, the Franco hooks, the tankiness to jump in, but he doesn't have the craziness of Lozy, right? What Lozy likes to do is just jump in, baits out everything, takes away all your utilities, and sometimes it makes you feel like, hey, I think Lozy is trying to int, but he's not. He's like basically taking all the damage and soaking up and peeling as much utilities away from the enemy.
I'm trying to have a really good idea as to what was the purpose of the Odette. And I think that is a very, in my honest opinion, the way I see it is just a one-dimensional pick, because they just want to come out of shortcut safe and sound.
Yep.
Right? So they just want to come in the event that they got jumped almost immediately. At least they have a swan song to kind of play around with. So you kill one of our guys, we kill 5 of your guys. So it feels very one-dimensional, because in the event that the opponents don't do that, then your Odette will kind of be in a situation whereby, okay, now I need to find and reposition myself to really make full use of the Swan Song. And this is a one-time wonder kind of thing. Throughout the entire fight, if I don't get the opportunity and if I don't find it, I do nothing. So I think that there must be something else that they can do with that chip plus mage combination instead of just thinking in one sense whereby, okay, we want to come out safe, so we gotta have to pop something almost immediately after coming out of the shortcut.
You know what the chip and Odette wombo combo reminds me of?
Uh-huh.
The Johnson Odette wombo combo.
Okay.
Just that Johnson just drives around, but the chip can appear anywhere.
Yep.
And brings you immediately.
Your team is
Yep.
banning.
That's
So
right.
I think it's kind of an interesting match. It's a very interesting combo coming out from our
Rocks
Kingdom
need
Esports
no
was able to
protection
team
from
is
the
because of
rain.
the Ling pick. I feel because once in the later part of the game, the Ling is going to up a lot of damage, slash, and then after that proceeds on. Not to also remember, Alice is a way to deal with your chip, your enemy chip, because of you just match ultimate. Ultimate, eventually you should get the benefit.
Thorns remain.
Too, right?
Your
Everybody
team
comes out of the
is
shortcut.
banning.
Yes, you're down low because of the Swan Song, but because everybody is there, you're just absorbing every single HP bars away.
Now that I think about it, it's not only just that as well, right? Because there is also this thing whereby there are two heroes that can close the distance without eating that entire Swan Song damage, which is exactly what we saw in the previous fight, or rather the last fight. We have the Tempest of Blades plus the AOG that literally land right on top of the Odette, deals full
They call
damage
me
to
a
him,
hero
kills
because I
kills
saved
him,
my nation
and
from
they didn't
falling
even
apart.
suffer a single point of damage.
Yep. Alright, let's talk about the bans, ladies and gents. RSG takes away the Juicin, Uranus and Lancelot. Kingdom Esports takes away the Kimi, Baxia, and also the Ishin Shin, right? Once again, I really don't like the Ishin Shin. Still, in my opinion, not ban-worthy unless you know the enemy is super crazily good on this Ishin Shin.
So Lance is also out of the equation.
Yep. once again.
Hayabusa first pick can still be a thing for PTBL, but that is also something. That also means that they can expect a link popping out for the side of KE.
Let's hear from the crowd.
Yep, CC.
Make some noise
opener.
for yours
It reminds
truly.
you, last season where CC was quite superior as an EXP laner because number one, it eliminates any form of tanky EXP laners you expect, like the likes of your High Loss, Glue immediately gets eliminated, like the Uranus, and to a certain extent the Alice as well, right, will get countered by the CC. So it's basically forcing Insanity. Do you want to go back into the Alice, or you want to go for the Uranus, or you want to go for something else, maybe perhaps a Lapu Lapu instead?
Okay, so with the Farsa being picked up from KE, finally it's been unbanned, and we will not see the light of day for Juicin, because honestly, I was expecting to see Juicin being coming out sometime soon. But regardless, Farsa joined in.
My tail's been itching for a
and
real fight.
Kalia. So we've got a pretty good combo right off the start. Anyone that can really just deals burst damage on top of the Tsunami Slam is always gonna be appreciated.
Yeah, we've seen the Kalia and Farsa wombo combo recently in the past few games, right? The fact that you can always drag somebody all the way back in into the Farsa Feather Strike, that's also one benefit. But right now, after seeing so many games of the Kalia, I feel like the Kalia is so easy counterable. Purify immediately counters what she wants to do. You draft something else that likes to get dragged in to basically get fight.
Time
You're
to
basically
drop the
providing
beat
like
of the flash.
get closer.
Your team
Oh,
is
this is
banning.
a very interesting build roster coming up from RSG. A Joy and an Angela. Angela mid.
Not too sure just yet.
Yeah, definitely Angela mid, right? Unless Angela roam.
There could still be a probability of that happening.
Yep, but PTBL on the Joy is definitely a good counter against the Farsa, right? You could just literally run Farsa down and push her off the Feather Ash right now. All of a sudden, the win con for the side of RGSG just take away the Feather Airstrike.
There is, of course, still the possibility of being able to play a 1-1 to completely negate the possibility
My
of being
kiss.
slammed by
Your
the
grant
slam.
immortality.
But now with... Okay, so
or
the Alice is
death.
still going to appear. So we should see the Alice going up against the CC in the XP. Fair enough to say that the CC will be having the field day against the Alice. So RNG basically have this idea. Now that they see the Alice, and they definitely want to play in the early stage, right? Do they really want to contest for the late game just because of the fact that they have an Alice? Do we want to pick up a Shredder just because they have an Alice?
Well, they already had CC as a Shredder, right? That's number one. Number two, there's also AoE damage coming up from RSG already. There's also got the Angela to provide the heals, especially on the CC. It's actually crazy. And not only just that, you can also land a hard guard onto the Joy as well, and just do a lot of damage.
Welcome
survive
to Brock's
through the
Castle,
Feather
tiny
Airstrike
friend.
from the side of Kingdom Esports.
So both teams, okay, maybe not both teams, but we have a possibility of looking at one more roamer from the side of RSG. Well, in the meantime, both heroes, or rather both teams is lacking
Sir,
a gold
what's your
laner.
command?
Your team
XP
is
lane
banning.
for both teams is fulfilled, and jungler, right, jungler. So Fanny's out, Hayabusa, Ling, they're both possible iterations. Jungle is already been picked for RSG, so it's left with KE.
Yeah. But I think right now, there's no point banning away junglers unless you really don't want to see these junglers, especially assassins. Yeah, I agree with the Fanny, I agree with the Lancelot. But if RSG decides to go for another assassin ban, I feel like it's a little bit too much. I feel like right now the focus should be mostly on marksmans, right? Like, there's still the Grandeur that's still available. There's also
am vengeance
Kimi got
incarnate.
banned away for the side of Kingdom Esports already. But now, like what I mentioned, focus
See
mostly
value
on the
in
marksman,
me?
right?
Your team
Moskov gets
is
banned
He
away,
should.
but RSG takes away the Fredrin instead. There's still the Akai that potentially Yon can also always bring out. There's also still like other tank junglers as well.
No patterns in the banning phase for both teams, actually. It doesn't really hint us as to what are they generally afraid of for the second phase picks, since Coach Mellon have taken out an assassin jungler and a sustained jungler. Technically, the pattern is jungler. They just want to take
It's usually the
take out
unseen
jungler
world
option.
that tells
Oh,
the
okay.
best stories.
Guinevere, like what I mentioned, another tank jungle for the side of Kingdom Esports. Once again, there's a lot of magic damage already from the side of Kingdom Esports as well, right? But the same idea is this. You want to lock somebody in using the ultimate of the Alice and also the Violet Requiem of the Guinevere as well. The Kalia to lock somebody in. There's a lot of CCs already in this current roster. You top off the damage from the side of the Farsa.
Bones of
RSG is going to
steel.
lock in the Gato-Kacha. This also
Gato
Gato-Kacha
Bro.
also pairs well with the Angela, mind you.
So now this team lacks in damage even in the early stages of the game. So I would like to believe that the gold laner that they are gonna be picking out needs to be enabled pretty early into the game.
We can win the race against
And
Your
that's a
team is
Bruno.
picking.
Alright, Bruno kind of works.
Bruno works.
Very high damage power spike. Once you pick up the Hans Claws, we'll be able to heal. Also, early game lane bully. Now Kingdom Esports need to
Probably not,
match
yeah.
that gold lane aggression.
Probably not Heart's Claw's first item. Considering the fact that they do have an Angela on their side, I think that they can play a lot more reckless and a little bit more gambly style. Just go straight for the Berserker's Fury and hope to be able to win in the early game fights. Because at this point in time, drag out the games is something that their lineup can definitely do. Gato-Kacha picking up the Revitalize. You also have the Angela that could pick up Revitalize for themselves. It's just endless amount of healing and
Time
really
and
good
tide
front
wait for no
lines.
man.
Oh,
nor
you
girl.
spoke about the Beatrix.
Yeah, I was thinking about the Beatrix, right? Because Kingdom Esports has a lot of AoEs right there. So on top of the AoE, the second best one, if you're not going to go for magic damage, since you're literally going in mostly for magic damage already, I was thinking Mage Bane as well. But I mean, like, hey, Beatrix fits that bill.
Oh, definitely interesting considering the fact that KE, this is a lot of magical damage on their side.
Yeah.
With only Beatrix as the physical damage. The other pattern that we have here is also they are all female characters.
Oh. I was actually trying to root for Bane right there. For Grant. I don't know why I'm so excited for Mage Bane, because it's so funny.
But I always say that is only enabled if you have a Yusujin, because you need that marksman insurance somewhere else.
What do you need a marksman for? It's funny coming up
That's
from
why
me.
it's called insurance, right?
It's funny it's coming up from me
you
as a
as
gold
a
laner.
marksman.
Yeah, it's a marksman player. but maybe
What do you
because
mean
of the whole
existential
meta has
crisis?
shifted. Yeah.
Welcome.
And it was going to go to game number 3, ladies and gents. RSG Singapore and Kingdom Esports vying for the match point. And it all starts with this one. Now, Angela is going to be a little bit interesting in the mid lane because Farsa should have a better rotation.
Definitely.
But a wave 2 speed for an Angela in the early game is actually quite good because of your hard waves.
Especially if you kind of pair that up with the Gatogacha, you shouldn't have too big of a problem. But the difference is that Kingdom Esports understands that just the Farsa alone can actually threaten that lane priority in the middle lane. So they don't even need a Kalia to join into the fray to help FMM. They can actually put the Kalia somewhere else. And in this case, what Kingdom Esports have decided to do is that they put Kalia together with Guinevere just so that they can clear the waves as fast as the Joy, so that they can both be on the same speed.
Yep. I think Guinevere in the early game doesn't really have much clearing speed.
Yep.
Yawn definitely needs to hit level 4 as quickly as possible. That's where the Violet Requiem really comes into play. I really want to see Lozy hard invading Joy as much as possible because don't forget, pre-level 4, this is where Joy is like technically the weakest.
And not to forget, they don't have a lot of ways to really stop Lolzy as a hero that have quite a bit of mobility, right? Sure, you got a puppet strings that can really tether onto Lolzy, but he can break that link pretty darn easily.
PTBL does hit level 4 already, that's just around. Unable to use the ultimate as of yet. You see Jinsanity popping up, but hold on a second, Ash, ooh, that's a lot of damage from the side of the Bruno already.
Yep, something they can definitely expect coming out of the Bruno. I do once again really hope that they don't go first item Heart's Claw, because you really need to come online soon, RSG. You don't want to wait too long to pop off.
Jinsanity zoning out just a little bit more, pops the ultimate. Unfortunately, Yawn goes into the turtle, takes the turtle away. FMM drop in the feather airstrike as well, but Jinsanity picks up first blood against BDBL, and all of a sudden Joy is able to dash around, output the damage, but don't forget, you've got an Alice that could also do the same as well.
Lost a 4v4 battle, and that is completely understandable because of the presence of the Farsa. Farsa just have got so much burst damage right at the start of the game. The moment that he reaches level 4, damn! As compared to what Angela could do. You can give shields, you can throw some hard waves and healing, but you need to be able to supplement that with decent amount of damage. And at this point in time, or rather at that point in time in the game, you can only rely on Joy, which is why Joy was the #1 target for the side of Kingdom Esports.
Yeah, and not only just that, right? I think RSG Singapore, minus the marksman, they don't really have as much damage as compared to Kingdom Esports. Yes, Alice at this current build does a lot of damage as well, even though Jinsanity builds pure tank, because it's just a numbers thing.
Yeah, it's just damage over time.
And heals over time.
Yeah, generally in most cases, in terms of overall effective damage, damage over time will always yield more damage than burst damage, if the time allows it to.
Yeah, and the best part is, as an Alice, right, unlike a Joy, the Alice is constantly healing herself, Joy doesn't.
Oh yeah, that's true, yeah. So that's also one of the main problems, right? As long as PTBL is able to find one person to really go for the kill, and let's not forget that going for a little bit of a Joy ride, just get it. Joy dashes, you know, just dashing around. It takes time for you to eventually pop off and actually be able to pop off your ultimate, right? And during that point in time, do you have jungle creeps that will allow you to jump from one place to another? Or do you have to rely on the opponents in order to hit all of your dashes? Because if you need to use your opponents for all the dashes, that is at least 3 seconds wasted to do some crazy damage.
Right now, you can see the hard guard being not the hard guard, mind you, is just the Guinevere passive stack. Ash picks up pass calls, Lozy misses, flickers forward, will be able to throw somebody all the way into the feather ash on the side. FMM has a sidestep, will be unfortunately gets taken away from the feather ash strike. It's going to be Taurus getting the most of the hard guard as well, but the damage coming up from Kingdom Esports is there. We'll be able to take down 2 members easily.
No damage, but it's okay, because that is actually what RSG kind of wants, right? To pull everyone away from the top lane, keep all the farm over to Bruno. Bruno needs to hyper farm. He needs to be left alone, and voila! I now have $2,000 more than everyone else in my team, and I can actually threaten the rest of the members from KE.
Yeah, and this has been RSG SG's MO, right? Ash is always elsewhere, basically farming on the side lanes, whereas the rest of the team basically roams around S4. I'm hoping Kingdom Esports starts to identify this pattern. I don't punishes that.
Yeah, I'm not too sure whether they would even want to bother punishing that or not, though, because as much as they managed to funnel quite a bit of farm over to Ash, technically Insanity is getting some good farm as well, because he just managed to bring down the bottom lane T1, and Grant now is able to get the top lane T1. So whatever that RSG have gotten for their overall economy is just going to lose.
Oh, look at that wombo combo coming off of Kingdom Esports. Hoki is unable to hold on to that.
Yeah, they still need a very solid front line. For RSG, they still need a solid front line.
The Gather Kacha not solid enough for you?
No.
Well, evidently not.
Evidently not. As much as I really wanna say that if Ash gets at least 2-3 items, then they're gonna go crazy. But I have a feeling that Ash actually went for first item Heart's Claw.
Yes, he definitely did. First item Heart's Claws has always been a staple ever since one of his patches as well, because he's able to just absorb so much HP back, and like what you mentioned, right? DOT is better, and being able to stay in the fight longer is actually very beneficial.
But in this case, I would say that it's a lot more difficult for him to stay alive in a fight, and it's better for him to be able to immediately threaten the board because of the way that Kingdom Esports, they can just jump right in, right? They can jump right in, swoop someone in, and threaten your frontliners almost immediately.
Yep, Feather Ash once again will be laying down by the side of FMM. And now Lozi, carrying Hoki on the awkward positioning. Hoki will respond with an AOG. It's going to be Jinsani popping the ultimate right underneath their noses of the side of RSG Singapore. But then Jinsanity has to flicker away back to safety.
Okay, so that's a good start. RSG now have got some really good burst damage somewhere. I would still like to believe that it came from Ash. So even though he did manage to get the Heart's Claws for himself, they can still deal some good damage. Or ultimately, Taurus is also someone that can shred pretty well, right? Because, well, HP damage and all the kind of stuff. Drinsanity have also soaked in a lot of damage throughout the entirety of that fight too.
Yep. Drinsanity picks up the Oracle already. He's going to heal exponentially. You saw his pattern. He likes to build. He likes to go for his fighter emblems, especially on the Alice, right? But now it's still going to be the tempo and the momentum shifting over the side of Kingdom Esports, right? You've got like two sideways already pushed in against RSG Singapore. Drinsanity just going in once again. Lozi flickers right into what? Hoki couldn't even play MLBB at all.
Yep. The moment that he showed himself, and boom, immediately a flicker happened.
Lozi once again goes in ham onto Taurus right now, and the hard guard from the side of Murphy will be expanded onto Taurus as well, but onto the clone of Yon.
Looks like no Violet Raccoon to really extend that knock-up duration the whole time, but not too bad. It's nothing that bad after all. Kingdom Esports currently still have about 4,500 gold ahead of RSGSG, and that can actually help them so much more in the future, especially since RSG's lineup, they're actually geared to play in the early to mid stages of the game. The very fact that it's currently 9 minutes in, and they have only got 1 kill, not much of a performance boost for them just yet, just pretty much screams that they can't handle 12 minutes.
Yon spots out Taurus just a little bit. The Lord Dance will start, but if you notice from the side of RSG Singapore, they're not really setting up for this Lord though, unless Hoki decides to go for an AOG. But FMM sets up, gets cancelled by the Lord knockup instead of Feather Airstrike. All of a sudden, this opens up RSG Singapore to try to go all the way in. The Lord's already secure by the side of Kingdom Esports as Taurus goes all the way in the back line. AOG lands to the back as well. Grant gets shredded by the critical, but Jinsanity still alive though, still full HP bars, but the rest of the members from the side, Kingdom Esports is already down low.
It's 1-for-2 trade right now. They lost FMM and Grant, which is definitely huge, while Ash is still roaming somewhere in this map. The Lord will now be marching down to the bottom lane in favor for Kingdom Esports, but RSG, they don't care about a very slow marching Lord. Might as well just take a little bit more off of Kingdom Esports while they are currently left handicapped. So that is T1 turret in the middle lane taken down. That is going to help with some more influence into Kingdom Esports jungle, which RSG can reclaim.
Grant picks up his Sky Piercer. I think his second item should be a Magnific Gun. Or first item was a Magnific Gun, right? But hold on a second, Hoki. This time around, Lozy looks like he wants to pick him up once again. And oh my goodness, it feels like Kingdom Esports has a vendetta against Hoki. But this could be too much for the side of Kingdom Esports to chew. But PTBL, he really gets busted down by the side of Grant. And this 2 Sky Piercer stacks given over the side of Kingdom Esports already.
That is 1 for 1, 2 for 1. And they only lost FMM. So that is, I swear, Lolzy, whenever he's got Flicker off cooldown, that is Hoki that will die.
Yeah, I feel like he hurt me, right? I was comparing Hoki to Lozy, right? And Lozy is like, let me show you who's the actual mentor.
This is the kind of aggression that I actually like to see out of Lozy, and the very fact that they do have quite a bit of heroes that can actually enable those Tsunami Slams is absolutely lovely to me, right? Grant can just burst someone down, be it gonna be Nibiru or Bennett. They also do have FMM to just go straight in with the effective S-Strike.
I said corrected, there's a first item BOD. Holy moly, Grant actually has so much gold already. And on top of that, Sky Piercer, this is basically, you know, Beatrix's dream item build right there.
Yeah, it looks like the Bruno indeed have first item onto the Heart's Claws, followed by the Berserker's Fury.
Okay.
Just having these 2 items more or less gives Bruno a lot of power fight, but unfortunately it's not gonna help too much per se, because by the time that he's got these 2 items, Yon has already picked up the Twilight Armor for himself, and Drinsanity is just, well, pretty darn annoying based on the kit.
Yeah, and Grant, actually, as a Beatrix, your item builds are super expensive, right? Your first item is a BOD.
And
ages to build.
Yes. BOD, Malefic Gun, as well as the Sky Piercer. I think that this is more than enough for the Beatrix to go ham already.
He's already going ham.
Yeah, and I honestly, like, very, very honest, RSGSG, they don't have a lineup that can play into the late stages all that well. And Kingdom Esports lineup, they are actually accelerated already based on their economy, and they are playing that late game itemization they have already.
Yeah, they're definitely playing a late game itemization in late game, right? And don't forget, Kingdom Esports definitely does have a bit of an insurance, like what you mentioned, right? Beatrix is a very strong anchor in terms of late game defense with the Bennett's Rage and also Bennett, and then after that, if he's playing from behind, easily swaps over to Renner, snipes people down.
With the Lord now going to be marching in from the top lane, Kingdom Esports have got many ways to push. They can, of course, start to pick off someone again, because there is a flicker that is off cooldown for Lolzy. So that is, yeah, bye-bye Hoki once again. They can also sync up the waves altogether, or ultimately they can just slowly play this out, because this is a late game build once again. They don't have to rush this, but in the event that they manage to find a complete wipeout RSG, why not just end the game?
And remember, don't forget, oh, hold on a second, Yon jumps in with the Violet Requiem, pops the Purified from the side of Taurus, and also the Heart Guard. Top side already cracked open. Kingdom Esports, don't forget, oh, here we go. Tsunami Slam, somebody from the side of RSG, right in. The members on the side, Kingdom Esports, pour all the damage. Hoki has to use the AOG to jump out as a defensive one. The Lord will get dealt with, but Kingdom Esports is not done yet. Mid lane turret already cracked open. Ash trying to output the damage, just barely tickles Insanity just a little bit. And Kingdom Esports with the Cloud, it's up to the side of RSG trying to make some form of play right here with the map, but to no avail, because Kingdom Esports is successfully and mechanically pulling RSG apart.
The creep wave down to the bottom lane has successfully dealt with the inhibitor turret, and now left with a final fight.
Tsunami Slam right there, and also an ultimate FMM will follow up with a further airstrike, flickers forward. Jinsane picking up PTBL. Members of RSG Singapore is running for the hills.
And it's going to be left with 3 members from the side of RSG. Kingdom Esports seems like they will want to play things a little bit slowly, especially since they have lost all of the creeps that could have ended the game for them. But regardless, they don't have a lot of HP to really work with the final push. Oh wait, never mind. There is still one more push that they can try to go for.
And don't forget, Grant can easily wave clear very quickly. Torres goes into the hard guard once again, but he's constantly getting shredded. Kingdom Esports setting up a no man's land, clearing out the minute waves over and over again. The Super Minions marching against RG Singapore. Torres stepping forward just a little bit more with a hard guard, but that's just false confidence.
A single CC that has Angela on her is going to be more than enough to be able to expel the entire 5-man composition from Kingdom Esports. Now that is daring from Torres.
And if you're Joy, you're 150, you're not really doing well. You really need to snowball. And, and PTBL feels like he's barely touching either Jinsanity or Beat Grant, because Lozy is constantly pushing or catching Hoki into Deb's jaws, allowing Grant to pick up Skypiercer stacks over and over again. And now he looks, Grant looks extremely scary.
Ash can be very scary too, right? But in the mid stages of the game, that is just not gonna be Bruno's game. Bruno's real power spike comes in the early phase and the late phase. So once you have all items on the Bruno, yep, you can expect that all those burst damage is definitely gonna be scary. It's not gonna do too much to Yon though, because he does have the Twilight armor, but at least it only suppresses the first one.
PTBL, that's gonna be Hoki once again getting thrown all the way into the sky, right into the snapping jaw of the side of Kingdom Esports. Grant down low just a little bit more, but it seems like PTBL couldn't even reach it. Murphy immediately gets deleted. That's a triple over the side of Grant, and Kingdom Esports forgets about the Lord. They want to end.
They are just gonna be rushing right in. Ash as well as PTBL, the only 2 members left. How are they supposed to clear up this entire wave that is supplemented with 4 members?
So many AoEs on the side of RSG Kingdom Esports, RSG Singapore. They're desperately trying to hold, and Ash immediately getting busted down. Grant picking up a godlike already as Kingdom Esports denies the dream of RSG Singapore.
Yet again, unfortunately for RSG, they did not get another series win as Kingdom Esports comes in clutch in the final game of this series. It's definitely really unfortunate for RSG as they were not able to play according to their win condition. They were unable to really pop off based on what they have drafted for. They drafted for early game.
Yep.
They wanted to play by Snowball through the 1-1, through the Joy as well as the Bruno.
Yep.
I still am going to be hung up about the fact that it is a Heart's Claws first item, because it helps you play safely in your lanes. But preferably what you want is not to play in the lane.
You want to escalate quickly.
Yes, you want to be able to do that by really dealing all this critical damage. It's either you help the Joy or Joy help you. Both of you have got some crazy damage in the early game. One way or another, someone's gonna get kills. And if I don't get kills and I die, you get kills, hey, then you can snowball, you can help the team. If you die and I get a kill, I can help you. I can help snowball and help the entire team. But in this case, both of them don't snowball. Both of them don't help the team.
Yeah, personally, it's also very hard as a Joy or even a Bruno to basically march into this kind of matchup, right? Because Farsa setting up the Faraday airstrike right there is just making it super hard. But there you go. Just look at Yon. 0016. 0016. Is it? Okay, it could be a UI bug.
No, 100% queue participation. That's why. It's because of 100% queue participation, and he didn't die. So in terms of the fact that he's got no death, it is generally more prioritized as an MVP.
Yeah, and not only just that, right? He's also setting up the rest of the member, especially from the side of Kingdom Esports. Lozy setting up, just picking one person over and over again right into FMN's for the airstrike. Once Grant starts to work his way into a Skypiercer, it makes it so much easier, especially when you look at RGSG side of the lineup, right? They're not really very tanky themselves. They're very mostly pseudo-tankiness from the side of their lifesteal and also Angela's Heart Guard.
So, with that all said, this is what we get to see. The reason why is a Yon at an MVP. 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 versus 16. Yeah, you can't match that. So Insanity loses in the MVP favor. FMM died, Grant died, Lolzy died. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
I mean, even in background, it's just interesting that our producer is like, wait, is
Zero?
Is it a UI bug or anything? But it is what it is, right? Like, Yon is just setting up his team to really victory, right? There's no way for the side of PTBL to basically touch Grant at all, and you've seen how FMM is constantly landing down the feather airstrike over and over again because he's given so much space to do so. And apart from Yon, I personally will have to give the secondary MVP over the side of Drinsanity, right? Like, I'm really loving this Alice pick right now. It's one of my favorite heroes in this current patch. I feel like Alice feels like a joy, but the only difference is that Alice can also heal herself while dealing damage over and over again.
This is kind of what XP laners kind of is, right? They have sustenance, they have tankiness, they also can deal very good damage.
Isn't that broken?
It's just all rounder. So that was definitely at one point in time when I'm just thinking, you know what? Why can't all 5 heroes be fighters? So that way everyone can't die, everyone can keep juggling damage, and everyone can deal damage too. There's a reason why now gold lane and XP lanes are completely dominated by the XP laners fighters.
Well, remember season 1 where your side lanes are mostly fighter side lanes as well? Yeah, we go back to the good old days.
Good old days.
Yep, and I remember back then when I was a marksman jungler.
Oh damn! Look at Grant. Total damage dealt is 70,000 damage. That's pretty good. In the meantime, for Ashe, he also did manage to deal very good damage, to be fairly honest. 81,000 damage. But this is technically very inflated numbers because these numbers are either to Drinsanity or to Lolzy.
Or Yon.
Or Yon, yeah.
Yep. And I would say that if you look at the stats over and over again, I think the value of the Alice, I feel like Alice, if you're not ready to face the Alice, you really need to ban her away because the ultimate is the AoE of the ultimate is too big. You don't need to build any like magic items at all because you're just literally like absorbing everything. As long as you outlast the enemy, you're basically dealing damage to them. And especially when teams don't know how to deal with an Alice, they stack S5 trying to deal with you. You're basically laughing, and they're actually hurting yourself even more.
Yeah. So how do you deal with the Alice then?
Marksman strats.
Here's the thing. That is kind of exactly what was that was what was done by RSG in game number 1.
That's right.
They have 3 shreds, but they still can't exactly deal with the infinite healing coming in from Uranus.
Alright. Okay then.
I think that
the only way to deal with heroes like this is
just ban it.
Just perma-ban it.
Yeah, just ban it.
Yep.
I guess.
You got 5 bans. Just use one of them.
Not enough.
We need 10 bans now.
Technically, it is 10 bans now.
Per team.
Per team. 10 bans per team.
Yeah, let's take a look at the highlights right here. Let's just do a very big recap. It's a very long series, mind you, right? Like, literally, Royashi took Kingdom Esports like a mile, and finally, at the very least, in week 2, day 1, this is the first game they've won in MPL Singapore as this deck.
Like one game, right? Because so far, they haven't managed to clinch a single game until now. So, to be fair, they're slowly climbing up. And to be fair, we do have quite a bit of a difficulty. And there is, of course, teams that is a little bit hard to deal with, right? Moving on forward, there are still a couple of heroes that they can play against. Or is that... I don't know. Because when it comes down to team power standings, I think that right now, RSG is at the bottom.
Yeah.
Despite it being very messy, to be fairly honest.
It's very heavy in the middle pack. It's also a little bit inconclusive in your first 2 because Team Evo is really performing really well in this particular season. Of course, with the fact that, you know, you've got Team Flash is still slightly struggling in the early regular seasons. So it's really hard to tell right now, especially, well, just look at how short MPL Singapore is. Technically speaking, we're almost like, after today, we're basically halfway through MPL Singapore already.
As that, With that all said and done, that's 2-1 in favor for Kingdom Esports. Once again, congratulations over to Kingdom Esports. Very long games, but at least for the game number 3, despite the fact that they are kind of drafted for the late games, they can't play to the late games, they still knew that, okay, we have hit peak performance, it's time for us to just send it, end it.
Just send it, just end it, right? Like, literally, they're playing as if they're late for dinner.
Technically, they might be.
They might be.
They might be. But well, regardless, we're going to go off for a short break. And once we are back, we will be giving you guys the very third series of the day. So don't go anywhere too far. Myself and Jace will be right back with you.
Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: Seeded Stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket Stage, all leading up to the playoffs, where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded Stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay! Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood!
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel.
Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs, where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to MPL SG Season 10. My name is Abstract, and with me here is a IT drinking Jace, which currently have his mouth a little bit too full to even speak. You can keep drinking. Drink lah. Drink. There's more. Drink. Yeah, just keep drinking. In the meantime, while he drinks, it better be empty after I finish this entire spill, because let's be honest here, I just want you to keep drinking. As I do want to take this opportunity to give a huge thank you over to all of our sponsors. Of course, this MPL SG Season 10 is of course powered by Moonton as well as Pulse Nova Entertainment, together with our presenting partner IT. As you can see right over here, scan the QR code, and let's not forget about the fact that when you buy any of their collab drinks, they have 2 collab drinks, as you can see right over here. You will be able to get a scratch card and potentially be able to fly over to Jakarta to support our Singapore champions of MPL SG in the international stage. I also like to give a thank you over to DX Racer, our official gaming chair partner, and of course our partners Esports, Future Living, as well as Singapore Esports Association. Keep going. I just realized that I just dug myself a hole. Please stop drinking. I can't have you just disappear in the car to go to the toilet. Because I will need to do that to you.
I was enjoying my life for the past 2 minutes. I was enjoying life drinking there. Why? How could you? Yeah. It was very nice. I finished it. I'm taking yours.
He actually finished it. But you know what else is finished? Well, definitely not powerful, because he is the anchor of evil. So far, he has been here all the way from the entirety from Season 3 all the way until Season 9, and now Season 10. He is nowhere to be finished yet in his journey to be the champion of MPL SG. Hailing all the way from the start, they immediately, as a community team, they joined in and immediately popped himself as the 4th place of the entire tournament. Slowly onwards, they were of course managing to, you know, improve themselves as a team, because they're rising levels of competition. They still managed to, you know, kind of hover at the same range until Season 8, where they managed to come so close to victory, getting their 2nd place in Season 8.
Yeah, I mean, like I forgot how to speak all of a sudden. Yeah, ever since their inception since Season 3, right, they're basically a bunch of nobodies. No offense, but they're literally a bunch of nobodies. They are very strong in pop stomping ranks, and all of a sudden when they started joining MPL Singapore in Season 3, they started taking out EVOS. Then after that, that's when everybody started watching them. We call them
Giant Slayer.
Titan Slayer.
Titan Slayer. Oh,
then after
days.
that, it's just like their consistency, always consistently 3rd, 4th place all the way to this day. And of course, the one that has been through all of these revisions, you know, you call back all the way to the time of Salmon, Coconut, Carrot, Jasis as well, right? But Powerful has been there all throughout. He's not only just a very strong jungler back then, he's also back then was a tank jungle meta, right? He's also a decent roamer, and he's actually very good at drafting. And he's actually, you know, in the MPL Singapore scene for a long time. And by the way, if you guys remember his headshots most of the time, you know, when player cam.
Oh, his shoulders.
Not only just the shoulders,
not
you
just
see his hair because of his unique playing style. I hope.
Right.
Remember?
Yeah.
So that's basically how we remember him very well.
Now, of course, with all of these accolades onto Powerful that has been anchoring for the team Evil, how is it going to be like for Season 10? That is something that we will see by the end of playoff. But for now, we focus on what is going on now. We've got Gear that is going to be on the XP lane, Aether onto jungle, Sayla in mid, Ven that is on gold, and Powerful that will be the roamer of the team. These 5 definitely looks very strong on paper, and in the standings, they are very strong too.
Yeah, they're definitely high up in the standings, right? Initially, we talk about like, yeah, that's basically how we always see Powerful when he plays, right? You basically see his hair. Yeah, like they started off really strong, going up against Team Flash in week 1, day number 1. Managed to take a 2-1 away from Team Flash, and you know, they've always been very strong when it comes to like playoffs, right? But it seems like the playoff buff came a lot earlier, especially right now when they're in a regular season. They've already proven decent results, and that's really scary as a team.
Now we move on to their competitors. It is definitely gonna be Absolute Zero.
Hey, Buji's back.
With Vendetta on the XP, Fate Cutie in jungle, Buji in mid, Salas on to gold, and Nomad that is on the roam.
Yeah, technically speaking, this is a very different Absolute Zero that we know as compared to last season. Last season, if I remember correctly, it was Nan, Buji, and also Salas. Salas is actually a very strong gold laner. If you gave him a Grandeur, he would take it to the absolute mile. But of course, unfortunately, Absolute Zero lost Rapid over to Ignite. So yeah, they had to bring in Nomad. Vendetta has been in the scene for quite some time already as an EXP laner. And we start to see a little bit of growth every single season. A bit slow, you might call it a trickle, but he's starting to show, hey, I definitely deserve a slot to be the main EXP laner for Absolute Zero.
Now, all in all, these two teams will come together to fight in... Which map would that be? Well, we are seeing a little bit more flying clouds today. In fact, we have a total of 2 flying clouds for today.
Could be going to Broken Walls, Abstract.
Broken Walls. Okay, so that is going to be the number 1, number 2. That's the second Broken Walls of today.
Yeah, at the very least today we're seeing various different maps. In fact, I believe today we've seen all the maps, right? We got 1 Dangerous Grass already. I mean, we watched 6 games in total already just for today.
Today's 25% chance of a map sounds a lot more like the right statistics. Right?
Yeah.
It seems a lot more right. We've got total of 2 Broken Walls. As for Flying Clouds, we have a total of 2 Flying Clouds. While for Expanding Rivers, we have 2 Expanding Rivers as well.
Don't you love it when statistics finally doesn't feel like it's rigged?
Yeah, Dangerous Grass only 1 for today.
Yep.
So that means that next game is going to be Dangerous Grass.
Anyways, we're going to go into the drafting very, very soon. But, you know, I would like to focus mostly on Absolute Zero, in fact, because technically speaking, last week, we had Regina stepping in as the mid laner for the side of Absolute Zero. But this time around, you know, Absolute Zero bringing in Buji. Buji is also another strong mid laner from hailing all the way since RSGSG. He has also graced the international stage before, so rest assured he does have a decent amount of caliber and also experience when it comes to these international stages.
Now, ultimately, Evil is a team that we're gonna have to look out for.
Yeah, definitely.
They are all the way at the top of the leaderboards at this point, and I will definitely believe that they want to stay that way. As much as possible, we have always seen Evil and always said that Evil is a team whereby they just have the playoff buff. And when it comes down to regular seasons, they just don't do all that well because of the book that they always come up with the in the playoff. But now, Evil, they have stood themselves so strong so far. They have largely been very consistent with the players that they use, and they don't change too much at all, to be fairly honest. And I really do like the fact that their main in-game leader has always been powerful. Yep. So their direction has always been going to the same direction too.
Yeah, and I think that's a team that really doesn't really change much. Definitely, usually is a team that really can, you know, grow together in terms of the chemistry and also their strategies as well, right? And on top of that, you also have Gear and Sailor. These two duos have been playing together since when they're rookies, literally rookies, back in like season 2, EVO Singapore, right? And now, even though they brought in Van from last season as well, which is also great, they need to replace Vincent with Aether, also from MPL ID. So technically speaking, when it comes to, you know, the playstyles, definitely powerful. Feels like he can basically lead and also guide his team all across the board.
Yep. One thing that is a bit different about Evil that comes in as a very interesting mix into MPL SG is that Evil does not play in, since the start, they don't play like any other Singaporean teams. Because you know how the Singaporean teams always have this idea of macro, and that's why we gel and play together with Philippines players so much easily. Because PH, their meta is also very meta-based, is also very macro-based. But for Indonesian players, they are a lot more micro-based. So there will always be a certain form of disconnect between Singaporean macro-based team when they join, throw in an Indonesian micro-based players. But Evil, since the start, they have always been very micro-based. That's why we call them having the Evil teamfight magic.
Yeah, you talk about micro, right? Just take, if you compare these two teams in terms of their average KD all across the board, sorry, KD, average KD, right? 0.28 versus absolute 0 at 0.22, right? Definitely a lot more higher for the side of Team Evil. They're a very aggressive team. They win via these clashes, the match got the team fights.
Your team
And I feel like the only
invented
way
one.
that, oh well, not the only way, some teams have already identified the weakness of Team Evil is that if you want to pull them apart, they will just easily shatter. But you put them together, that's where they're really strong. So expect something like, you know, the chip coming up from Powerful, or to a certain extent, even the
my
Midnight, right?
imaginary
Putting
world.
everybody
Your
together,
team
stunning
is
people
picking.
up. That's why it's really strong. And we're going to start the draft immediately with the help of Team Evil
My
selecting
kiss.
1-1 as the first pick.
So it looks like draft
Your
is
team
blazing
is
off at
dead.
this point in time, and we are just looking at a lot of these picks up going happening at the same time. We do have Angela Baxia as well as the Chip that has already been joining into the banning phase for the side of AZ, while for Evil they have Uranus, Yixin as well as Lancelot that's thrown out. While in the meantime, AZ picked up the Alice as well as Kimi, while Evil, surprisingly, first pick is going to be the 1-1.
Yeah, and then Churros and I were discussing about the 1-1.
Teal's been
Never a
itching
big
for
fan
a
of the
real
1-1.
fight.
Personally, I
Team is
play a
picking.
lot of 1-1. Got 200, 400 games on this particular character. First pick 1-1 has always been really risky, especially when, you know, you've got teams such as Absolute Zero now
Your
knows how to
team
draft
is
against a
banning.
1-1. But seems like right here, if you're a 1-1 player looking at what Absolute Zero has selected, I think the only person that
See
you're
value
worried
in
about
me?
is perhaps
Your
the
team
Alice,
is
but it's
banning.
easy to
You
counter
should.
against the Alice, right? Just as long as you land down a weakness point and then use the crossbow attack as from an iframe to get out the dodge.
So the final pick for the side of AZ is going to be a Hayabusa. It doesn't really give us a very general direction as to what kind of game
Your
plan
team
both
is
of these two
banned.
teams want to go. So that is actually great to introduce some variety and, you know, some vague idea as to what the opponents want to ban and what they want to go for. But with the fact that there is already an Alice in the side of AZ, generally teams want to play around the Alice and just throw Alice into a middle of 5, which actually is going to be a very good
Now
answer
Kai
to the way
enters the
Team
scene.
Evil
Your team
plays.
is banning.
Yep, Kai and also the Frenchman getting banned away by the side of Absolute Zero. And remember what we talked about, how do we deal with the Alice, right? Immediately right off the bat, you think about Shred. Technically speaking, the CC also provides that Shred. We're seeing a lot more Hearts Claws 1-1 recently. Maybe the 1-1 has to go back to its roots, right? Go back to your corrosive slime.
Welcome to Grok's
your different types of
Castle,
swords,
tiny
and then after that, we
friend.
talk a kind of build where you rely mostly on your attack speed.
So no more Lancelot, and I'm trying to look out for junglers that have
My
burst
mission
potential,
to protect
which is something
lives.
that what Evil would very likely want to pivot into. The Joy can definitely be a case, it can definitely be something that they would want to look out for. Especially since right now the only crowd control we are realistically looking out for is that high loss. But is that really going to be enough?
I think the high loss and also the Alice is there just to deal with the 1-1, right? Like, as long as 1-1 procs most of the weakness points onto either high loss or either Alice, the 1-1 is not supposed to jump into the crossbow attack because your crossbow attack ultimate is not able to basically
What
jump
time
from
is
one
it?
target to the
It's
other. But it seems like Team
audit
Evil is going to
time!
be Aether going for the
The
Joy.
murkiest
Unfortunately,
water.
Joy, and not just that, hey,
Kagura,
It's
Sayla! Whenever we look at Kagura, we see Sayla.
oh man.
And
I miss this. I miss Sayla's Kagura, right? It's gone for like
yes.
I'm actually using my fingers to count here.
Okay, keep at it, keep at it. So I think that this is... Oh, Harif! Finally!
6 seasons?
Oh man, finally we're seeing a Harif joined in. We have been waiting for the longest time ever for a Harif to actually come into MPLSG. I love both of these two teams lineup, and I think that Evil is onto something here, right? Their last two picks is bursty, right? They have a way to shred Vendetta as an Alice, and they have a way to finish him off even when he's trying to heal back up, which is what I was asking for. You need to be able to shred and bruise, while in the meantime you need to have a way to finish them off, and that comes in the form of burst.
A lot more pressure on the side of Fake Cutie, in my opinion. Newcomer when it comes of MPL Singapore, and also the fact that he's also been a community pop stomper, and he's finally graced this higher percentage to play extremely well, right? Assassinate the either Kagura or even the 1-1 or even the Joy, hopefully speaking, right? Because there's so many squishy heroes. But there's also another thing that Ven could also do as a 1-1 is that, oh sorry, not Ven as a 1-1, Sayla as the Kagura, is that Kagura needs to find the Kimi, usually hiding all the way at the back behind your Alices, behind your Hylos, juke, bypass, and get out. And I haven't seen execute in MPL for a long time, Abstract.
Yep, but that is what a Kagura would love to have in her kit, right? So regardless, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going into the Land of Dawn with the Joy that will be starting in the orange buff, while Absolute Zero's Hayabusa starts off in the purple buff. And that will lead both of the junglers to flow over to the gold lane. We'll see how that is going to influence the rest of the game from this point onwards.
Yep. Definitely excited to see the Kagura and also the Harry, like what you mentioned, right? But I feel like right now, because of the Hylos pick and also the Alice pick, the 1-1 has to play a little bit safe. I'm also excited to see what kind of build that Ven could go for using this particular one. And I've been playing around with the 1-1 recently, right? Like, reading Warcry is also quite fun, especially when your crossbow and tank just do so much damage. You can just ego challenge anybody in the early game. But there's also another problem, right? Now you're facing against a Harriet that could sidestep very easily. It's very hard to basically hop into your ultimate and then after that just land down a perfect weakness point proc.
Yep. Now, looking at the XP lane, we do have got the Alice that will always be able to clear the wave a lot faster, but that will also means that Alice will lose quite a bit of health. So this is gonna be a high road to absolutely nowhere. While in the middle lane, we do definitely will be able to expect something. In the meantime, Aether
jumping into the rhythm with Joy runs again, but will not be able to tag onto anybody. Big Cutie will try to do the same, doesn't really want to commit onto the shadow kill as of yet, will allow Evil to limp away.
Definitely a scary composition from Absolute Zero, especially since it is going to be a Kimi plus a Hylos. They should be able to shred the lanes pretty darn easily to get themselves the lane prio. And moving from one place to another is something that they would want to do, especially since CC is pretty darn annoying and Alice might have a little bit of a problem trying to even get some kills if she wanted to.
Silas probably terrified when there's no instant find out. Almost like a powerful jumping all the way to the backline. Fake Cutie unfazed right here, goes into the shadow kill, taking the turtle along with him as well. Bucci picks up first blood onto Aether, and over the circuit, the jungler for the side of Team Evil and Powerful is already gone.
2 men down already from the side of Evil. Absolute Zero has also managed to pick up that turtle for themselves. Not exactly a great start that we'll want to see from the side of Evil, but it's okay. This laning phase, we can pretty much expect that to happen. But in the early game, we want to see Aether being able to snowball. We want to see Sayla being able to, you know, kind of snowball at the same time too. But these heroes, they come together as 5 and they will do magic.
Yep, Nomad tags onto it, but Silas gets most of the damage coming up from the crossbow attack. Does buy some time for the side of Ben. Pushes Silas all the way from his ultimate at the same time, so that's A-okay.
Powerful. Seems like he's trying to look for an opportunity. He will.
Oh, but he will be able to find onto Nomad. The stun will be there, giving the kill over the side of Ben. That's exactly what you're looking for. Tractor Pulse hack onto Powerful though, as Bucci comes in for the shred onto Powerful. Trying to sidestep a little bit, but we will not be able to get on the way. Ben down low just a little bit. Bucci still continues on the chase, but Bucci picking up a double kill already as Fake Cutie follow up the RNG and Aether procs the ultimate, but he has to back off.
There's not enough damage from the side of Aether, unfortunately. And Absolute Zero is just flooring it and just wiping Evil off of their track. Total of 4 kills to their name, as well as about 1,300 gold to themselves. Turrets are still in a pretty healthy state all across the map. So all in all, Absolute Zero, they're just setting grounds and they're just creating a little bit of a barrier between them and Evil. Telling Evil, you know what, in the early phase, in the laning phase, don't mess with us. We have a lot of damage within of our arsenal.
Yeah, Bucci is practically untouched right now. You can see how aggressive this Kimi is, right? Even Sayla You expect Sailor as a Kagura to basically find angles to try to assassinate, but he's unable to do so because it's mostly Absolute Zero dictating where they want to fight.
Yep, they have kind of a crazy and scary zoning capabilities. Now all 5 members are AGs here.
Aether will be able to seal away the turtle right underneath though, but it is going to be powerful. The sacrifice over the side of Absolute Evil, sacrifice over the side of Absolute Zero. Fake Cutie is already 2-0-1. He's going to snowball right off control.
Now down to the bottom lane, AZ want to take as much as possible out of these energy shield to definitely just bump up the gold of Bougie right now, since he's definitely going to be one of the main win conditions to be able to just gonna get a good power level going on about.
Yeah, nice side step will be able to allow Gear to dodge away from the traction pulse, but the critical, shredding down Vendetta super easily. I don't think Vendetta was expecting that kind of damage.
This is where the curtain call just tethers onto one person, just double damage all the way through.
Summer Force landing now, mostly tagging onto the side of powerful Celis. Still unharmed right here. Shadow Kill will be able to find out the Sailor. No! Immediately gets deleted. Nomad credited for the kill, but powerful Tsunami Slam. Nomad all the way in, but powerful. And Van is super low. They have to back off.
Can't hold the fight long enough underneath the turret to realistically be able to do anything to Nomad. But while all of this is happening up in the top lane, Evil is going to respond in kind down at the bottom by taking down the T1 turret. Top lane and bottom lane, one each. So we're still in a pretty fair game.
Yeah, pretty good trade from the side of Absolute Zero and Team Evil. I mean, right now it's still mostly the momentum skill swinging over the side of Absolute Zero, but hold on a second, the ultimate coming up from the side of Vendetta will be able to lock Team Evil all the way down. And not only just that, Bougie picking up a kill onto Gear as well. Fake Cutie coming for the flank, but will not be able to do so. Will be blocked by Powerful.
The fight resolves with 2k gold in the lead for Absolute Zero. When it comes down to close to the mid stages of the game, we can pretty much expect good power and good firepower from the side of Bougie. And with that starting fight, I think I will say that it would definitely help Fake Cutie.
Zaman Force by the side of Salas right here, trying to buy some time just a little bit, but it's going to be powerful right here. Try to slam in onto Salas, but it's very hard to be able to dish. Finally, the Tsunami Slam will be able to land as Crossbow Tank proc by the side of Van, but it will be more than enough to take down Salas. Just a little bit. The Glorious Pathway, not Glorious anymore. It's powerful. Picks up the Roma for the side of the Absolute Zero.
That was an impeccable 2v2 fight, which did not even yield any death over to the side of Evil. That is a very good response as the fact that they know that they are not going to be contesting for the turtle down in the bottom lane. They could even potentially be able to take the T1 turret down, hopefully be able to hover right around a deficit of 1.5k, which is not going to do too much for AZ, since the main thing that we want to see is going to be Sailor as well as Aether.
And that's exactly what we're looking for, right? Sailor blowing up Bougie, but unfortunately Vendetta will be there. Fake Cutie joining in the fight just a little bit, tags most of the damage onto Gear that has the vengeance activated as well, but as Absolute Zero slowly crumbles under the pressure of Team Evil.
There's too many people down in the middle lane though. If Evil really wants to crack open this one, it's not gonna be as easy as it seems. Completely neck and neck, Absolute Zero as well as Evil. They have managed to take down both of the T1 turrets and the side lanes. This is going to be an incoming brawl down the middle because both of them have the same objective. Take down the T1 turret in the middle lane.
And now, Vendetta scouts out Gear, unfortunately, will be able to jump over the wall. Traction Pulse will be able to catch onto Gear though. Tags onto Fake Cutie, tags the Shadow Kill right on. Sailor is just getting caught by side of Collateral. Powerful Tsunami Slam will not be able to find anything but Van goes into Crossbow Tank, but the Glorious Pathway leading the charge beside Absolute Zero to go on in, and Aether comes in with the ultimate to try to soften out the backline. Will be able to fight Salas, but Bougie shredding onto Aether. He goes down as Bougie picks up a kill.
Ran out of gas for the Little Joy. As such, they lost 3 while Absolute Zero lost 2. The entire fight lasted pretty darn long, but the main thing for Evil is that they are the one being engaged upon by Absolute Zero. Even if they lose a little bit more than AZ, it's not gonna be a problem because the main thing that they are actually defending is the mid T1 turret.
Yeah, and if you notice, these traits are actually not doing well for the side of Absolute Zero, right? Absolute Zero was ahead in terms of these gold lane and gold efficiency, but in terms of tempo, Team Evil is slowly catching up.
Yep. they will pop off at 12 minutes. We will always want to look at Aether as well as Sayla. The moment that Sayla is able to get strong items that could really mess up the battlefield, that is where you will burst anyone almost immediately as long as you take a bushwhack position. And since this is broken walls, there are so many more avenues that you can walk around with. This is also gonna be helpful to Sayla, where he's just going to be able to catch up to the opponents.
Vendetta will not be able to take that first skill. Traction pulse lands, finds Van. Van procs the second skill just to try to jump around. Pops the Inspire as well, try to just jump around, hopefully do some form of damage or even tag somebody with the weakness points.
The Lord now finds himself available up to the top lane. Broken walls being able to move either to the top or to the bottom, which could be resetted either way. Joy is somewhere around there.
Yeah, it's very confusing a little bit, but then again, you know, Absolute Zero, they were ahead in terms of that one, but look at the gold lead, it's actually closing in. Team Evo and Absolute Zero, I think they're fighting mostly on equal footing. Nomad gets shredded by Gear.
It's not going to be too big of a deal for now. But look out for the power play for Sayla.
Glorious Pathway would not be able to find anything though. Nomad, Glorious Pathway right there, but Powerful will be able to isolate Bougie and hopefully try to do something right there. Fake Cutie will be able to dash on away. Aether following suit at the same time. The Shadow Kill, but at the same time, the Zaman Force will be land right in the middle as Bougie landing down the damage. But Sayla finds a kill onto Vendetta and then onto Nomad as well. Two members on the side, absolute down as Evil goes for the Lord.
Fake Cutie did not manage to win in the 1v1 fight against Aether. He did not die though. He did manage to Shadow Kill, or rather, he managed to use his spot shadows to get himself out of the fight. But the main thing is not about the death. It's all about having themselves solidify their positions around the Lord Pit. And if Fake Cutie has lost his OG Shadow Kill, no more quad shadows, not a lot of HP to work around with, you know that he's not going to be hovering around the Lord to go for the steal.
Yeah, and it's just basically Aether just sacrificing or hope for the best, right, against Fake Cutie. Fake Cutie, 303 in terms of kill score. And if Fake Cutie is actually anywhere near Ben or be it as Sayla, it's going to be absolute doom for them.
But with the Lord now marching down to the bottom, middle lane is gonna be gifted to Evil. That is for sure, right? But I did mention that it would be pretty brawly because at AZ, they even themselves also know that the middle lane T1 is so important, especially for a Hayabusa.
They're literally throwing every single man down in the mid lane right there, trying to defend, allowing the Lord to basically march all the way in like that. But members from the side of Team Evo just focusing mostly on that one. But with order from the side of Nomad, he has some ideas.
But I'm not too sure whether the ideas will come into play at all. With the Zaman Force that's already been used just so that they will be able to deal with the Lord, that is going to be powerful!
Tsunami Slam runs again, Nomad right into the Snapping Jaws from the side of Team Evo. Van picking up the kill onto that, goes into the attack, the perfect one, as he just shreds down members on the side, Absolute Zero, one by one. He doesn't really need to kill, he just needs to push the one! As Van picks up a triple kill! My goodness me! Absolute Zero, no defense against Team Evo!
That is quite an eagle battle between Bougie as well as Van. Who thought that right now Van is the one that won in that 1v1, but that's not going to be the end of the fight just yet.
Shadow Kill right there, just to try to wave clear as much as possible, but look at Team Evo, how they pivot very quickly, all the way down to the bottom lane. Aether looking for some form of kills at the same time. Will be able to push, wish the ultimate, Van does the shutdown to Fake Cutie, picking up a monster kill for himself.
That's what you want to see coming in from a gold laner, when they know that they have reached their peak performance with all the items that they absolutely need. They will go out of the way to really show how strong they are. They will play with their advantage and they will play with their power in mind.
Powerful, jumping into the danger zone for the side of Absolute Zero, right underneath the turret, right underneath the Zaman Force, but it doesn't really matter as Evo once again, Van takes into the skies. Salas will go down, but Salas will take him down alongside with him. Two members down, but a lot of casualties for the side of Absolute Zero.
It's now just gonna be left with Bougie that managed to defend the base pretty effectively. They did not lose any more objectives after losing 4 people. So this is actually going to be pretty okay for Absolute Zero, but they still gotta have to wait it out a little bit more because the Lord is going to be spawning down in the bottom lane.
Oh, that's an open lane, Abstract.
Yeah. AZ, I think that they will worry a lot, mainly because they lost 2 fights in a row that is within of their own territory.
Yeah. When you're losing fights in your own territory, in your own base, nowhere on the map is safe. Absolute Zero has to be really careful right now. And this is... I wasn't expecting that. Wait, is that you or the sound effect from this song? I can't tell. I wasn't looking at you.
Make a comment. Do you think that that's a game from that's the sound from the game, or was it actually me?
This is the second time the OB actually caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting these creative angles.
Next one. What will we see? The bottomless pit of this core, this crystal, huh? Can we? I hope that we'll be able to like kind of shift this.
CSI enhance.
Alright.
Do people watch CSI anymore?
No, not anymore.
Oh no, I'm old.
Not anymore.
I just revealed my age.
Yeah.
Yep. Lord marching down bot.
Down at the bottom. With the lane synced up pretty effectively. With 4,500 gold in favor for Evil. They're preparing themselves for something. With Joy down in the bottom lane, CC as well as Sailor down in the middle. Ven can join in the fray anytime soon, and Powerful pops off the conceal. Oh, definitely want to go for the Total Strike.
Once again, we'll be forcing one person for the side Absolute Zero all the way down, but Fake this time around will be able to find Ven, unfortunately. And now all of a sudden, Absolute Zero will be able to collapse onto Team Evil. That's a shutdown for the side of Silas, but Aether dancing around Vendetta right here. Vendetta desperately trying to stay alive just a little bit longer and leads the chase for the side Team Evil as Absolute Zero deals with the base defense on the Lord. As a Shadow Kill tags onto Gear, Powerful shares the damage from the Hayabusa.
This is a very good pickoff coming in from Fate Cutie. Yep. Immediately just bursting down onto Ven. Ven thought he was safe, but alas, he was not.
Yeah, it's all that chaos. Fate Cutie was able to find Ven was absolutely crazy.
That is also kind of like finding a needle in a haystack. Somehow
and getting pricked by it.
Yeah, and Fate Cutie managed to do that. So that was actually a very good turning point because that was 4,500 gold in favor for Evil, and now it has been shortened by so much, 4,000 gold within a minute. That's
almost
been credited
equalizing
to AZ.
Yeah, almost equalizing, right? That's so much shutdown gold, and that's so much value that Ben has in his pocket right now. Absolute Zero. A bit
now
more.
With Endless Battle.
Yeah, with an Endless Battle, and also with more gold in their pockets. A lot more confidence to step out just a little bit longer, further in their map. Now they don't have to play within the confines of their base.
They finally managed to unlock themselves outside of their own home. They can finally thread around the jungles and hope to actually play around with these grasses.
Captured Pulse, catching onto Powerful though. Just a zoning one, remind you from Sun Absolute Zero. A welcome gift.
Looks like there's no need for the DHS for the side of Kimi.
Aether goes onto ultimate as well, forces the shadow kill.
No biggie!
Wonderful pull coming out from the side of Powerful onto Fake Cutie, and Fake Cutie absolutely got baited right there, Abstract.
That is not the that's not the play that you want. It kind of seems as though it is completely free. It's totally fine to just go with the OG Shadow Kill because it's free. You can just go for it and I'll get the ultimate back later on. But now this is a fight without Fake Cutie!
And definitely right here without the Lord, without Fake Cutie as well. The Lord right here, Absolute Zero is trying to delay as much as possible. But Fuji is getting down low. Ben will be able to deal with it. And Nomad down low at the same time. Aether credited for the kill onto two members at the same time. Front side Absolute Zero goes down.
They have no lanes or no wave in the middle lane, so might as well just go straight for the Lord, reset, and come back in a little bit stronger again to take on a fight against AZ once again. This is a 17 minutes Lord, by the way. I don't think it's evolved yet.
It doesn't really matter, but I mean Fake Cutie right here, taking the Shadow Kill right there, causes Absolute Zero to lose even a chance to go and get this Lord for themselves, and now they have to face the consequences. Van cracks open mid lane already, and once again, Fake Cutie gets tossed down by the side of Powerful. Aether picking up that kill. Vendetta trying to make a play right here with the ultimate, but look at the shred coming on Team Evil. It's more than enough to pin two members for the side. Absolute Zero down.
Completely cycled. That's what AZ is going through right now. There's still a lot that's going to be marching down to the bottom lane, and we are looking at a 4 versus 3 3. What can Absolute Zero can absolutely do at this point in time when the Lord is just going to be marching in?
I don't think so. It is absolute nothing because right here the Lord is actually marching menacingly right now. Aether stepping forward just a little bit to try to find the damage dealer onto Salas. Salas using the Zaman Force, but to not do intervents. Dab at the same time as Team Evil stepping all over the bodies of Absolute Zero, trampling them as they use the Consus to take down the core.
That's first game to the hands of Evil. It didn't really seem as though that they might have a very good game moving forward to the late stages. We thought that it might be strong in the early game because of the way that they have drafted the Joy, as well as the, what's that again? The Kagura. But in this case, it doesn't matter about the early game. Go late game, they have the burst capability. They don't care about the Alice. This time, Alice is nothing to them.
Yeah, like remember we talk about how do you deal with the Alice, right? Like, well, you just need to be able to shred him, right?
Yep.
Go Alice around,
Shred him and actually finish him with bursts.
And don't clump together. I think the biggest weakness is when if you're an Alice player and then after that you face out against like, you know, teams that doesn't know how to deal with the Alice. Yeah, Powerful just show us how to deal with it. Just scatter in 5 ways. And then all of a sudden, Alice's immortality doesn't look very scary at all.
Yeah, it kind of feels instead of a Alice that is immortal, it just feels like Alice is lost.
Yeah, because what an Alice wants to do is to absorb blood from as many people as possible. That's how she got his pseudo tankiness. And here you go. Here's the MVP of this game.
Completely deserved. Van is one of the few marksmen in MPL SG which I absolutely respect because he knows his power spike and he knows that he will threaten people and he's willing to take up the challenge.
Yep.
It doesn't matter. He don't just cower behind the team and just wait for an opportunity. He creates that opportunity because he knows that he can.
Yeah, because once he picks up the Malefic Gun, as you saw that, and this is also the Haas Claws build along with the side of the Sea Halberd, with the Put Yourself Together to make sure that his Inspire comes off cooldown as quickly as possible. He just 832 GPM, he's just literally farming his enemies and basically just scaling out of control.
All in all, this is a pretty darn good game from Evil, as they have managed to amass a total of 63,000 gold from the entirety of the game. They, of course, actually lost like 2 of the turtles to AZ right off the bat, and it kind of seemed as though that direction would have went pretty well for AZ, especially since they were completely neck and neck in terms of turret. The top lane and the bottom lane, both the T1s are just down, and they are just working on that 5v5 in the mid lane. But just so happened that I mentioned before, Evil is a more micro-intensive team. So if they are able to match their macro against you, they're able to take away all of the side lanes away, and you can do the same thing too. And you have to go 5v5 in middle lane just so that you can bring down the T1 turret. You know that you are just playing in the hands of Evil.
Yeah, and you know, the day I remember, I did say one comment, right? The day when I start to see Team Evil buckle up in terms of the macro, they can be a very scary team. And with every season, you start to see improvements, small little micro improvements on the macro gameplay. Powerful is collecting all of this information, all of this data, and they're looking to go the mile in MPL Singapore Season 10.
All in all, this is the team to really look out for. It is Team Evil that has been together for the longest time ever, and largely similar players. I think, but most notably, the anchor of the team, Powerful. He's been the shot caller, he's been the captain, he's been the jungler, then the roamer because of tank style gameplay that he always brings into the team. And no matter who they bring in, seasons after seasons, it may be different players, but their playstyles are still the same but evolved.
Yeah, and don't forget, Team Evil came in as a team of nobodies, and they started to make a name in MPL Singapore from Season 3 all the way to Season 10. So really kudos what Team Evo has achieved so far. You know, if you invent the time machine, you go back in time, you tell Powerful, hey, you know what, you're gonna go all the way to Season 10 and now you're gonna be one of the big boys now. I think they'll be laughing at me.
Understandably, so much damage taken. Massive amount of damage taken from the side of CC with 138,000. Powerful got 125,000. You know, they are just doing their jobs. But look at Nomad as well as Vendetta. Damn, 200,000 damage taken from them. But I think one of the most notable things is definitely gonna be Bougie, right? Bougie, all the way from the start to the end, he has been a menace. Yeah, he has been an absolute menace and just keeps on shooting little magic pellets to your opponents non-stop. To the point that he could have actually went head-to-head, toe-to-toe between him and Ven. And I think that is kind of scary.
Yeah, and you know, as you saw how Bougie path and pilots this Kimi in a certain particular way, you can see his confidence, his experience right there, right? He knows the limits of every single hero that he's touched before, and he really squeezed that Kimi to his limits. There are certain cases where I wasn't expecting the Kimi was to be able to stand there and output the damage, but he's able to do so and lingers there for a long period of time.
This guy has got a lot of experience,
He
so
does.
we gotta have to give it to Bougie, right? In game number 2, I think that he's still going to be a very important and play a very vital role in the team. However, one thing whenever I look at Bougie, there's only one hero that I always think of, and that is Farsa. So
Is it Farsa?
yeah, I will always remember him as Farsa.
Why do I remember her as Valentina?
Valentina, Bougie, Valentina. It could go that way as well.
Kadita is Roy.
Kadita is Roy. Okay. Yeah.
No, it's not. Kadita is not Bougie. Yeah.
Kadita is not Bougie for sure.
Kadita is Roy.
I think so.
Yeah, Kadita is Roy.
I think Valentina is 5 for 5.
True.
Yeah.
So what's Bougie known for? Cyclops? He did-
Farsa.
Oh, Farsa. Okay. But Sayla is known for his Cyclops.
No. Youngin, if you're watching this, it's all because of you. It's your fault.
Wait. But he hasn't put Cyclops as of now. But you gotta admit, his Kagura plays right there. You would expect like he was able to do some very massive plays, but it seems like, you know, his achievement as he has 849 in terms of KEA, but it's mostly overshadowed by Ven and also Powerful. Powerful sets up for Ven so beautifully. As a 1-1 player, I approve.
They have a lot of ways to really combo together with the Tidal Strike plus the Tsunami Slam, right? Great burst damage from the Kagura, and at that point in time, Ven just have got way too much items, right? The itemizations and the amount of damage that they have got is just way too much. Nothing that the opponent could do.
Yeah, and once the Malefic gun is built, Sea Halberd is just the icing on the cake, right?
Yep.
It's just gonna start shredding the Hylos like it's butter. You also shred through the Alice like it's butter, and that's why I love the Sea Halberd on the 1-1. It reduces the healing that the Alice likes to do. The Hylos also to a certain extent once it's on the Glorious Pathway. He also heals, but you just shred like it's butter.
Exactly. You don't even have to worry so much about thinking, is the Dom Ice actually working on him, or is the Glowing Wand actually working on him? Nah, you hit him, you're working on him. So no longer you have to think, yeah, okay, the fight would have been better if there's a form of anti-healing onto them. But no, once you get the Sea Halberd, you're automatically gonna be one of the anti-healing.
Yeah, you're basically like a one-man army already, and because of the range benefit, you basically could just kite every tanks right now.
Yeah, you have got superior hopping speed, hopping distance, and range. So that is why once she is completely maxed out, she's kind of scary.
Yep.
That outranges almost all the marksmen except for Layla.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair, right? I think.
Yeah.
Except for Leslie also.
No.
No.
Leslie couldn't deal with a 1-1.
Oh damn. I believe him because he plays a lot of Leslie.
Not this patch.
Doesn't matter.
The old patch, yes.
You had experience.
The old patch, yes.
That's all that matters.
Leslie's been gutted.
Yeah, at one point in time, Leslie was actually a pretty darn good hero in competitive play.
Two shots basically done, right? I think the biggest problem about the Leslie in this particular era, I think it's not really prevalent in any seasons at all, is because there's so many things that it actually there's so many things in the game right now that actually rewards you for landing your shots as quickly as possible. And Leslie is not suitable to be built attack speed, right? And also most of your percentage HP shreds actually come for attack speed items.
Huh?
So yeah.
Okay,
items,
yeah.
Like
Right.
Hunter
DHS,
Sword,
yes.
Corrosive Scythe.
Yep,
If you
you're
want to
right.
amplify those two attack on hit attacks, comes from the golden staff.
Yep.
And you don't build that on a Leslie.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, technically, you have that inbuilt in your kit. So
Yep.
well, regardless, we're not gonna see Leslie anyways.
I wish.
Nah, you're not gonna see Leslie anytime soon. But one thing's for sure, I will want to see the Farstar being played by Bougie here.
Oh
In
yeah.
the previous game, it was not banned, but they snap picked that in R2. So that is an idea that they wanted to go for. They just thought, okay, Alice Kimi is great opening, but if whether AZ is gonna be starting in blue and Team Evil is gonna be on red is gonna be the question.
And if you notice, in that particular roster from both of these two teams, you start to see a lot more variation, right? Like you see the Kagura coming in. I think we did hype Kagura a little bit last week. Expect to see that Assassin Mages coming in, especially in the form of Dangerous Grass, right? You can literally open up the map very easily. But
Yeah, it's gonna be Dangerous Grass for sure.
Yeah. But Team Evil decided to bring the Kagura right into Broken Walls.
again.
It seems like we're going back into the Broken Walls map once again in game number 2.
Damn, I was hoping that the statistics would actually tell a story there.
No, statistics sometimes don't tell the actual story.
Yeah, large sample size, but hey, this is how big of a sample size this is? That's the question. So far, how many games have we played all the way
Rocks
through?
need no
Your
protection
team is
from
banned.
the
Fine,
rain.
we'll find out about that
I
in
don't
the
have
future.
I don't have a calculation for that.
Damn.
We played 20 games.
Who said there are no
Shortest
shortcuts
game
in
is
life?
11 minutes.
I literally
or 9
invented
seconds.
one.
Longest game is
27.
25 minutes.
25.
Which we
okay.
just saw today.
Oh.
The one between RSG Singapore and Kingdom Esports.
Ah, right. The standoff.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alright, seems like we're going to go into game number 2 once again. If you notice, Powerful doesn't have a book. It's a bunch of A4 paper.
Oh
He's
my.
upgraded.
Yeah. This really reminds me of who was that again?
Butterflies born by
Your
thy
team
wish,
is banned.
Brings in a stack
by
of
lantern's
paper
light.
into the stage, and then the opponent is just like, look at the guy. He has a bunch of paper.
when did this happen?
That's not in MLBB Esports though. But that was damn hilarious. It was.
You know, I
It
like.
was a continuation of like a joke in. I wouldn't even say it's a
fun is all
continuation
that
of a joke.
matters.
It's just a continuation of what they bring onto the onto the player's booth, right?
Yeah.
Day one or like one of the series brought in a couple of paper or like a folder. It's a folder, right? And then in the grand finals came in literally a stack of papers.
You know what? The intrusive mind of mine is telling me that I want to see people like on stage just literally just fumble the paper and it just spreads all across like snowflakes.
Oh my goodness, that is just a pain to clean up. If that happens, you're cleaning up.
Actually, it did happen to me before. I was an MC back in high school.
That is a very
Painful.
awkward position to be in.
Yeah.
Like you
call
can't
me a
possibly just
hero
stand there and just
because I
look at them
saved my
picking up their
nation
papers. You
from
gotta help
falling
them.
apart.
No, I literally. So what I did is I finished my line, and as blackout, you see me like bowing like down the floor on my
Oh,
knees,
God.
scrambling to
Sweep
keep
away
all the
all
scripts
evil.
together. Good times. But anyways, Lancelot picked up for the side of Absolute Zero, bans away the 1-1 in response to Ven. Hope to see other gold laners coming off from Ban. I want to see Mage Bane.
Yusujin says goodbye.
Yep.
Yeah, so no Mage Bane. But Evil now, they have the opportunity to pick R1 and R2 right now at the same time. Heroes and Harlem is currently available, but this
Let the
don't
sound
like
of
play the
nothing.
CC. So CC as well as the Kalia is going to be the pick coming up here. Not going to go to any certain direction, but it is very similar to the previous game.
Yeah, the reason why CC is such a good EXP strong opener for an EXP is because immediately you deny the likes of the Valentine, not the Valentine, the Alice, right? you could just shred and bully her in the early game, and then after that move on. But now it feels like, you know, we're going back into an Alice came in from the side of Absolute Zero as almost similar to game number 1.
Yeah, so I wouldn't be too surprised if we are starting to see the kind of the same picks again. They just need a way to burst down AZ. Lancelot has already been taken away and stolen away, so that is not going to be the idea. Jungle enjoy. Yeah, Farsa. Okay, Farsa have got a pretty good burst as well, so that can also be an answer for Fate Cutie. Oh, sorry, a good answer for Vendetta as the Alice.
Yeah, and you've seen it use to great success, right? Kalia, Farsa, wombo combo, Tsunami Slam right into the Feather Ash, right? It's just an amazing wombo combo. And Sailor, if you watch his past games, he's not really he's very generous in giving you the Feather Ash, right? And whenever it's available, he just use it. Even if it's just to use it to shoot once, he will just use it and then fly away because of the short cooldowns.
Yeah. And it's also a very good zoning tool, so you gotta have to remember about the utility that such a high ground spell can actually bring to the team.
Right now, bans on by the side Team Evil takes away the Gauda Kancha, the Hayabusa gets taken away by the side Absolute Zero Rock, following suit by the side Team Evil. Yeah, just eliminating as much of those annoying CCs as possible, right? But looking from the side of Absolute Zero, yes, they do have decent amount of CCs, but Traction Pulse, nowadays I feel like you don't see Traction Pulse really being landed. It's mostly there to just like, zone people away right into your trap.
So, 2 last picks from Evil. They're lacking of a gold laner, they're lacking of a jungler. They have a single burst capability coming in from the Farsa. It will be great if they will have one more burster to really deal with that Alice. Joy is still available. They can still go for the Joy, to be fairly honest.
Not a big fan of the Joy in this particular matchup, especially when you go against Absolute Zero. You got a Lancelot that got iframes, right? So you easily jump out.
What time is it?
That,
It's Onyx time!
Okay, it's still gonna be Joy.
Alright, why not?
They need to find a way to get that burst potential in, so I can totally understand that. Now it leaves them to a gold laner, which they are gonna hold that thought and just wait and take a look at who is going to be the matchup in order to make a good decision.
Well, technically speaking, right now, Absolute Zero, I feel like Badang looks really good, in my opinion. You really need some form of way to basically have the hard lockdown, because if you can't stop the Joy from running around, you can't stop the cover fly around.
To engage.
Yeah, it's gonna be spell a lot of doom, but here we go. Hylos once again secured by the side of Absolute Zero. Same like game number 1.
Experience the euphony of suffering.
Oh, I heard the Bane.
Yeah, I was confused as well.
See, he was hovering on the Bane. He was hovering on the Bane, and then just decided, you know what?
Last minute Grandeur pick. Yeah. But Bane pick, if Absolute Zero locks in the Bane pick, that would be a little bit too much magic.
Honestly,
damage.
Irithel.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Or
if they want burst, that is something that they can come. Unless they want, they need the shred.
Let's go.
Okay, there we go. Irithel.
Alright, you're right. Alright, at the very least, Irithel is able to, reposition and kite the Hylos and also the Alice around. And not only just that, deals considerable amount burst in the early game against the Grandeur, can sidestep the Rhapsody while landing damage as well. Is also able to do some lane bully. However, if you take a look at Team Evil's side of the roster, this is a very squishy team.
It is. They are playing around great amount of burst. They really want to ensure that they are able to execute kills even after Gear has managed to whittle the opponents down with CC, right? So actually CC plays a very important part to be the overall bruiser. So all in all, we have a bruiser in the name of CC. We also do have the Kalia that can come in for the catch. If whether that they have enough time to actually go for these kills is gonna be my #1 concern. During that animation time, can you kill them fast enough?
But Giant Crossbow does a lot of collateral damage in the towards the later parts of the game.
All troops deployed.
Also, super painful, especially when the Irithel comes online. A lot more expensive to build as compared to the as compared to the grandeur.
That is a beautiful Lancelot skin, by the way. But anyways, with that all said and done, ladies and gentlemen, we are going in.
By that one.
I know, right?
Both of us.
I hope that we'll get a zoom-in version
and
of
he
that
has a tail.
soon. Yeah, this is like not a 9-tail. There's a single-tail fox or something like that. I don't know.
I thought it was a Naruto version of Naruto skin. Now I got confused. Wait, isn't that Lucas?
Honestly, looks a little bit more Inuyasha-ish to me.
True. Wow, you just revealed your age as well.
Shut up. But yeah, both of the jungles, they are going to end up at opposite side of the map. Evil will go up to the gold lane, and Absolute Zero's jungler will go down to the XP lane. In terms of lane priority, same thing as always. CC will always have a lead over the Alice, and for the top lane, gold lane, Evil will also have the lead against that Granger.
Wow, Gear's already level 3, whereas Vendetta barely scrapes by with level 2. This early on, how is that possible?
Just very dominating in terms of the performance, right? I think he just constantly just went straight in. His style of play is different. He don't want to clear the wave. He just wants to poke this Alice to oblivion. Because the way that Alice wants to heal is that wants to go right next to the creep waves, right? So just poke you to death and poke you to so low that you wouldn't even want to go close to the creep waves. So you can't wave clear effectively, and you can't heal effectively too.
Right. Turtle will be responding very quickly. It seems like Powerful catches onto Buji. Buji jumping all over the wall. Law and Order onto Powerful to stop. Powerful limps a little bit forward, and well, backward, mind you, but Aether decides to explore the map just a little bit more. Finds Fake Cutie. Popsy. Ooh. Takes away the purple right underneath Fake Cutie. Closes.
Oh, Aether managed to win in that fight?
Use a retry, no, but
both of them used their retry.
Forces the retry out of Fake Cutie.
Both of them used it, so let's remember that, okay? The turtles are already out, so both of these junglers have about 15 seconds left until they will be able to use the retribution once again. So both teams, they're going to hold their ground a little bit and bide their time until the retribution is off cooldown before they jump right back in.
Yeah, delaying the turtle fight is absolutely wonderful for both these two teams just a little bit, but hold on a second for the air once again. Right into the Tsunami Slam. Aether picking up first blood on the side of Fake Cutie, and also the turtle as a consolation prize. Nomad used the glorious pathway to run away. Not so glorious after all. And now Buji trying to land down the damage. Vendetta goes into ultimate, trying to zone out, trying to absorb as much HP bars, but the damage from the side of Team Evil comes true.
Team Evil is very widespread. They have a very good marching order in their team, and I am very pleasantly surprised how they do not all clump up within of Vendetta's passive. Is very methodical, right?
Yep.
Front lines all the way inside. You have Aether, Gear is just a slight tad bit away. Sayla is far, and Powerful is just wherever he wants.
Just look at how Sayla sets up this no man's land, right? Rescuing Ven from impending doom.
I think this is more about a mobility game, isn't it? Gear has mobility, Aether has mobility, Sayla has mobility, literally everyone has mobility.
Yep,
even Ven can kite well.
Yeah, Aether is just literally running down Nomad right there. Buji goes into traction, Powerful will be able to catch onto Aether as well. Tsunami Slam for the side of Powerful will be using on
Aether,
trying to make a play. Not good enough as Aether picks up a killing spree. Gear goes for the backside onto Buji, takes him down.
Oh, outplayed Fate Cutie. Oh man, we thought that Phantom Execution would have been the death of Aether, but he just narrowly managed to escape by a hair.
Yeah, Aether outplayed the outplayer.
And yes.
My brain hurts just saying that.
I know. I took some time to actually understood that.
Yeah, literally, right? This is a very different joy as compared to game number 1, right? This joy was able to snowball hard as compared to game number 1, and it started with like the first blood, and after that it's just game over, right? And I thought, Joy was a very bad pick, but look at Fake Cutie as a Lancelot, he's actually struggling.
Yup, he was given the opportunity to just go ham like that. Being able to steal the buff away from Fate Cutie definitely plays a very big part in the way that they lead the game. It's currently level 9 for Aether and level 7 for Fate Cutie. So in terms of objective fights, Absolute Zero is absolutely out.
Yeah, right now. I think the only way that Absolute Zero can come back into this one is just to rely on Salas, right? Nomad right here is constantly getting busted down very quickly by Team Evil. Yes, he's a tank, mind you. And don't forget, you also got Ben. Technically speaking, does require a lot more gold as compared to Salas. But Salas right here still holding on for just a little bit more. But as the time goes by, Van is definitely going to get even more stronger and more powerful.
Slowly but surely, Evil will start to take away the reins of the back control of AZ. It will dwindle down the amount of safe zones off of the map as much as possible. First to the top lane, then the bottom lane, and eventually they will head their way over to the middle lane and once again leave AZ in that very ruthless 5v5 game that Evil love so much.
Yep, powerful. We'll be able to jump away, but once again, Aether just creating so much space down the bottom. Fair the airstrike from the side of Sailor. Punches Sailor down to the ground just a little bit more powerful down low. Venom execution will not be able to tag him.
Gear doesn't even care about some of these pot shots at this point anymore.
Yeah, and look at Aether just needing to charge down bot, like literally, right? Absolute Zero is too busy dealing with Team Evil.
Yep, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Clear off the side wave and then force AZ to defend the middle lane because that is the only T1 turret that is left. And T1 turret, super valuable. They want to throw bodies for it.
Vendetta's ultimate catches onto Gear, but that's one big ultimate that's already used already. Nomad's getting shredded by Gear like it's nobody's business. And that's the power of the CC, right? And I think Absolute Zero picking a hideout right into the CC again is a really bad idea.
And not only that, you can definitely realize that Vendetta is having a really tough time because of the way that this is drafted. They have mobility, they have burst, and they also have a way to shred. So ultimately, Vendetta always finds himself in a very difficult spot. Like, does he want to prioritize a big chunk of players, or does he want to prioritize putting himself right underneath their target opponents?
Lingering around. Salas finally built the Sky Piercer. Hopefully we'll be able to turn it around. Fake Cutie. Oh man. Even his jungle is not really safe anymore as the Tsunami Slam will be used. Yeah, leading charging around the mid at the same time. Two-prong attack from the side. Team Evil, the traction pulse will be able to catch onto it. Sailor goes into fair. The airstrike covers as much ground as possible, but it's going to be bad. Picking up Bougie off the screen. Vendetta down low just a little bit more. Ben jumps into the great crossbow, just spewing out damage against Absolute Zero.
And it's only 8 minutes into this game. Evil has already gotten 5,400 gold in advantage and growing even more, especially since taking down this T1 turret.
Yeah. The tempo, the momentum, insurmountable by the side Team Evil against Absolute Zero.
Holy Crystal.
Oh, that's a scary item.
Exponentially increased amount of burst damage that Evil can bring in onto the board.
Yeah, 185 magic power. On top of that, your passive increase 25% magic power that you have. I'm sorry, I'm losing out.
Yeah, I totally understand the statistics. You're the statistic guy.
Yeah.
Very Asian of you.
I made my mom proud.
Yeah. Did you?
I think I did.
You think?
I never asked.
Tell me about your brother.
Well, he's probably going to make more money than me. He's becoming a doctor, and here I am.
No doctor, no games.
Anyways,
there's always fun in games.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we're back.
Yeah.
We're good.
I think the stream also like. I feel sorry for you, James. Nothing happening around the map right there. Absolute Zero cannot fight for anything, right? Yeah. Because the broken walls actually allow Joy to just dash in very easily because you're literally off.
Yeah, like walls are thinned out as well.
Sailor burned the flicker as well.
To be fair, it is necessary because the Lord is available right now. Defensive flicker is always going to be much more valuable than an offensive flicker.
Yep. It seems like right now there's no contest on the side. Absolute Zero.
But it's okay.
Product placement.
We do have got another viewport that we can look at, and that is the point where Evil just gonna be running right down after taking that Lord. The Lord will be marching in from the top lane with the shortest path over to the core.
Wow.
with the feathered airstrike. Exactly what you're talking about, right? Sailor, whenever he has the opportunity, he would just pop off with that feathered airstrike, even if it means that no one's in the vicinity. It's all about the zoning potential.
And not just that, right? Sailor's feathered airstrike has an art, right? He's able to hit like multiple angles at the same time. Earlier just now, if you notice, at the fight down at the bottom lane, hold on a second, a bit of a team fight happening right here. Here comes the Holy Doris halfway as well. At the very least, Aether will be able to pick up the main damage dealer from the side of Absolute Zero. Bonus and not enough damage dealers. As a member of Absolute Zero, not too sure whether they should team fight or whether they should defend.
The Lord now crashes on down as he brings in the spiraling Trident to bring down the top lane D3.
Right, Turban right now, Ben. Looking for some for the damage. Bougie Bruce a little bit, has to run away. Absolute Zero finally dealt with the Lord, but can they deal with more damage coming out from the side of Team Evil?
Massive amount of value that managed to get or got for themselves with just the very first Lord of the game. Naturally, when it comes to the first Lord, all you really wanted is the outer turrets to keep yourself on in check in terms of the ground, right? Whether you are working correctly in and playing according to curve. But right now, Evil way off the curve. They are doing so much better than average games. They have got 10,000 gold to their name at 11 minutes into the game.
Yep.
Took down the T3 turret in the top. This is going to be big because there is a Lord that is going to be spawning down in the bottom lane. That means on the opposite side, the furthest lane away from the Lord, that is a natural pushing lane, which means that's a naturally winning Lord fight.
I don't think Absolute Zero would want to try to contest this one. Man, these all... Oh, where are we?
Yeah, they can't contest with this banner for sure.
Man, these OBs are really finding creative angles, eh?
I want to see more Gamabuta. If that's his name, I completely forgot whether
I think that's... Yeah, it's Gamabuta.
Yeah, Gamabuta, right?
Yeah, it is. But yeah, back to our topic right here. I like the fact that they put the both of us together where we get distracted by the smallest of details.
Every single part of the map is gonna have to... Oh, what? Huh?
What damage?
2 dash? Huh?
Huh? Yeah, what damage? That was what? Silas down 2/4 HP?
Yeah, so he's left like 1/3. No, 2/3. He lost like 2/3.
2/4, that's half. Wow. Yeah, 3/4. I can't math.
Where's my calculator?
Where's my scientific calculator?
Yeah, I just need basic ones. I don't use a lot of the buttons there.
Yeah, I just use the mostly the bottom parts.
Yeah, I know, right? But now the Lord is gonna be marching down from the top lane. Aether, completely stacked up. 4 kills, 0 death, 1 assist. In fact, no one died from Evil.
Yeah,
wow.
I just realized Absolute Zero kills.
And Absolute Zero does not.
Yeah.
This is a very different game.
Yeah, this is a very different beast, right? Team Evil literally looking like the villain right here, and they're looking to try to end this one. They're really charging against Team Absolute Zero, even without the Lord, and now with the Lord grazing the base of the side of Absolute Zero. Team Evil is strategically just dismantling the defensive turrets.
The Lord now finds himself dead, but the fight unfolds.
Better airstrike once again. The members on the side, Absolute Zero, a bit slow for the party as well. Bougie and also Nomad immediately gave their life away in the base defense. Fake Cutie looking to go for the same at the same time as Ben. Don't ring around the roses. Bravely the course damage with the giant crossbow. They take Absolute Zero down in a 2-0 sweep.
The first 2-0 of the day. What a way to close out at the end of the day.
Oh dear.
Van. This guy, you gotta look out for Van, guys.
Yeah.
He knows his power spike so well. He has so much confidence in his plays. He is so good.
Look, Van, if I'm not mistaken, has like quite a few MVPs already.
I think that this is gonna be yet another MVP.
Out of 7 games that he's played, he has 3 MVPs already.
Is it gonna be yet another MVP to him, or would that actually be a MVP over to Aether?
I feel like the MVP should be Aether because he's doing quite a lot of damage. And Joy is such a high risk, high reward kind of hero.
Fair.
It's really difficult to pilot him.
Honestly, the main thing that I would like to get out of this game is that Evil is the only team of today that really figured out Alice.
Yeah.
They have no problems dealing with Alice, and right from the get-go, when it comes down to draft, it already showed us what they are trying to do to match up against this Alice. With good amount of pacings and positioning away from Alice, that's number one.
Yep.
And number two, have good amount of burst. It's very counterintuitive to a certain extent, because if someone that keeps healing, you want anti-heal, and you want to be able to shred their massive amount of HP, right?
Yep, and you know, I look back into, as we look at the MVP and as we go and talk through the problem, the Alice problem, right, that we have in MPL
There
Singapore.
we go.
But it seems like we're going to have to add one more count of MVP over the side of Van 3, 0, and 6. Output and damage, Berserker Spree, but let's talk about the problem of the Alice, right? In match 1 earlier just now, in day 3...
Do they have burst? The opponent?
No, so Alice was banned by Team Flash.
Okay.
Alright?
Okay.
Then after that, game 2, they leaked the Alice out, Ignite Gaming took it, and Ignite Gaming won with it.
Okay.
Game 3, Alice was immediately banned. It seems like even Team Flash is unable to figure out
Don't
or
really have
adapt
an answer.
quick enough.
Yeah, so Evil might just be the one that knows how, but given the games that has happened today, I would like to see if whether tomorrow we are gonna see any differences, and if whether Alice is just gonna be dropping in terms of priority because of the resurgence of bursty heroes back in again. And it's not that difficult to access bursty heroes because you have a Farsa and you have a Joy that is very dominant in the current meta.
Yeah, I think Alice's weaknesses is, apart from burstiness, there's also, technically speaking, like the Eve that literally could just burn the Alice down. If you want to have DPS, you need to have constant DPS. Something like Kimmy's, something like the Eve to a certain extent, where she's desperately slowed down, unable to, you know, land the passive onto as much people as possible, and then after that, it's just over for the Alice because the Alice is unable to heal.
Ultimately, looking at the itemizations, it's pretty fair to say that AZ will have not much play or not much items to really work with only Fit Cutie and Salas having a decent amount of items to them. One thing that I would say is surprising is the Sky Piercer onto Salas. I mean, yes, Granger, Sky Piercer, it's always great. But if they are so behind in the game for quite some time already, I think that what Salas and Team Absolute Zero is looking out for is that they want to observe that mid-game power spike because they have Fate Cutie, they have Bougie, and Salas himself can actually pop off pretty strong in the mid-game. As long as it's being funneled at least, what, 4 kills, that is the value of Sky Piercer already being acknowledged.
I personally feel like as a Granger, you really do need the Sky Piercer because I've seen, like what I mentioned a lot of times before, right? I've seen teams literally hung onto the Sky Piercer as long as possible, and then when they're in the base defense, when they're at the late game, once the Granger starts racking up kills and start proccing these kills over and over again, he's just going to be able to stack the Sky Piercer and then after that just return to the game solely because of the ability that he held onto the Sky Piercer as long as possible.
Right, so it's kind of a wildcard item that can kind of see personal growth as the game progresses towards their favor in that case. I can totally understand how that will work, right? Because AZ, they're a team that actually does fare pretty well in team fights. But in this game, Evil just did not want to give any opportunity for AZ to pick up some of these free kills. In fact, I think that Evil, this game is a lot more methodical. And their positioning and movements is just impeccable here.
And, you know, we're going to jump into the highlights over right here. And it's just solid answers coming up from Team Evil. Even though, you know, Absolute Zero swapped Bougie all the way back in, and Bougie, you know, brings a totally different dimension for the side of Absolute Zero. Team Evil, on the other hand, you don't just still unfazed. Ben is outputting damage like nobody's business. Powerful enabled him as well. Sayla sets up the fights very quickly, and Sayla is not like those mid laners that deserves attention, that wants attention, right? He's always in the background, delivering the damage, setting up the zoning, be it as a Kagura or be it as a Farsa.
So, this is how game number 1 ended, and now as we move on to game number 2 in this highlight, most of these highlight reels is literally just Evil collecting kills for themselves. There is a lot of at a lot of points where Evil have got a lot of players that it doesn't have a lot of HP to work with, but AZ, they don't have a way to execute, which actually boils down to that that question that, or rather that confusion that I had initially about Salus picking up the Sky Piercer, because if he had the Sky Piercer, or rather right now, I mean he does have the Sky Piercer, if it does manage to collect some of these kills, it would have actually paid a lot of dividends. Yep. So in the end of the day, it's still very, very necessary.
Yeah, that's right. Mind you, Absolute Zero only had 1 kills, and that only happened nearing the end.
That was the final fight.
It was a little bit too hopeful for that one, but it's still, I personally feel it's like, it's one of its core items, right? You really have to build it, but unfortunately, that's just how the cookie crumbles, right? There's no answer, right? Nomad is just gonna go in, just literally just get killed off by CC, and I feel like how Team Evil has dealt with Absolute Zero is they will assign one hero or one of the players to one person. Like for example, since CC counters a high loss, all Gear has to do, shred Nomad as he comes over, and then after that retreat. Dude, your job is done.
Yeah. One of the things that Hylos is really good at is that he is an inbuilt Dom Ice.
Yep.
He slows opponents' attack speed. I think that that's something that a lot of people forgotten about.
That's why I hate
when
to deal with the Hylos.
Yes. So one of the few things that Hylos always want to do is just run straight into people that likes to do basic attack. It actually messes your tempo a little bit because
like
you think that you can what's the word? You can animation cancel, but you are actually just wait. Hold on a second. My attacks are so slow.
Yep.
That is something that Hylos is really good at. If you notice that it's Hylos versus CC, CC don't even care too much about auto attacking.
Yep.
When it comes down to Irithel, Irithel has got massive amount of mobility that can actually weave herself away from Hylos. Kalia does need some of that basic attack so that she will be able to hit down the ground, create that field. So that is one target that Hylos will be good for. Farsa, don't care. Joy, not really care.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of times where, if you notice during the highlights, right, Abstract, it's just that Nomad is just literally running to his death, right? Gear is just ready, like, oh, you see the glorious pathway, Gear just steps forward, just start playing yo-yo tricks on him, and then after that, Nomad cannot continue on to push, and then after that, it's just allowing Ven, be it either Irithel or 1-1, just to jump around and just outputting a lot of damage from afar.
Yep. Unfortunately, Hylos in this game really is just a walking personal fountain. You don't do anything aside from healing. And yes, you are definitely able to deal some damage out of your Ring of Punishment or Retribution Ring of Punishment. It does help a little bit, but as you can see, the fact that they didn't have any kills, it is more than enough to understand that they are kind of lacking in some damage in the early stages, and it doesn't help that the tempo of the game heavily swung in the favor of Team Evil. If the early game didn't swung so much to Evil, AZ actually stands a pretty good chance.
Yeah,
still.
And technically speaking, Absolute Zero definitely got the better jungler, right, from the side of Lancelot. But of course, you know, in hindsight, Abstract, we have to take a look at the team standings after today.
Yep. With a total of 8 points, that is Evil. They managed to win all 3 of their series and all 3 of their matches. That will put them in a game score of 6-1, only yielding 1 game away. While in the meantime, Team Flash with a total of 6 points for them, Kingdom Esports at 5 points. That is the top 3 that we have, as well as Ignite Gaming with 4 points for themselves. Absolute Zero and unfortunately RSG Singapore face relegation.
Yeah, I mean, if Team Evil actually secure at least these points, you're almost guaranteed playoffs right now, right?
I think they're guaranteed playoffs.
Yeah, and don't forget, after today, technically speaking, we're already halfway through the regular season because of how short our regular season is. Because there's also tomorrow that I have to deal with, and of course next week. There's only 2 matches left for all our teams right here to basically collect the points, and I'm looking at Ignite Gaming, Absolute Zero, and RSG. They're not safe either. They may get relegated down to the challenger brackets.
Let's see what tomorrow's schedule is gonna be as we start off the day with Ignite Gaming going up against Kingdom Esports.
I want to watch this one.
Oh, definitely. We will be here. And second match of that day is going to be Absolute Zero going up against Team Flash. I think that this is also going to be another very banger of a game. And I think that AZ might be able to give Team Flash a very tough game.
Wow.
RSG coming in the last game again against Evil. Not again, but Evil again have to play the final game of the day.
Once again, you know, I was just talking to Gear earlier just now. He said, wow, my call time is actually so late. I'm actually really tired. And now he's like, oh man, I gotta come back at around 6 o'clock again. I'm tired of this wait.
And that is why they want to end games fast.
And and if I remember correctly, last week day one, they were like one of the first games as well, so they have to wake up early. It's like
so they're never getting the best. They're never getting the best one, which is like the center game.
Poor
right?
scheduling.
Don't worry, I'm pretty sure that they will be able to get that opportunity to, you know, play in the middle of the day. Maybe I don't know if that will be the day, but we'll see. Maybe next week. Now, before we close off the stream, we'd like to give a huge thank you once again over to IT, as of course MPL SG Season 10 is powered by Moonton as well as Pulse and Nova Entertainment, and with our presenting partner IT. Now, we do have got the QR code down there, so make sure you guys scan the QR code. And same thing as always, we do have got some of these collab drinks available at all the IT stores near you. Buy one, get a scratch card, scratch it, and you might actually stand a chance to win a free flight over to Jakarta, where you will be able to witness and cheer for the Singapore champions of MPL SG fight in the international stage.
Yeah, and of course, thank you very much to our official gaming chair partner for keeping us sane and comfy, crazily comfy on these chairs. And we've been mostly sitting, and usually Abstract, we like to stand when we cast, right?
Yes, but I don't really care about standing. Sometimes,
not today.
Yeah, not today. Not for the entirety of MPL SG. I probably just want to do this and just like slowly get down.
But of course, thank you very much to our partner Esports, Future Living, and also Singapore Esports Association. And of course, opportunities abound. We're looking for new esports players as well. You want to join the Magic Chairs, go Rising Star as well. And maybe you may be our next Rising Star.
Honestly, I love the lumbar support here.
Yeah, the lumbar support is really
it's like
good,
the one on the right side, it's also a very fun, clicky switch that I can kind of play around with.
It's a perfect fidget toy. Alright, it's just wonderful.
Yeah, I love it.
You look comfortable.
I am very comfortable. What are you talking about? Yeah.
He's actually struggling to get up.
I don't. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna keep it like that, and I hope you don't mind. You can get yourself a little bit comfortable too. Let me just help you out right there. You don't want to lean?
I'll lean later.
Okay, then either ways, ladies and gentlemen, while I slowly lean back and enjoy my Dix Racer chair, thank you so much for tuning in for today. Well, I'll see you, the both of us, myself as well as Jace, will be coming back in again for tomorrow. Can you even see me? I don't know. But we'll be able to see you again tomorrow, once again, for day number 2 of week number 2 here in MPL SG Season 10. I hope that you enjoyed the entirety of today.
Yeah, get down.
Okay, I'm sorry.
See you tomorrow, guys.
Bye.